To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to join our Telegram group and listen to the latest audio. The return to the sect was slow. Liam and Lucy had suffered injuries, and the carcass' additional weight limited their speed, as well as the paths they could tread. Needless to say, Eric offered to help with the carcass once more, but Liam's second refusal settled the matter for good. Liam didn't want to rely on him after what had happened, and that feeling stretched way beyond that. The sun was about to set when the trio finally reached the sect. Gray flames began to shine on its paths and main building, giving it the magical vibe only the cultivation world could create. Nevertheless, Liam couldn't see any magical beauty in that spectacle anymore. The recent revelations had disillusioned him, allowing him to spot the undeniable truth. That wasn't Liam's home. It wasn't deserving of any of his gratitude. In a way, it was no different than the divine cult. The pale moon sect's methods were simply less outwardly cruel. Truth was, Liam was still alone. He hadn't found anything. He had only lost even more, his naivety this time, which was probably for the best. Liam simply didn't know where Lucy fell in all that. The trio's return caused quite a stir. There were only a handful of disciples roaming through the sect at that hour, but they didn't hesitate to spread the news, especially after spotting the huge animal resting on Liam's shoulders. The same went for Kyle, who was overseeing the sect's entrance. It was his job to report back whenever something important happened, and the trio saw the result of that when they reached the plateau. The disciplinary elder and Elder June were standing in the outer hall, atop its short staircase, but the sight of blood made them rush toward the trio, focusing all their attention on Liam. "Disciple Liam," the disciplinary elder called. "Are you wounded? We must patch you up immediately," Elder June added. "I'll retrieve medical herbs and bandages from my personal stash." Lucy and Eric seemed invisible when Liam was present, but he didn't think much of it, not now. That care was fake. It only had to do with what he could become for the sect. So, Liam dropped the carcass to the ground, joining his companions in the customary bow before addressing the matter. "Elders, we failed the sect's mission because the magical beast attacked us." "Forget the mission," Elder June urged, pulling Liam up to check the source of all that blood. Luckily, despite the injuries not being shallow, they had stopped bleeding. Instead, the disciplinary elder focused on the carcass, finally eyeing someone who wasn't Liam. "Disciple Eric, explain this." "Yes, disciplinary elder," Eric exclaimed. "Disciple Liam killed the magical beast. Disciple Lucy helped," Liam added while Elder June kept checking him, "so she should receive her garden." Elder June stopped in her tracks, trying to glare at Lucy, only for her to keep her head down. Instead, Liam looked directly at her, and a beautiful, albeit fake smile broadened on her face. "Of course," Elder June reassured. "Disciple Lucy has long since earned that reward. I had planned to give it to her first thing tomorrow." "But you must receive a reward, too," the disciplinary elder stated. "Killing a magical beast as a Foundation expert is no easy feat. You have earned the privilege of choosing one of the sect's martial arts." Liam began to feel excited, only for that day's events to suppress the emotion. While that indeed sounded good, Liam couldn't let any naivety surge. The disciplinary elder wasn't doing that out of kindness anyway. Still, as a crowd of disciples formed on the paths below the plateau, someone else rushed into the outer hall, crossing its doors and stopping by the short staircase. "Disciple Liam," the newcomer called. "The alchemy elder requests your presence immediately." The newcomer was none other than the apothecary elder, and the mention of the alchemy elder made Elder June and the disciplinary elder hesitate, which Liam found odd. "Disciple Liam needs to rest," Elder June eventually argued. "The alchemy elder can't wait," the apothecary elder responded, forcing Elder June to give up on the matter. "Is the alchemy elder that important?" Liam wondered while the two elders moved away, urging him to comply with the order. Liam reached the apothecary elder, who led him inside the mountain, walking to the very end of the wooden corridor to reveal a stone staircase. The apothecary elder didn't say anything, and Liam imitated him, following him up the several flights of stairs until another wooden door appeared. "Reach the very end of the corridor," the apothecary elder ordered. "The alchemy elder is waiting for you there." Liam had to admit that he was becoming curious, but his disillusioned mind kept suppressing that feeling. He crossed the door, finding the aforementioned wooden corridor and walking through it, too, only to arrive at another entrance. Liam slid the door open, and a chill breeze blew over him. Gray braziers hung from the ceiling of a wooden balcony that peeked down at the mountainside. And at the balcony's center, a gray-haired man sat cross-legged, crushing something inside a ceramic bowl. Liam's animal instincts tingled, but he found the atmosphere more worrisome. It was strangely tense and serious, forcing him to be on his best behavior. "Sit," the gray-haired man ordered, only throwing a glare-like look at Liam before refocusing on his bowl. Liam sat beside the elder in time to see him scoop a dark powder from the bowl, using it to fill a long pipe socket. Then, he used a match to light it up before offering it to Liam. "Inhale deeply," the elder ordered again. That wasn't Liam's first time seeing a pipe. It was his second since the village's merchant once brought one back from his travels. So Liam carefully seized the item and inhaled from its bit. Dense smoke immediately invaded Liam's throat and lungs, making him cough. Yet something else affected him. His head spun. His balance tried to falter, and the same went for his awareness, but he soon recovered, welcomed by a rejuvenating sensation. That was what Liam experienced with the divine cult's drug. It was what his core needed, the nutrients his dantian demanded. Liam stared at the long, fuming pipe still in his hands before lifting his gaze at the icy blue glare on him. The elder seemed to have recorded his every reaction, his sickly complexion not hindering his eyes' piercing properties at all. "The heavens can't mock us enough," the elder eventually scoffed, seizing the still fuming pipe from Liam's hands. "Alchemy elder?" Liam called, probing. "This poison can kill a Foundation expert in minutes," the elder revealed, throwing the fuming powder back into the bowl. "Even you should have at least collapsed, poison core or not." Liam frowned. It almost sounded as if the elder had tried to kill him, but a different question escaped his mouth. "Is that good?" "There's nothing good with what you are," the elder scoffed again, not even looking at Liam. "But I can tell you one thing. Your Foundation isn't only advanced. It's complete." "What does that mean?" Liam questioned. "Didn't they teach you anything?" The alchemy elder cursed. "It means that you can face the breakthrough to the next stage." For once, Liam wasn't completely lost. He had learned that the cultivation journey was split into stages. He was at the Foundation stage, which had to be completed before advancing to the next. As for what that next stage implied, Liam had no idea. "What?" The alchemy elder snorted at Liam's silence, lowering his icy blue eyes to glare at him. "Don't believe me? See for yourself." "I can see my Foundation?" Liam questioned. "Are you even a cultivator?" The alchemy elder cursed, pointing at Liam's waist. "Use the first part of the circulation technique, but don't stop at the chi. Delve deeper and force your mind to visualize it." Liam blinked but soon did as told. He adjusted his sitting stance, closing his eyes to follow those instructions. He even relied on the odd breathing pace, quickly managing to contact the chi in his core. However, Liam didn't stop there now. Instead of interacting with the chi, his mind delved to its very source, wanting to obtain an image of the magical organ that made the cultivation journey possible. And, just like when the chi reached Liam's brain, something lit up, albeit in a far dimmer manner. A picture he had already seen popped into his mind, lacking the stillness the sphere from the test had featured. There, Liam finally saw his dark green core immersed in a reddish, pulsating canvas. Roots also grew from that spherical item, confirming what he had already guessed and dreaded. Even after counting multiple times, the result didn't change. Liam's core featured 10 spiritual roots, just like the Dragon King before him. "How are your roots?" The alchemy elder's voice resounded in Liam's ears while he remained immersed in that visualization of his Foundation. "Dried up? Healthy? Quivering?" Liam pushed aside the shock of confirming the existence of his 10th spiritual root to focus on his foundation state. Everything looked livelier than ever, quivering alongside the pulsating canvas, while featuring an additional detail. "They are quivering," Liam said. "But there's something on their tips. Are those cracks?" "Come out," the alchemy elder ordered, and Liam complied, interrupting his visual immersion and reopening his eyes. After completing the foundation, the alchemy elder explained, "There's the rooting stage. New, lesser roots have to grow and expand to their fullest. You just need to break through to get there." Liam was pleasantly surprised, albeit slightly in disbelief. Lucy and the other outer disciples were also foundation experts, but they had spent far longer than he had in the sect and as members of the cultivation world in general. It felt odd for Liam to have completed what people with more experience and time were still working on, and he could only find one explanation for that. And to Liam's surprise, he wasn't alone in that realization. "Don't look so confused," the alchemy elder snorted, seemingly annoyed. "You abused that thing inside your robe, didn't you?" Liam's eyes went wide. The apothecary elder hadn't given him the time to change, so he was still wearing his pouch and torn, bloodied robe, as well as the container with the divine cult's drug. "Did you think I wouldn't have smelled it?" the alchemy elder angrily asked. "How could I miss something so potent? It's a miracle you haven't lost your mind." Liam lowered his gaze, wary, but also in acknowledgement. He had lost his mind for a while due to the drug. He had simply become immune to it at some point. "Is that why it stopped having any effect?" Liam wondered. "Was it because it completed my foundation instead?" "But well," the alchemy elder groaned, lazily glancing past the balcony. "Everything about you is a miracle, isn't it? 9 spiritual roots. What a joke." That was Liam's first time hearing someone speaking ill of his 9, actually 10, spiritual roots, so he couldn't help but grow curious. He also hoped he could move the conversation away from the drug. "Is having 9 spiritual roots bad?" Liam questioned. "It's an insult to anyone who is not a genius like you," the alchemy elder scoffed. "The difference in chi that 9 spiritual roots can amass is immense. It's like comparing a vast lake to a puddle. How is 10 then?" Liam thought. "And how is that bad?" The alchemy elder didn't turn, but his following words addressed Liam's worries, albeit missing their source. "Stop squirming. I won't tell anyone about your little secret. The heavens have cursed you enough already." For a second, Liam thought his 10 spiritual roots and bloodline had been made out, but the elder reassured him with not-so-reassuring words. "Fewer roots are easier to develop and require fewer, less potent nutrients," the alchemy elder explained, "but such a smaller foundation risks crumbling under the weight of higher cultivation stages." Lucy had already mentioned that point, but the elder had added a new detail. Liam had never considered that more roots would demand more nutrients to grow, but it made sense in hindsight. Instead, the elder continued, "More roots will require more, better nutrients to grow, and the process is usually slower. However, there lies the danger." The alchemy elder diverted his gaze from the balcony, lowering it before pointing it at Liam, almost wearing a tinge of pity. "I hope you have realized that your poison core doesn't make you immune to poison," the alchemy elder pointed out. "You might possess a higher tolerance, but it can still kill you." Liam's brain began to catch up with that topic, but the elder left nothing to chance. 9 spiritual roots are a miracle of the heavens," the elder stated. "They represent perfection. As such, they demand an immense amount of nutrients to develop, and not your ordinary nutrients either. The divine cult's drug might have developed Liam's foundation in record time, but he had paid a hefty price for that. He had been lost for months, compelled to do his cruel jailer's bidding. The required quality spikes at the breakthrough, the elder continued. It's why your little secret hasn't made you a rooting expert yet. Your miraculous foundation needs something stronger to push past the bottleneck. And Liam finally understood what the elder was talking about, but the latter made sure to paint an even grimier picture. That worsens with every higher stage, the alchemy elder declared. You might survive a poison powerful enough to overcome this bottleneck, but the next might kill you. You might even die before getting there. Liam didn't know what to think. He had just accepted how valuable his talent truly was, but the elder had made it sound like a curse, and his words had felt undeniable except for one detail. "But alchemy elder," Liam muttered, diverting his gaze. "Why haven't I died yet?" If what the elder had said was true, Liam should have already been done for with the divine cult's drug. Even that thing he had just smoked had failed to match the elder's expectations. Because cores have different levels of affinity, the alchemy elder revealed. Your affinity to poison appears to be as incredible as your talent, and that might give you a chance. Obviously, there was something else the elder couldn't have possibly considered. Liam didn't deny the whole affinity speech, but he was also aware of another incredible trait. Liam was the son of the ancestral snake, and probably no one knew how much he could endure. If anything, only the Dragon King and crazy uncle might have. "Is the choice mine?" Liam asked, scratching his itching forearm. "Can I take this chance?" "Kid, do you realize what you are asking?" The alchemy elder wondered. "Your cultivation journey will be an endless succession of deadly poisons that will make you wish you were dead, and that if you survive them." Those words were supposed to scare Liam, but he had been there. He already regretted so much. He hated his weakness and would hate himself even more if he dared to give up at the first hurdle. Moreover, there was something Liam hated far more than everything else, highlighted by the intensifying itch. The auditory hallucination even filled his ears, confirming his resolve in the matter. "I'm fine with pain," Liam promised. "Please, alchemy elder, make me strong." Liam's almost furious scratching of his forearm didn't diminish the resolve in the look. He pointed at the alchemy elder. The alchemy elder noticed that odd habit but didn't address it. Instead, he stared deep into Liam's eyes, wanting to find any trace of uncertainty or doubt, only to fail at that. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean anything. In the elder's eyes, Liam was nothing more than a kid, clueless about the pain that his choice would bring. However, the little secret Liam kept inside his robe argued otherwise. As unlikely as it sounded, the alchemy elder had to accept that Liam had gotten a taste of what awaited him, but his resolve had survived. "No," the alchemy elder refused, standing up and crossing his arms behind his back to approach the balcony's edge. Liam blinked in confusion. He thought the previous speech had led to an offer that was up to him to accept, but that refusal left him speechless, silently following the elder with his gaze. "A bottleneck stands behind each higher cultivation stage," the elder announced, staring at the cold spectacle beyond the balcony. "It's why overcoming them is called a breakthrough." Liam listened to the explanation despite not understanding its purpose. He still had much to learn about the cultivation journey, so any additional piece of information was welcome. But the breakthrough also is when a cultivator is the most vulnerable, the alchemy elder explained. Cultivators face them in secret to avoid anyone from disturbing them, especially enemies who don't want them to get stronger. The apothecary elder and Lucy had already hinted at that issue, but it expanded now that Liam had lost any illusion of belonging. It wasn't just about the possibility of people messing with the core's nutrients. Cultivators wouldn't let their enemies get stronger freely. After all, might made right, and achieving it could lead to paybacks. Despite Liam's short time in the cultivation journey, he had already made enemies. The Dragon King probably didn't know about his existence yet, but the White Mask and his companion had seen his face and might eventually learn about his escape. Moreover, after listening to the alchemy elder, Liam realized that his immense talent could lead to envy. The sect encouraged competition, and having a genius like him as an opponent couldn't sound fair, which probably put a target on his back. Actually, that didn't necessarily stop at Liam's fellow disciples. After all, the sect's elders were also cultivators who looked out for themselves. "So," the alchemy elder exclaimed, as if to confirm Liam's reasoning, "cultivators must strive to be self-sufficient. It's the only way to avoid getting caught and hindered by power struggles and other challenges." The alchemy elder didn't say it, but Liam applied that speech to the Pale Moon sect, too. He had already witnessed a hint of that power struggle, and he had to believe that there could be more where it came from. The realization was depressing, but also unavoidable. Liam had been too caught in all the exciting discoveries to consider where the Pale Moon sect stood among his long-term goals. But the answer felt obvious now. Even if the sect were all sunshine and rainbows, Liam's goal stretched way beyond it, past the outer circles, to the very center of the inner circles and the Dragon Kingdom as a whole. Actually, the sect being good would have forced Liam to keep his distance even further. After all, his very being stood in opposition to the Dragon King, and he couldn't involve anyone dear to him in that battle. Just like the disciples, elders, and probably the whole sect wanted to use Liam, he had to use them back, seizing whatever he could before inevitably moving on with his life. Is this bleakness all there is to life? Liam wondered, only to be proven wrong by his own memories. He recalled a time when he was happy, when his family was alive, and everything was perfect. Still, Liam also recalled how he had lost all that, and his temporary depression soon turned into hatred. "I can solve your bottleneck for you," the alchemy elder declared. "But I won't. Instead, I will teach you the noble art of alchemy so that you'll have the knowledge and skills to face the cultivation journey on your own." "Alchemy elder," Liam called, emboldened by his reaffirmed hatred. "Can't you just teach me how to concoct poisons?" "Boys," the alchemy elder gasped, his head snapping at Liam, looking as if he had heard the most ludicrous thing in the world. "Fool! I, Horace Roret, have dedicated my entire life to the study of alchemy, achieving mastery that was acknowledged throughout the inner circles." "Were you in the inner circles?" Liam gasped, his interest spiking, only for the alchemy elder to ignore him completely. "I shall never teach convenient, half-assed practices that insult my life's work," the alchemy elder continued, leaving the balcony's edge to approach Liam, stomping his feet in anger. "If you must learn, you will learn everything." Liam didn't really know what the big deal was about, but he didn't have other options either. If anything, it was probably good to have such an unbiased, passionate character teaching him something that would be at the core of his cultivation journey. "I will learn everything, alchemy elder," Liam promised, cupping his fist to perform a sitting bow. "Obviously," the alchemy elder scoffed, stopping in front of Liam. "From now on, you shall come here every day at sunset to attend private lessons, and don't forget to thank your ancestors for it." Liam frowned. He didn't really know who his ancestors were or what they had to do with anything. Actually, his oldest known relative probably was the Snake of Envy as things stood, and he didn't want to thank it at all. Yet, something about the elder's words reminded Liam of a topic Lucy had explained, which he asked about now. "Alchemy elder, does it mean I'm your personal disciple now?" Liam asked. "Arrogant," the alchemy elder cried in anger. "I, Horace Roret, have never met anyone worthy of becoming my disciple. You shall still refer to me as master or alchemy master, but only because I'm doing the sect leader a favor." And Liam's confusion only deepened. The only thing he seemed to understand was that his master liked the sound of his own name. The alchemy elder glared at Liam for a few seconds before snorting in annoyance, waving his sleeve in dismissal. "Leave now. Cultivators are tough, especially those with 9 spiritual roots, but injuries still shouldn't be taken lightly." "Is he worried about me now?" Liam wondered, quickly dismissing the idea due to everything he had learned that day. However, after Liam stood up, performed a bow, and turned to leave, the alchemy elder called him again. "Disip dash," the alchemy elder said before clearing his throat. "Kid, give that thing to me. There won't be any unsanctioned training under my supervision." Some unwillingness rose through Liam. He understood what the alchemy elder wanted, but handing it to him would deprive him of his only means of nourishing his core. However, Liam couldn't really refuse, and something did work in his favor. His foundation was complete, and the drug had fulfilled its purpose. He couldn't rely on it to get stronger anymore. So, Liam drew the small container from his bloodied robe, and the elder snatched it from his hand before he could offer it to him, even uttering another snort and nodding at the exit. Liam could only leave at that point, but the elder remained on his feet, staring at the closing doors before looking down at the container. He studied it, first with his eyes and nose, then by dipping his tongue in the transparent ointment, only to spit it out right afterward. In what kind of hell did he get this? The alchemy elder muttered to himself, throwing another look at the container before storing it inside his loose robe. As for Liam, he barely noticed his surroundings while descending back to the outer hall. Too much had happened that day, both physically and spiritually, filling his mind with heavy thoughts. First, there was the whole disillusionment about the sect. Liam had finally seen that world's true face, or rather, he had accepted how deeply it went, making him wary of his own naivety. Then, there was the final, undeniable confirmation of the existence of the 10th spiritual root. Liam had seen it with his own eyes or mind. His talent wasn't only miraculous anymore. It was the stuff of literal legends. Ultimately, there was the realization of the cultivation journey's hurdles. Liam had to admit that he had underestimated or failed to consider what the necessity of eating poison would mean for him, but not anymore. The comparison with trees helped bring understanding, but cultivators weren't plants. They were humans, so what their cores saw as nutrients could end their lives. Actually, the situation promised to be even worse for Liam. Aside from the whole affinity thing, the alchemy elder had stressed how many powerful nutrients Liam would need to keep improving, and that while thinking that he only had 9 spiritual roots. If 9 roots were enough to earn such a solemn speech, Liam couldn't even begin to think what 10 would imply. Still, he could consider a different aspect of that challenge. How good of an alchemist do I need to become to concoct poisons strong enough for my core? Liam wondered. Liam had initially been partial about that idea, but he couldn't reject it anymore. It was now beyond obvious that he needed to become an alchemist, and a great one at that, to hope to reach the higher stages of the cultivation journey. After all, it stood to reason that only good alchemists could make powerful poisons, and Liam might get to the point when he would need the most powerful of them all. Actually, since the Dragon King probably was Liam's target, that possibility sounded like an absolute certainty. At least, Liam eventually thought, recalling everything he had heard about the sect's alchemical hall. The alchemy elder should be good, right? He even said that he was famous in the inner circles. That detail intensified Liam's interest, making him look forward to his next lesson with that grumpy elder. But reaching the outer hall distracted him from those thoughts. The plateau had become silent. The crowd of disciples had dispersed, and the same went for Lucy, Eric, Elder June, and the wolf's carcass. Only the disciplinary elder was still in the area, waiting for Liam in the empty hall. "Disciple Liam," the disciplinary elder greeted. "I hope your meeting with our esteemed alchemy elder went well." Before that day, Liam might have directly revealed the discovery of his complete foundation. However, despite still feeling that urge, he suppressed it now. Of course, the disillusion didn't suddenly turn Liam into a great liar, so he opted for silence and a customary bow. "Come," the disciplinary elder ordered, nodding, not thinking much about Liam's silence. "I promised you a martial art, but we must deal with your injuries first." Liam immediately straightened himself, that clearly excited gesture putting a smirk on the disciplinary elder's face. Still, the latter didn't dwell on additional speeches, instead heading for the hut connected to the communal baths. Liam quickly followed along, only for the elder to stop before the rocky tunnel. Someone had already prepared bandages, leaving them in the hut. Elder June immersed these bandages in a medical ointment herself, the disciplinary elder explained, turning to face Liam. "Show me your injuries." Liam did as told, his arms slipping out of his robe to expose his torso. The elder promptly circled him, spotting the teeth marks on his chest and hand and the cuts on his back before starting to wrap the bandages on them. "What you did today was brave and inspiring," the disciplinary elder praised. "The wolf you killed was a level 1 magical beast, meaning comparable to Foundation experts in strength, but you killed it without using martial arts." "Level 1? Liam repeated in his mind while the elder kept applying the itchy bandages, his brain replaying scenes from the battle. If Liam had to be honest, the magical beast had looked more powerful than the average Foundation expert, which sort of made sense. Many animals were naturally stronger than humans, so their chi-driven empowerment would retain that superiority. Adding the wolf's innate weapons to the equation created a creature that chi-empowered humans couldn't face through their mere bodies. Liam had done that, but he had his complete foundation, 10 spiritual roots, and the divine cult's training on his side. Disciple Liam, how did you kill the magical beast? The disciplinary elder asked since Liam remained silent, and he opted for a short version of the truth. I went for a sacrificial play, Liam revealed. I knew that I could deliver a fatal blow if I could force it to expose itself. That shows praiseworthy battle sense and great thinking. The disciplinary elder praised again, stopping in front of Liam to nod. However, a cultivator's true strength comes from his chi, and martial arts are its highest expression. Liam could only believe the disciplinary elder. As far as he knew, the elder had no reason for lying, and something like the fiery fists had definitely looked cool enough to earn such a high evaluation. You seem to know your way around battles, the disciplinary elder exclaimed. So, according to today's battle, what kind of martial arts do you think would have helped you defeat the magical beast more easily? Liam's first thoughts went toward weapons. That was what his experience as a hunter told him could shorten the gap between humans and animals' innate gifts. However, that was the thinking of a mortal. The disciplinary elder had implied that cultivators mainly relied on their chi to shorten that gap. So Liam had to consider his fighting style and sheer physical prowess to answer that question. Of course, Liam didn't really know anything about martial arts, so he couldn't imagine what kind of abilities they could provide. He had seen the fiery fists, so he guessed they fell in the realm of the magical, but his inexperienced mind struggled to picture anything. Still, when replaying the battle, Liam's weaknesses became obvious. He needed an attack that could have killed the magical beast without resorting to that risky play or a method to remain safe while wearing it down. Something with enough power to avoid limiting my targets to the neck, Liam responded. Or something that could have brought me to the wolf's neck without getting hurt. The disciplinary elder had to hold back the additional praise that was about to escape his mouth. He had uttered enough of those, but Liam's evaluation was indeed excellent, which was surprising for such a young and inexperienced cultivator. Quite pragmatic, the disciplinary elder commented. But what if I told you that some martial arts can turn your skin into steel? What if you could spit poisonous clouds due to your core's nature? Liam found it hard to hide his surprise. He already knew that his imagination would have failed him, but that still surpassed his expectations. Moreover, the elder's words had highlighted an unexpected, important detail. Are martial arts tailored to the core's nature? Liam questioned. Very few are, the disciplinary elder revealed, his expression retrieving its usual stern traits. Most simply gain the same traits as the user's chi. So, the fiery fists would become poisonous fists if I used it? Liam considered. Or is that one tailored for fire cores? Then there are those involving weapons, the disciplinary elder continued, also called weapon arts. However, they are harder to perform and often require special armaments, magical weapons, which are exceedingly rare and valuable. At that point, Liam's eyes lit up. He had just given up on the thought of relying on weapons only to be proven wrong. Do magical bows exist? Liam wondered, his thoughts immediately going to his favorite weapon. Would they require magical arrows? Cover yourself and follow me, the disciplinary elder ordered, interrupting Liam's train of thought. The elder led Liam back to the outer hall, only to descend the stairs on the other side instead of going inside the mountain. There, another path stretched, rising while coiling around the slope, eventually uncovering another part of the Pale Moon sect. Magical beasts, plants, and some minerals grow through the heavens' chi, the disciplinary elder explained while walking. That might happen over time or upon stumbling on special environments rich in chi. Liam listened while his gaze wandered over that new face of the sect. He saw gardens with various plants expand diagonally across the slope. Tall, damaged trunks stood in orderly lines over plateaus carved into the mountain, and a vast, open cave with cauldrons neatly arranged on its floor occupied an even higher, distant spot. These must be the other halls, Liam realized. He now knew outer disciples had to use contribution points to attend the lessons there, but he had just figured out where that was. As such, the elder continued, leading Liam even closer to those distant halls. They evolve naturally, even gaining peculiar properties and abilities. You were lucky your wolf only had a tough hide. The explanation was intended to expand Liam's knowledge and add variables that he should consider when choosing his martial arts. It succeeded at that, partially distracting him from the spectacle that stretched far above the level appointed to the outer disciples. Cultivators can't do that, the disciplinary elder pointed out. We must actively harness nutrients tailored to our cores, but our arts are far superior, hence harder to master and with caveats. The disciplinary elder suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning his stern face toward Liam to speak in a solemn tone. The greater the effect, the more chi it will demand, and the heavier it will be on the user. Stories of backlashes ruining cultivators are as plentiful as the stars in the sky, so choose wisely. And Liam understood. The chi was magical, but cultivators had limits. The body and core couldn't endure endlessly. Power demanded mastery and care. The many branches Liam had slammed into during his reckless chase of the magical beast proved as much. However, what the elder did next claimed Liam's complete attention. He slammed his fist on the rocky slope alongside the path, which rumbled and opened, revealing a previously invisible entrance into a narrow, dim chamber. The chamber had the usual brazier, but shelves with furled scrolls expanded at its sides. There weren't many. Liam only counted around 20 of those before additional explanations arrived. These are the Pale Moon Sect's Rank 1 martial arts, the disciplinary elder proudly announced. Obviously, only partial copies are kept here. The elder didn't explicitly say it, but Liam understood that he could browse around, which he didn't hesitate to do. That was his chance to fill some of the massive gaps in his knowledge, so he planned to read everything extensively. Jade Skin, Liam read on the first scroll, grateful for the absence of any complicated word. Turns skin into a natural shield. Chi consumption. High. Training. Extreme. The scroll only had that general overview, delving slightly deeper into the training that mastering the martial art demanded. It sounded like a torturous conditioning routine, no different from what Liam had endured with the divine cult. The small overview was already quite enlightening, so Liam didn't hesitate to seize another scroll, finding something he had been curious about. Fiery fists, specific to fire dantians. Envelopes hands in chi-fueled flames. Chi consumption, low to extreme. Training, easy. Liam immediately switched to a different scroll, promptly studying its contents. Ghost Step generates a sudden, silent acceleration. Chi consumption, medium. Training, difficult. Needless to say, another scroll swiftly fell under Liam's gaze. Exalted Mind sharpens senses and increases sensitivity to chi. Chi consumption, extreme. Training, easy. The more Liam read, the more he realized how vast that world truly was. However, something else also stood out. Are there no martial arts for poison cores? Liam asked. The martial arts tailored for specific dantians actually looked non-existent, the only exception being the fiery fists. No, and for good reason, the disciplinary elder stated from the cave's entrance. Poison cores are quite rare, and creating martial arts around them is almost always a waste. But, Liam muttered, his blinding honesty spiking, what about spitting poisonous clouds? Why waste chi when a pill can do that? The disciplinary elder said. Poison falls under alchemy, and alchemists can rely on their concoctions during a fight. The reasoning made sense. It fit perfectly with Liam's upbringing as a hunter, too. Yet, he also couldn't help but find the matter a bit disappointing. He didn't really want to wait to learn alchemy to obtain something perfect for him. Though I'll admit, the elder added, swayed by Liam's innocent disappointment, poison masters are quite feared in the cultivation world. Their methods are secretive and deadly. Few are brave or stupid enough to challenge them. The elder had wanted to sound reassuring, and he partially succeeded at that. Still, Liam forced himself to remain pragmatic, suppressing his excitement to search for what he might benefit from immediately. All the cool poison stuff is behind alchemy, Liam concluded. The whole gaining the properties of my chi probably isn't as powerful as actual poisons, either incredible affinity or not. The nature of Liam's core promised great but late rewards, so he wanted something more immediate, something that already played to his strengths and would vastly improve his battle prowess. And, after going through all the scrolls, Liam settled on something that would do exactly that. Disciplinary Elder, Liam called at that point. I choose the rank 1 seismic palm. Liam's decision promised to put an end to that incredibly long, complicated day. He only had to wait for the Elder to retrieve the actual martial arts before being free to return to his cave. However, when Liam reached his cave with the small wooden container safely in his hands, he found a familiar figure sitting before its entrance, telling him that his day wasn't over yet. Lucy, Liam called, forgetting about the sex honorifics due to all the mental burden that day had provided. May we talk? Lucy asked, her tone timid but pleading as she stood up. Truth be told, Liam was beyond confused. He was still absorbing that day's revolutionary and heartbreaking discoveries, so he had no idea how to face or approach Lucy. Yet, Liam wasn't good with that complicated stuff, and the only one he knew who could help him sort through that mess of thoughts was Lucy herself, making him desire to have that confrontation. Come in? Liam nodded, retrieving the square tablet from his dirty, torn robe to open the cave. Liam avoided Lucy's gaze, but she noticed the wooden box in his hands, prompting her to ask a question that she hoped could ease that strange mood. Did you receive your martial arts? I shouldn't tell you, Liam responded, entering the cave. Right? That answer was enough to tell Lucy that Liam was still angry at her. However, she steeled her resolve and entered the cave anyway, watching as Liam closed it. I'm truly sorry about today, Lucy exclaimed while Liam delved deeper into the cave to place the box down. I should have told you earlier, even with Eric present. Realistically, Lucy had nothing to be sorry about. Similar ploys were the accepted norm among cultivators, and she also had the Elder's authority to respect. However, that whole friendship was about being outside the norms of the cultivation world. Liam had also saved Lucy, creating a debt she felt she had to answer for. Then there was that other thing, but Lucy wouldn't dare to mention it. That wasn't it, Liam sighed, still showing his back to Lucy. I was mad you protected me. I was mad at myself for hiding behind you. I was mad I let it happen. Lucy recalled what Liam had said down in the hole, but had the time to accept its stupidity now. Despite being close in age, Lucy still had a whole year of training as a cultivator over Liam. He was the junior brother in need of protection. Of course, the cultivation world didn't really follow those rules. Seniors were usually more important than their juniors due to the resources invested in them. Liam's talent simply made him an exception. Still, instead of scolding Liam, Lucy finally realized that he had to carry some trauma on the matter, prompting apologies. I'm sorry. I didn't think. I'm sorry. Liam's current cool-headedness made him feel bad about Lucy's apologies. He knew she hadn't done anything wrong. That was his problem, his responsibility to handle. How are your injuries? Liam asked, peeking past his shoulder to look at Lucy. The magical beast just scratched me, Lucy reassured, smiling, before spotting some visible bandages. How are yours instead? The disciplinary elder patched me up, Liam revealed, inspecting his bandaged left palm. I'll be fine. Liam turned but didn't say anything, and the same went for Lucy, creating an awkward silence she soon felt compelled to break. Elder June gave me a garden, Lucy exclaimed. She was angry at me for telling you about it, but she gave it to me anyway. Liam smiled happily, but lowered his gaze just as quickly. He had many great things he could tell Lucy, but he had promised himself to stop being naive, so he kept his mouth shut. A wave of sadness washed over Lucy at that sight. Liam couldn't hide his emotions well, but that day's events had begun to turn him into a real cultivator. Lucy was glad about that, but also a bit bitter. You have been great against the magical beast, Lucy praised, deciding to change the topic and, hopefully, mood. Who taught you to fight like that? Someone bad, Liam vaguely revealed, shattering Lucy's hopes to improve his mood. Still, Liam didn't stop there now, letting his thoughts flow out. And Liam continued, I don't know if I should be bad too, or if I already am. Sigh. Someone said that I should try to be happy, but that sounds harder and harder to do. Unlike Liam, Lucy's social skills weren't bad at all. She understood that Liam was trying to clear his mind without revealing secrets, so she gave him all the time he needed. This cultivation stuff is complicated, Liam stated. And I'm not good with complicated stuff. I like you. I care about you. But maybe it's safer if I remain alone so that you won't get hurt. Liam was obviously talking about his bloodline, but Lucy connected that speech to that day's events. Also, something else stood out among those words. You like me, Lucy repeated, hoping that the warmth on her cheeks didn't translate into a blush. Of course, Liam exclaimed, spreading his arms and looking directly at Lucy. You are the first friend I made after becoming a cultivator. I want to protect you, but staying away seems the best way to do it. Lucy's hopes were shattered once more when she heard the word, friend. She felt annoyed, and her tone reflected that. So, you want to protect me, but you also want to stay away from me? See, Liam exclaimed, completely oblivious to Lucy's anger. I have no idea what to do with you. And what do you expect me to do? Lucy snorted. Wait until you get smart enough to understand it? Wait for what? Liam frowned, losing Lucy at that question. You! Lucy cursed. Hasn't anyone taught you not to toy with a maiden's heart? I did. Liam wondered, even more confused. With who? Liam knew those words involved romance, but his inexperienced mind was so far removed from that topic that he didn't even conceive that he was right at its center. I will see myself out now. Lucy snorted again, turning toward the entrance, only for it to remain closed. Are you angry? Liam questioned, utterly lost. Liam! Lucy angrily called. Door! Liam could only comply, approaching the entrance and opening it with the square tablet. Lucy didn't hesitate to cross it as soon as it began to move, but her angry escape only lasted a few steps. Liam, the cultivation journey is indeed lonely, Lucy announced, showing her back to Liam. Cultivators spend most of their lives in seclusion or looking for resources. Liam had proper examples of that. He had gone a whole week isolated in his cave to learn something as basic as the circulation technique. Also, if it weren't for his talent, he would have had to compete for missions just to get the opportunity to learn how to feed his core. Lone cultivators have it worse, Lucy continued. However, even in good sects like this one, you have seen how everyone is always looking out for themselves. Liam had examples of that, too. He had been completely lost before finding the sect, and joining it had solved some issues while adding many others. He also had an idea of what a bad sect could be, thanks to the divine cult. However, Lucy added, once you are strong, you can be bad, and no one would dare to call you out. If you are strong, you can have dear ones, and no one would dare to harm them. Lucy turned toward Liam, showing a smile to say her final point. So, Liam, become strong. You'll be able to decide whether to be bad, alone, or care for others without worrying at that point. The smile and profound speech stunned Liam, and Lucy used that opportunity to hurry away, climbing the path before he could call her back in the discussion. Still, some regret filled Lucy during her hurried escape. Unlike Liam, she knew what those words would cause and what it would mean for her. Liam was already stronger than Lucy, and his knowledge would eventually catch up with hers. He also worked hard, which perfectly matched his incredible talent. At some point, Liam would reach heights that Lucy could never dream about. He would become unreachable for her, and she couldn't bring herself to become his anchor. After all, that wasn't what friends did. Friend! Lucy suddenly cursed in her mind, recalling the discussion. She had done her part, so she could allow herself to be pissed at Liam again. Lucy could allow herself that much while Liam was still in her reach in life. Is she angry at me or not? Liam wondered, standing before his cave's open entrance, his gaze fixed on the rising path, his mind still lost about the matter. Nevertheless, Liam quickly pushed aside that confusing topic to focus on Lucy's meaningful speech. That wasn't his first time tackling it. He had already made his decision, too, but he had a better understanding of cultivators and the cultivation world as a whole now. Might made right. That much was undeniable. Fairness had no value in the face of superior strength. However, Liam's goal had forced him to associate it with bad things. He wanted the strength to avenge his family, failing to realize that it could also create room for something good. Actually, it had already done that. Despite everything, Liam had rescued Lucy, someone he didn't want to see hurt or die. Liam also knew what strength meant for a cultivator now. It came from a mixture of the cultivation stage and mastery over arts, be it martial, alchemical, or whatever else existed. Liam still believed actual battle strength was better. Still, the Pale Moon sect apparently had a high status among sects in the eastern side of the Outer Circles thanks to its elixirs, making them another undeniable version of power. Nevertheless, the cultivation journey did sound like a continuous, desperate search for resources now. Cultivators needed resources to get stronger, to prevent their cores from withering and receding, and to get even more resources. It was a vicious circle that Liam had no idea where it ended, if it did at all. Liam was also right in the middle of that now more than ever. Without the drug, he would eventually need resources to prevent his core from withering. He didn't know if prolonged drought could turn him back into a mortal, but the risk had to exist. And having superhuman abilities was indeed nice. They weren't something Liam would give up willingly now, let alone if they reached even higher, unfathomable levels. Yet, Liam now had the knowledge and direct experience to consider something that had never managed to cross his mind before. Is it worth it? Liam wondered. Weakness didn't sound nice, but that seemingly endless and solitary struggle looked bleak. 2. The latter needed to have valuable rewards to make it worth pursuing. Settling for less and risking becoming a victim of the strong would be a better way of living life otherwise. Of course, Liam had that choice made for him. His desire for vengeance and bloodline basically locked him on that path, which probably stretched as far as the cultivation journey went. However, Liam considered that point anyway, and he had to admit that it wasn't all bad. The cultivation journey had forced him to kill, but it had also opened the path toward an unfathomable world he had just begun to see. Liam had met Lucy thanks to the cultivation world. He had seen a 2-meter-tall wolf and beat it barehanded. His home was a magical structure that rested near the peak of a literal mountain, and he had even witnessed people setting their hands on fire. It was unclear if that was enough to justify the cultivation journey's struggles and ugly parts, but Liam also realized he hadn't seen much of it yet. Also, despite wanting to suppress any naivety, Liam had to admit that he was curious to see more of that magical world, and strength was the key to doing just that. Liam entered his cave once the brainstorming was over, closing the entrance to fix his black eyes on the wooden container he had left on the floor. He had just obtained a new way of getting stronger, and he couldn't refrain from diving into it. Everyone had shown concerns about Liam's state. Even the grumpy alchemy elder had told him to take care of his injuries. Yet Liam was all bandaged up now. He had food, and the circulation technique had long since finished refilling his body with chi. Even his core had produced more of it, making him far from tired. So, Liam fed on some of his supplies while opening the wooden container. Instead of a scroll, he saw a small, old book inside, and he carefully picked it up while reading the words on its partially ruined cover. Seismic Palm. Liam read, feeling as if a treasure was now in his hands. Regulations stated that the book couldn't leave the sect and that Liam had to give it back in a week, so that comparison wasn't too off either. Devastating Palm Strike. Liam kept reading on the next page. Chi consumption depends on the user's choice, so medium to extreme. The training difficulty should be classified as average, but the high likelihood of backlashes increases it to hard. The disciplinary elder hadn't looked too happy about Liam's choice, and he had understood why even before his warnings. The flexibility in the required chi meant that cultivators risked hurting themselves if they drew more energy than they could handle. However, the risk was mostly with the arm used in the attack, not the foundation, so the elder had let the issue go after his warnings. As for Liam, he couldn't imagine a better martial art in his current state. With this, Liam thought, I could have killed the magical beast directly instead of just slamming on it. Even if killing the wolf directly was a stretch, Liam believed the martial art would have inflicted enough damage to render the rest of the battle trivial, and the reason for that stood at the core of his choice. Unknowingly to anyone alive, Liam had 10 spiritual roots, a talent described as divine. He would always have access to more chi than anyone else at the same level, and his bloodline made his body the stuff of legends. So, Liam could theoretically unleash strikes that no one else at the same level could fuel or endure, and he might not be limited to a few of those, especially if he contained his strength. Also, the divine cult had already carved palm strikes into Liam's fighting habits, which he hoped would shorten the training period. Of course, legendary toughness or not, Liam could still get hurt, so mastery was paramount, and a sigh of relief escaped his mouth when he saw that drawings accompanied the instructions featuring many complicated words he couldn't read. Didn't I tell you not to take your injuries lightly? The alchemy elder snorted, already angry before the lesson could even begin, wielding a cane that rested on his shoulder. Another day had passed, and the sunset had arrived, so Liam had gone through the mountain to reach the balcony where he had to attend the private lessons. Still, Liam's appearance loudly described how he had spent that day and the previous night, so loudly that the alchemy elder had noticed it as soon as he crossed the balcony's doors. Liam's dark eye bags had returned. His eyes weren't bloodshot now, but his disheveled, dirty hair vouched for quite a sweaty training session. Truth be told, Liam felt lucky he had recalled the lesson. Between the circulation technique and the study and testing of the seismic palm, he had almost failed to change into a clean robe, afraid of being late to the appointment. No matter, the alchemy elder snorted again, not waiting for Liam to reply. I shall still expect your undivided attention. Sit now. The elder swung the cane to point it at the balcony's center, and Liam sat there. Now, the elder exclaimed, pacing around Liam. Alchemy is one of the 3 noble arts that cultivators can have the privilege of learning, alongside inscriptions and formations. Alchemy ELD-. Liam began to call, only for the cane to hit his head. It hardly hurt, but that slight pain was enough to silence him. What did I say you should address me as? The alchemy elder scolded. I'm sorry, master. Liam apologized, only for the cane to hit his head again. I haven't given you permission to speak. The alchemy elder scolded again. You will only listen for now. Liam opened his mouth, but the elder's glare was already fixed on him, making him close it and keep it shut. Formations is the art of infusing shapeless chi in the environment, the elder continued. It's a soft but sublime practice that can give any land terrifying effects. Liam had heard about that. Apparently, the sect had a formation that kept mortals away and other layers of protection against unwanted trespassers. Inscription is the art of carving specific, intense chi into an item, the elder explained. It takes immense will and precision to perform it, and its products shape the entire cultivation world, from its most barren caves to its mightiest magical weapons. The divine cult scroll, Liam immediately connected, finally explaining that strange item, and anything else magical around the sect, apparently. Instead, the elder stated, alchemy is the art of harnessing, rearranging, and enhancing the properties the heavens' creations possess. Liam had heard those exact words from the apothecary elder, but the cane hit his head, distracting him from those thoughts. Even if the apothecary elder already explained it, the alchemy elder declared, You shall hear it again from me. Is he reading my mind? Liam cursed but remained silent, not even daring to nod. Among the 3 noble arts, the alchemy elder continued, alchemy is the only one that can defy the heavens. Inscriptions and formations can bend and stretch their rules, but are more limited nonetheless. Before Liam could think the word biased, the cane hit his head. The alchemy elder seemed to have expected that reaction and had been ready for it. Don't believe me? The alchemy elder snorted. When I was in my prime, I could force cores to grow additional spiritual roots, revert aging, and cure illnesses so deadly the mere thought of them could kill you. That did indeed sound incredible, but so were talking scrolls and barriers that made the whole sect invisible. Liam's innocent side wanted to believe the alchemy elder, but he had promised himself to be wary of his naivety. However, an important detail stood out among that apparent boasting. "Master, what do you mean by your prime?" Liam asked, accepting that the cane would slam on his head again. And the cane arrived, but the answer took a while to resound. The elder had to turn, walk toward the balcony's edge, and wrap his arms around his back before he felt like talking. "Did the apothecary elder show you what the alchemical flame is?" the alchemy elder asked. "Yes," Liam confirmed. "Yes, master," the alchemy elder corrected. "The alchemical flame is the foundation of alchemy. It feeds on qi and demands different quantities of it depending on the concoction's rank." That made sense, but Liam didn't think much of it. Yet, a stern, almost sad atmosphere descended on the balcony, claiming the entirety of his attention. "I once failed a high-ranking, dangerous concoction," the alchemy elder explained. "The backlash burned my cultivation, leaving me with a handful of branches that will never grow leaves again." Liam suddenly felt as if he had been arrogant. He had much working in his favor, but proof of the backlash's danger stood right in front of him now. "Even with all my mastery," the alchemy elder sighed, "I couldn't fix myself. I left the inner circles in shame, but the old Madash, the sect leader, welcomed me here and gave me a place to continue practicing alchemy." The elder turned at that point, his look at Liam not much of a glare anymore. "I owe the sect leader," the alchemy elder declared, "which is why I agreed to teach you personally." Liam would have never expected that loud, even arrogant character to have such a sad story. Yet, it served as a cautionary tale while also instilling new doubts. "Why couldn't you fix yourself?" Liam questioned, adding something upon recalling the previous scolding. "Master, every alchemical product has impurities," the elder explained. "In my fear of losing my cultivation forever, I consumed too many pills and elixirs, clogging myself with impurities my body can no longer expel." Liam truly didn't know what to say, but the alchemy elder handled that part for him. His angry mood even returned now that the sob story was over. "Which is why," the elder announced, pointing his cane at a corner behind Liam, "I shall accept nothing but utmost perfection from you. You won't touch a cauldron until you master the alchemical flame." Liam followed the cane to the corner, finding a pile of neatly arranged logs there. "The slightest variable can affect the entire alchemical concoction," the elder declared. "I chose those logs myself, so get one and bring it here." Liam did as told, seizing the log on top of the pile before returning to the balcony's center. The elder also went there, and merely touching the piece of wood with his cane set it on fire. Obviously, qi was involved, but Liam didn't have the time to study the process since more orders thundered in his ears. "Pour your qi into the fire," the elder ordered, and Liam sat down, crossing his legs and pushing past his exhaustion to feed his qi to the flame. Black streaks immediately invaded the red, flickering flame, wanting to take over it completely, only for the elder to stomp on it before that could happen, suppressing the fire and crushing the log. Liam lifted his gaze in confusion, only for the cane to hit his head. The elder pointed it at his face next, his glare more intense than ever. "You will learn to control your qi until not a single trace of poison leaks out," the elder declared, his tones sounding like a threat. "You will breathe, handle, and even dream of logs until you get it right." Before Liam could wonder how anyone could breathe logs, the cane hit his head again, followed by another angry order. Again! Nothing could have prepared Liam for how far his master-not-master would have pushed his directives. He knew the alchemy elder had meant every word, but what came next bordered on realms beyond mere obsession. Liam did nothing but practice with logs during the private lesson. The same also went for the following ones, and things didn't end there. The privacy of Liam's cave vanished once those lessons began, since he started receiving logs and piles of books alongside the daily food deliveries. In mere days, Liam's small cave became cramped with wood and pages upon pages containing all kinds of information that went from the basic kingdom's layout to endless lists of alchemical materials. As if that weren't bad enough, the alchemy elder always interrogated Liam during the private lessons, alternating questions with the cane. So, after 2 weeks of that extreme training, Liam did the unthinkable. Once the flame in front of him turned dark red, he stood up and crushed the burning log with his foot. His splitting headache told him that it was time to take a break. "I've had enough of damned logs," Liam cursed in his mind, kicking the burnt wood shards away while navigating through the maze that the piles of books had created. Of course, those books earned themselves Liam's bloodshot glares, too. He had lost count of how many of those he had read, and his patience had long since reached the breaking point. "It's always more studying," Liam cursed again. "More logs, more stupidly complex words, and even more damned logs." Truth be told, that practice was helping Liam greatly, no matter how much his annoyed mood refused to acknowledge it. Logs aside, knowledge had always been Liam's greatest weakness, and that extensive reading was fixing it. The information about alchemical materials felt useless since he still wasn't allowed to touch a cauldron, but everything else gradually removed his cluelessness over many topics. Liam simply struggled to adjust to that drastic change. He was a monkey boy to the core, but he seemed to have transformed into a scholar in those 2 weeks. Still, obviously, Liam couldn't do just that. 2 other aspects had improved, too. The circulation technique was now always active and barely needed his input or odd breathing pace anymore. As for the second aspect, Liam couldn't help but stop at the proof of his progress. He was standing in front of his cave's wall, where 2 hand-shaped holes had carved through its rock. "I'm getting better at it," Liam smirked, nodding to himself, placing his hands into those holes, which fit them perfectly. The sex caves were the result of inscriptions, making them quite resilient. So Liam didn't know how that damage translated in the real world. Yet, that cultivator-like achievement improved his mood nonetheless. Afterward, Liam exited his cave, closing his eyes to breathe in the fresher and colder air. Morning had yet to arrive, but that worked in his favor since he planned to kill time. He wasn't physically tired, but his mind needed to relax. The hour was too early for the sect to have any activity, and Liam didn't exactly have hobbies there. So he went for the communal baths, hoping that the cozy waterfalls would remove his concentration-induced headache. The communal baths fulfilled Liam's wish, taking away his stress, annoyance, and headache, as well as more time than he had ever spent cleaning himself up. So much time, in fact, that the sun had risen by the time Liam left the hut wearing a clean robe. The sect had awakened, and with that came unwanted attention. A few dozen outer disciples reached the first plateau to head to the other side of the outer hall, probably wanting to attend lessons. Liam was in the way, so a series of greetings unfolded, threatening to rekindle his just-defeated headache. Of course, the dreaded pleasantries also arrived. "Junior brother, how are your injuries? Junior brother, are you free today? Brother Liam, was the magical beast truly 4 meters tall? Brother Liam, could you spare me some time later? I wish to hear it all about your valiant battle." The questions seemed to have no end, which was understandable. Liam had isolated himself after defeating the magical beast, only coming out at night to attend his private lessons. So the outer disciples didn't want to miss that unexpected opportunity. Yet, as the question piled up and a small group gathered around Liam, his brain defaulted to the word that had afflicted him in those weeks. "Logs," Liam inadvertently uttered. The random response enforced an awkward silence. The young women in the group tried to smile anyway to avoid insulting Liam, only to worsen the atmosphere. Luckily, Liam had 2 unlikely saviors that day. "Stop bothering junior brother." Kyle's voice resounded over the plateau. "Disperse." Eric's voice soon joined it. The group showed disappointed faces but complied, allowing Liam to see the approaching members of the disciplinary committee. Despite the initial rocky meeting, their authority in the sect had worked in Liam's favor now. "Thank you, senior brothers," Liam genuinely greeted when the 2 young men stopped before him. "Junior brother, it's rare to see you outside. Kyle announced, smiling from ear to ear. Junior brother, I'm glad that you seem better, Eric added, bowing, showing far more politeness than his companion. Liam straightened himself and threw a glance at Eric, but didn't say anything. Things were still strange between the two after the mission, and Liam couldn't really find the desire to patch things up. Junior brother, are you here to check on our senior brother? Kyle asked, disregarding what Liam and his companion were going through. Which senior brother? Liam wondered. Inner disciple Randall is here today, Kyle explained. He said that he missed his fellow outer disciples. In the past, the explanation would have confused Liam, but his extensive reading allowed him to connect some dots now. Senior brother Randall, who won last year's tournament? Liam questioned. Outer disciples could become inner disciples by winning the sect's annual tournament. According to what Liam had read, that practice was quite common among sects. Exactly, Kyle confirmed. Do you want to come with us? The previous and current geniuses should meet. Liam didn't know if dealing with even more people was the smart thing to do. He didn't have a good track record either, but more logs were his alternative, and he would do literally anything to avoid that. Is it a lesson? Liam questioned. I don't have contribution points. It's just a social gathering, Kyle chuckled. Come on. We don't know how long senior brother will stay. Liam nodded, and Kyle led the way, accompanied by the silent Eric. The trio crossed the outer hall to get on the other side of the sect, where the other halls expanded. Those areas were livelier than last time. Smoke blew from the open cave higher in the mountain. A small crowd had gathered over one of the plateaus with the wooden dummies, and a few figures roamed the gardens. And as the trio kept advancing through the rising path, Liam recognized a familiar face working on one of the gardens, as well as her plants releasing a red halo. Lucy, Liam thought, smiling, waving his hand at that distant figure in the hope of being noticed. Luckily, Lucy did notice Liam and smiled, too, only for her to remember something and pout, promptly diverting her face. Is she still angry? Liam wondered, only for something else to claim his attention. As the climb continued, the crowded, small plateau grew closer, and the scene unfolding on it became clearer. 20 or so outer disciples had gathered around a tall young man with long brown hair who was performing battle stances. It has already begun, Kyle exclaimed at that sight. Let's hurry. Kyle began to run, and Eric and Liam followed suit, eventually reaching the plateau and becoming able to hear what that gathering was about. You must relax your shoulders and split your weight evenly, the brown-haired man announced. Too much on one leg and your strike will be slow. Too much on the other, and your next move will become obvious. Senior brother Randall is so wise. A gracious voice resounded from the crowd, and the red ribbon that split from it to approach the brown-haired man revealed her identity. You must be junior sister Alicia, Randall exclaimed, straightening himself to smile at the ribbon-wearing girl. Do you know me? Alicia faked a gasp, performing a polite bow. I'm honored, senior brother. I know all the beautiful flowers in the Pale Moon sect, Randall chuckled, a bright smile broadening on his handsome face. Senior brother, you'll make me blush, Alicia said, acting coy despite also smiling in response. He isn't a rooting expert, Liam sensed, completely ignoring the exchange of words that he had long since classified as useless pleasantries. So, inner disciples can still be foundation experts. Does that apply to core disciples, too? The crowd didn't ignore Liam during his pondering. Actually, many shared Kyle's desire and moved away when they noticed him, clearing a path to highlight him. Ah! Randall exclaimed, not missing that behavior, looking directly at Liam. You must be the famous genius with 9 spiritual roots. Liam obviously didn't understand that the crowd's behavior had been because of him, but being addressed directly forced him to comply with the cultivation world's customs. I'm Liam, Liam greeted, bowing. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior brother Randall. Wait, Liam suddenly realized. Am I famous among the inner disciples, too? I admit I've been eager to meet you, junior brother, Randall revealed, not giving Liam much time to think. My 7 spiritual roots must look trivial compared to your talent. Senior brother's talent was acknowledged by the whole sect. Alicia stepped in. He is noble in spirit and manners, especially toward women. Everyone but Liam understood what Alicia was trying to do, and Randall didn't hesitate to exploit that opportunity. It seems that junior brother has angered one of the sect's beautiful flowers, Randall chuckled. Liam blinked before leaning sideways. He only saw the wooden dummies, so he straightened himself and pointed at the distant gardens down to his right. The sect's gardens are that way, Liam stated. But I don't think I've angered any flower. The small plateau instantly fell silent. Many among the crowd shook their heads or hid their faces behind their hands. The others looked at Randall, waiting for his reply. You are funny, junior brother? Randall faked a laugh. But that's no way to treat a maiden's fragile heart. Oh, Liam gasped. Senior sister Lucy told me not to toy with that, but I don't understand what I did, and to whom. Randall had begun to understand that Liam's cluelessness wasn't a facade, and a confident smile broadened on his face when he realized he could spin it to his favor. Junior brother, I'm willing to explain it to you, Randall declared. It's my duty as your senior brother after all. Really? Liam asked, finally finding that conversation interesting. Yes, Randall confirmed. But in exchange, you must spar with me. Once again, everyone but Liam understood what was going on. 7 spiritual roots weren't perfection, but they still stood in the realm of geniuses. However, sects had limited resources. It was why they forced their disciples to compete with each other. A talent far greater than Randall had appeared, so publicly demonstrating his superiority could ensure that the sect wouldn't cast him aside to focus on Liam. Now, despite not realizing that ploy, Liam felt that something was odd. The conversation had moved too quickly in that direction. The same went for the crowd's behavior, which reminded him of how Eric and Lucy had acted during the mission. The problem was what to do next. Avoiding joining anything too complicated sounded like the wise choice. But sadly, Liam understood some potential consequences of his eventual refusal now. Hierarchy was everything, so Randall might feel insulted at the refusal. It was stupid, but Liam had seen people with a higher status than him using that excuse to escalate a situation. Truth be told, Liam didn't even know if it was socially acceptable to refuse since he was an outer disciple. Lucy would have known, but she was still angry at him for some unknown reason. I do want him to explain, Liam considered. And the alternative is, as soon as Liam's mind went to the logs and books waiting for him, he made his decision. Sure, let's spar, Liam exclaimed. Arrogant, Alicia muttered under her breath before speaking more loudly. Senior brother already proved himself superior to the outer disciples. Junior brother should thank him for the opportunity to spar with him. Now, Randall laughed. I'm sure junior brother is just too excited. No one heard Alicia's first word. No one but Randall, who was right next to her, and Liam, who possessed inhuman hearing. That confused Liam, and his blinding honesty came out. Senior sister, are you angry at me too? Liam wondered. Alicia didn't know whether to feel angry or exasperated. There had to be a limit to how many social cues a person could fail to notice, but Liam had long since gone beyond that. The crowd shared that exasperation, but Randall was in charge there, and he wouldn't let anything take the spotlight away from him. I wonder if my junior brothers and sisters can give us some space, Randall politely requested. A friendly spar is usually harmless, but it would pain me to hurt any of you by mistake. Smiles and murmured praises resounded through the crowd as everyone retreated to the plateau's edges. The difference in reaction was night and day from when Liam spoke, but something immediately distracted him from that, plastering some wariness on his face. Randall was still straight and smiling, but his chi had begun to move, alerting Liam's animal instincts. This guy stinks like the uncles. Liam instinctively made that connection, not really having a rational explanation for it, but still wearing a battle stance. You are a sharp one, Randall exclaimed. Well, shall we begin? Liam nodded before shooting forward, his chi-enhanced sprint quickly closing the short distance that separated him from Randall. However, when his palm struck, it met nothing but empty air. A frown formed on Liam's face. There was no one in front of him anymore. Randall had disappeared without making any sound, only for his voice to echo right behind him. "This must be your first friendly spar," Randall said. "I apologize for not explaining the rules first." Liam instinctively jumped forward and half-turned, his eyes landing on Randall's new position. The latter truly was behind him, as if he had teleported. Ghost step, Liam wondered, making the only connection his knowledge allowed him to make, and the crowd's murmurs soon confirmed it. "That's senior brother Randall's famous ghost step. I heard that's how he won the tournament. I've seen him win with that martial arts. It's true. Junior brother might not know it," Randall stated, ignoring the crowd. "But friendly spars alternate between attack and defense. I read about that," Liam admitted. "I just don't understand how a spar can be friendly." Despite the books in Liam's cave describing that practice, he had only seen one type of battle, and there was nothing friendly about it. He knew how holding back worked, but that was a privilege of the strong. "I see," Randall chuckled. "Allow me to educate you then. You just attacked, so now it's my turn." Randall immediately shot forward, and Liam lifted his left palm, his right arm retreating and ready to strike. However, before any clash could happen, Randall disappeared again, followed by a heavy blow on Liam's back. The blow pushed Liam forward, prompting him to leap and half-turn again to put some distance from the danger. He landed only to see that Randall had indeed reappeared behind him without making a sound. The ghost step is cool, Liam thought. In a way, that martial art completely countered him. For a man who relied so heavily on his senses, the ability to move so quickly and silently went against his every fighting habit. "Junior brother is sturdy," Randall praised. "My talent truly pales in comparison." Something stank in those words, too, slowly affecting Liam's mood. He only wanted answers and a way of killing time, but his face grew colder nonetheless. "Senior brother, is my turn to attack now?" Liam questioned. "Junior brother is learning," Randall nodded, wrapping his arms behind his back, trying to appear as defenseless as possible, and the crowd quickly picked up on that. "Senior brother is just toying with him. Talent alone isn't everything. Killing a magical beast isn't the same as fighting a cultivator." Liam turned a deaf ear to those comments and charged forward, delivering another palm strike that hit mere air. Still, his senses remained as sharp as ever now, his body ready to move at the faintest sound. "Ji!" Randall's voice began to resound behind Liam once more, but the latter instantly reacted to it. Liam's retracted arm snapped behind him, performing a grabbing motion, soon finding the sex robe's familiar fabric trapped in his grasp. Meanwhile, his body turned, spinning on his back leg to hit whatever his fingers had captured. And Randall soon appeared in Liam's vision, as well as the clawed fingers headed for his face. Yet, Liam suddenly saw him smile before his piercing blow hit his cheek. A thudding noise resounded on the silent plateau. Liam's clawed hand hit Randall's face, only for it not to budge. Even his skin remained perfectly in place, having gained a metallic luster out of nowhere. As for Liam, he felt as if he had hit solid metal or a material even tougher than what the divine cult had used in his conditioning. Also, his surprise made him fail to notice that Randall's arms had risen by then. 2 joint palm strikes hit Liam's chest, pushing him away. He grunted, feeling that hit in his rib cage. That was a serious blow, but he couldn't really blame Randall for that, and he quickly explained why. "Junior brother, what was that?" Randall asked, wiping his strangely intact cheek. "Were you trying to kill me there? Is that jade skin?" Liam questioned. That metallic luster was confusing, but his fingers didn't lie. "It is jade skin." A stern voice resounded over the plateau before the disciplinary elders' even sterner figure appeared beside the 2 fighters. "It's the reward disciple Randall claimed after becoming an inner disciple." Bows and greetings unfolded at the disciplinary elders' sudden arrival. Even Liam complied, pushing away his wariness of his opponent to politely welcome the elder. "I'm happy to see that disciple Randall finally mastered the martial art," disciplinary elder praised. However, it's disappointing to see you bully your junior brother. I apologize, disciplinary elder, Randall announced. I was curious about the power behind the legendary 9 spiritual roots, so I requested a spar with junior brother. You have a complete foundation and over a year of training, the disciplinary elder declared. What were you trying to prove against an opponent who has been in the sect for less than a month? Didn't the alchemy elder tell him that my foundation is also complete? Liam wondered before his brain connected more dots. Liam finally realized why Randall had pushed things toward a spar and why he had fought in such a nonchalant way. Liam had sensed that something was off, and everything was clear now. Randall wanted to use Liam's fame against him since defeating him would improve his status. I apologize, disciplinary elder, Randall repeated. We were just done anyway. We weren't, Liam claimed. Disciple Randall still has to explain. Randall and the disciplinary elder couldn't help but throw helpless glances at Liam. There had never been any real wager, and the elder's arrival was Liam's chance to cut his losses. Still, Liam's face was completely cold now. He didn't like being tricked, and the hiss in his ears vouched for that. But, Liam continued, sect regulations say that killing a fellow disciple is forbidden. I don't know if I can avoid that. Understanding the ploy's nature switched the gears in Liam's brain, while also teaching him another vital lesson. Liam had decided to be wary of how people treated him since most, if not all, of that behavior was toward his talent. It wouldn't be genuine in the slightest and would always have personal interests at its core. However, Liam had only witnessed the good half of that issue. He had only seen people supporting him and making deals to ensure his safety. Instead, Liam had now gotten a taste of the bad half. People could earn the elders' and sect's favor by facilitating Liam's cultivation journey, but the same could be achieved by proving themselves superior to him. And, in a way, Liam realized the benefits of letting that happen and lying low. It might keep him away from the power struggles he found hard to understand and would prevent his list of enemies from increasing, or at least limit that trend. Nevertheless, Lucy's words rang true, and Liam also had animals to compare them to. Wolves often didn't go after bears because the latter weren't worth the risk. Similarly, being classified as weak prey would forever turn Liam into the target of hunts or bullying. Even if acting strong would increase Liam's list of enemies and attract more envy toward his talent, few would dare to act on it if the danger was too great. That was how he could use the sect instead of being used by it. It was the same ploy Liam had established on Crossstones Mountain. Yet, instead of pretending that the place was haunted to defend it, he now had to project strength with his own hands to protect himself. As for the last statement, it was simply the truth. Liam didn't know any other way of fighting than to go for the kill when it came to such a strong opponent. The disciplinary elder went through a completely different train of thought. Initially, the elder believed that Liam had spoken out of innocent cluelessness. After all, that trait had become beyond evident ever since their first encounter. Nevertheless, there was no innocence in that cold face. The disciplinary elder recognized those eyes and struggled to believe that someone like Liam could possess them. That was the gaze of a murderer, of someone who had long since lost sight of the sanctity of life. Junior brother, that's too arrogant even for you? Randall scoffed, mocking vibes tainting his smile. With my ghost step and jade skin, you have no chance of beating me, let alone putting my life at risk. Randall's words made perfect sense, but the disciplinary elder kept looking at the cold black eyes fixed on him. Liam had meant every word, and the elder knew that he wasn't a liar. Liam probably couldn't lie even if he wanted to. He also wasn't clueless about battles. His surprising fighting skills actually were what had earned him the chance to join the sect. Now, the elder had intervened to de-escalate the situation. He had done that to help Liam and prevent some of the sect's best talents from getting hurt. However, the sect often turned a blind eye to those matters. It actually wanted that competition to happen so that only the strong could rise. That wasn't the case between the currently involved disciples, but the elder could think of a reason to let that fight continue. The disciplinary elder was curious to see what Liam, a miraculous genius with 9 spiritual roots, was actually capable of. I will intervene if anyone risks getting hurt, the disciplinary elder promised. I'll take responsibility if anything were to happen. Thank you, disciplinary elder, Liam exclaimed, performing a polite bow before donning his battle stance and pointing it at Randall. Randall was the most surprised of them all at that development, but the elder stepped back before he could say anything. Yet, the crowd was still there, and the elder's presence made everything more official, so a victory would earn him even greater rewards. Since Junior Brother is so eager, Randall sighed, feigning unwillingness. However, I will not hold back anymore, so I hope Junior Brother won't resent me if he ends up getting hurt. Liam barely heard those fake words. Hiss aside, that had now officially become a hunt in his mind, with Randall being a prey with specific characteristics he had to watch out for. Still, understanding those characteristics also told Liam their weaknesses, which he now had every tool to exploit. It's your turn to attack, Liam declared. Is Junior Brother planning to tire me out? Randall wondered, his mocking tone more evident. Using 2 martial arts might be tiresome, especially Jade Skin, but my foundation is indeed complete. I won't run out of chi so easily. Liam didn't reply, standing still in his battle stance, his seriousness looking like complete disregard for Randall's superiority. That irked Randall, prompting him to want to deliver an even heavier blow to Liam's reputation. Since that's Junior Brother's plan, Randall announced, I'll let you attack again. Liam didn't need to hear those words twice. He immediately shot forward, instantly reaching Randall. As predicted, Randall's figure disappeared. Liam's stretched palm pierced mere air, but that hand had never been part of his attack now. Liam suddenly planted his feet to the ground, spinning his waist to thrust his retracted right arm down, a tide of chi accompanying his actions. The tide of chi rushed to Liam's right palm and exploded when it touched the ground, generating a roar that cut through the tense silence. His hand pierced that solid surface, digging through it and shattering it, sending violent tremors everywhere. Cracks expanded through the rocky ground until proper tiles rose, destabilizing Randall's foothold, forcing him to interrupt his ghost step and bend his knees to restore his balance. Yet, while the ground under Randall's feet trembled and rose, something filled his view. 2 stretched fingers had appeared before his right eye, seemingly only a fraction of a second away from piercing it. Randall's Jade Skin was already active, ready for any counterattack Liam might have tried to concoct. However, his eyelids were open, and those threatening fingers promised to pierce him before he could close them. Nevertheless, the heavens seemed to favor Randall that day. Somehow, he successfully closed his eyes in time and braced for impact, but nothing arrived. Nothing landed on him, so he hesitantly parted his eyelids, needing to see what was happening. And it turned out that the heavens had nothing to do with that outcome. Instead, Randall still saw the fingers pointed at his right eye, as well as the firm hand on Liam's wrist, preventing them from piercing it. More details soon entered Randall's vision. He followed those fingers to their source, finding Liam still looking at him coldly and emotionlessly, as if his attempted murder carried no weight in his mind. Instead, following the hand on Liam's wrist led to the disciplinary elder. He had intervened in time to save Randall's eye and whatever might have come next. Lastly, Randall looked behind Liam. The rocky tiles that had risen from the ground created a cone that had a hand-shaped hole at its center, and a deep one at that. Of course, Randall recognized the seismic palm but had never thought anyone could use it like that. That martial art was a killing move, something that could do far more than destabilize someone's foothold, especially when fueled by so much power. And there, Randall realized another point, the scariest of them all. If that attack had hit him instead, his skin might have been fine, but anything beneath it would have been squashed into a pulp. It turned out Liam didn't only have the ability to kill Randall. He also possessed a sharp battle sense that made his hair stand on end. Despite being relatively new to the cultivation world, Liam could already think around martial arts, exploiting unclear weaknesses and relying on unorthodox uses. Then the finishing blow arrived. Murmurs spread from the audience, perfectly summarizing the situation. Did Senior Brother lose? How is this possible? Are the 9 spiritual roots truly this powerful? The situation Randall had tried to create had turned against him, and there was no saving it. Also, Randall didn't have the will to attempt that anymore. Unlike the unaware crowd, Randall knew that mere talent couldn't have led to that result. Liam's battle sense had simply been immensely superior, featuring an intent to kill so pristine and natural that it terrified Randall to his very core. So, as soon as the disciplinary elder let go of Liam's wrist, Randall stepped back, almost stumbling on the uneven, cracked ground to put as much distance as possible from that fearsome opponent. Yet, as Randall tried to turn to escape the public eye, a voice that sent a chill down his spine reached his ears. "Wait!" Liam called, abandoning his battle stance. "Senior brother, you still have to explain." "What?" Randall gasped, his legs unable to move, his brain failing to process those words as he peeked behind his shoulder. "The flowers," Liam reminded, "and the maiden's heart." Randall couldn't believe his ears, but Liam's face was still cold, rekindling his fear and urging him to throw the quickest reply he could think of so that he could resume his departure. "Women," Randall exclaimed. "I meant women. Your senior sister told you not to toy with her." "Oh," Liam gasped in his mind, finally making that connection. "But when did I toy with Lucy?" Liam's pensive state gave Randall the chance to leave. He hurried toward one of the paths, even unleashing the ghost step until his departing figure wasn't visible anymore. As for Liam, that wasn't the only connection he made. If the flowers truly were women, there was another culprit in that whole situation. Liam's cold gaze snapped at the audience, searching for Alicia's red ribbon, only for the disciplinary elder to hinder it. "Disperse," the disciplinary elder ordered, and the crowd didn't hesitate to comply. The ribbon-wearing girl was even among the quickest to depart, but Liam could only focus on the stern face in front of him. The disciplinary elder remained silent, but his mind churned thoughts non-stop. Speaking about killing was easy, but Liam had demonstrated the will to act on it, even lacking any hesitation. As for how Liam could possess something so dark, the elder didn't know, but there were clues. Those fighting techniques came from a cruel world. They weren't the stuff of warriors. They were the weapons of assassins. However, instead of probing for secrets, the elder ended up issuing a warning. Disciple Randall is popular in the sect. He is also favored among inner disciples. It was unwise to humiliate him in such public fashion. For once, Liam had considered those repercussions beforehand. He knew he had damaged, or even ruined, Randall's reputation. He was aware that his list of enemies might have increased. Yet that went both ways. Liam's reputation must have also increased after that victory. His actions that day might deter future ploys that had him at their center. Moreover, since the inner disciples had already learned about Liam, it was safe to assume that they would hear about his victory, too, deterring anyone with a higher status from trying to play tricks with him. As for the status part, Liam also had an idea in mind. After all, if others could use him to pursue personal goals, he definitely could do the same. "Disciplinary elder, will I get a reward?" Liam asked, his face losing its cold traits to make room for his genuine honesty. The disciplinary elder arched an eyebrow in surprise while his face remained stern. He had no idea what Liam was talking about, but remained silent to hear him out. "You gave me a reward when I beat senior brother Kyle without using chi," Liam reminded, "and another when I killed the magical beast. Now, I beat an inner disciple with 1 martial arts against 2. That wasn't the right way to claim rewards at all." Even if Liam was indeed worthy of those, his words had sounded like a demand, as if he were owed such things. The sect didn't work like that. Disciples couldn't just demand rewards on their own terms. The mere idea was worthy of a punishment that would remind them of their place. However, Liam was indeed a special case, who had become even more special after that victory. The disciplinary elder had also questioned Eric, so he knew that Liam hadn't taken well the reward-based protection the sect had enforced around him. Punishing Liam, or even refusing to acknowledge his successes, might deepen his distrust in the Pale Moon sect, making it lose the greatest talent to have ever crossed its doors. and risking that over the mere lack of customary social skills from a boy who hadn't even spent a full month inside the sect felt foolish. "And what would you ask for?" the disciplinary elder questioned. "You already are under the personal tutoring of the sect's highest master, and I believe you are still mastering your martial art. Obtaining another will hinder your training." Liam couldn't deny those points. He had already received a lot, and his routine didn't really have room for anything else now. Still, there was something that could help him in other ways that played directly into the sect's hierarchy. "I want to become an inner disciple," Liam declared. "Is that how you spend your time?" the alchemy elder scolded. "Fighting when you should be practicing?" Liam didn't think much of that. The elder always scolded him angrily as soon as he entered the balcony, even if he had no reason to do so. That night he simply had won. "At least you won," the alchemy elder muttered, pointing his cane at the pile of logs in the corner before turning toward the balcony's edge. Liam blinked. That almost sounded like a compliment, which couldn't have a more unlikely source. Also, it showed how quickly information ran in the sect, summoning a doubt, too, actually. "Master, shouldn't I have one?" Liam questioned. The alchemy elder peeked past his shoulder, inspecting Liam through one of his less intense glares. "You should always win," the alchemy elder scoffed. "Power always attracts conflict. It's unavoidable, so it's always better to show everyone that you aren't to be messed with, and in a dramatic fashion at that." The alchemy elder started pacing at that point, dwelling in his memories. "When I was in the inner circles, I lost count of how many so-called masters tried to poison me or tamper with my batches." "Master, is that how you hurt yourself?" Liam wondered. "Of course not," the elder cried. "How could I, Horace Rorit, fail to gauge an ingredient's quality? That was my fault and my fault alone. I couldn't control such a powerful alchemical flame, and it blew back at me." The obsessive training with the logs gained even more sense now, but Liam decided to ask something else. "Master, what did you do with those masters?" "I killed them," the elder proudly claimed, resuming pacing around. "Or I destroyed their cultivation. At times, I even ruined their sect's soil, forcing them to relocate. I did whatever I felt was the right punishment." "And did they stop messing with you?" Liam asked, not sure how much of that boasting he should believe, but still interested in the topic. "Obviously not," the elder exclaimed, his voice more solemn. "In the cultivation world, if someone can't have something, they'd rather destroy it to prevent others from obtaining it." The elder suddenly stopped pacing, turning toward Liam to issue a warning. "That applies to you, too. Do you think the other sects will simply let the Pale Moon sect groom a 9 spiritual roots talent? They'd rather kill you than risk seeing you flourish and create a power imbalance." "Do other sects know about me?" Liam gasped. "How?" "Every sect has leaks," the alchemy elder explained. "But, in your case, the Pale Moon sect has probably shared the information itself." "What?" Liam gasped again, even more confused. "Why?" "To brag," the elder snorted. "Now that the other sects know that a talent like yours has appeared, they might become warier about messing with the Pale Moon sect." That power struggle was so beyond Liam's concept of the world that he failed to picture it in his mind. However, it reminded him of his second doubt. "But, Master," Liam called, his innocence leaking into his face and tone. "Then, why haven't you told the disciplinary elder that my foundation is complete?" "Why indeed?" the alchemy elder muttered under his breath while slamming his cane on the balcony's railings before pointing it at the logs again. Liam's confusion didn't disperse, but it was clear the elder wouldn't solve it. So he went to seize a log and brought it to the balcony's center. Nevertheless, Liam's face perfectly highlighted his mental state, making the elder sigh. "It's clear that you have an advantage over the other kids." Liam had just sat down, but those words made him lift his gaze, watching as the elder approached him. "Most disciples learn to fight in the sect," the alchemy elder explained. "They are taught to abide by rules, hence limited by them. The real world doesn't care for them. You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" Liam nodded, diverting his gaze in thought. It wasn't just about the rules of engagement that Randall had tried to enforce. His mindset was incomparable to Liam's. Randall fought to demonstrate superiority, to win, as if putting up a show. Instead, Liam instinctively went for the kill, only holding back when the situation allowed it. But, Liam thought, if Master understands so much, why hasn't he told anyone? Of course, Liam couldn't be sure of that, but the matter remained confusing. Yet, the cane hit his head twice, distracting him from those thoughts. You forgot to address me as Master a few times. The elder responded to the questioning gaze that rose to him. And you didn't seize your log immediately. The urge to argue rose through Liam, but those 2 weeks had taught him better. He kept his mouth shut, lowering his gaze to the log, taking a deep breath to clear his mind of any hindering thoughts. Liam placed his hands at the log's sides, sending chi from both so that those waves of energy could clash. The process was too soft to break anything, but the gradually accumulating friction force eventually created a spark. Out of nowhere, fire appeared, quickly taking over the log. Liam still needed both hands to perform that basic alchemical technique, but it was progress nonetheless, and he couldn't really say the same for what came next. All chi carried intrinsic features, especially the one coming from cultivators. Liam was an extreme case due to his core's incredible affinity. His chi was so poisonous that it tainted anything it touched. Yet, the alchemical flame demanded utmost control. Different concoctions required different types of fire, and Liam couldn't let his poisonous chi get in the way. Anything he tried to make would turn out toxic otherwise. Naturally, Liam didn't mind that, but his strict master had argued his case quite well. Control was everything in alchemy. Without it, backlashes were bound to happen, and they grew scarier with each concoction rank. So, Liam had to master control, and the first step toward that was to fuel the alchemical fire without affecting its properties at all. Typically, that only required a soft approach, but Liam's extreme features demanded proper suppression. Liam closed his eyes, willing his chi to release the tiniest and faintest sliver of energy. The process replicated what happened in his heart during the circulation technique, applying a narrow mental filter that would refine his chi to the intended shape. More and more chi escaped Liam's hands, but he didn't open his eyes, his entire attention remaining on the mentally taxing procedure. The slightest distraction would lead to failure, and with that came the cane. Yet, as the seconds passed, Liam noticed something odd. The annoying cane wasn't interrupting him, so he timidly opened his eyes, squinting to peek at the scene. And, after 2 weeks of that annoying, obsessive training, the greatest sight Liam could have ever wished for welcomed him. He was still releasing chi, fueling the flickering flame, but its vibrant red color hadn't darkened at all. Steady now, the alchemy elder urged. Don't let any naive excitement get in the way. Liam didn't need to hear that twice. Succeeding was his way of ridding himself of logs forever. So his mind remained sharp, continuing to apply that mental filter to his chi, so that its poisonous traits wouldn't alter the alchemical flame. The effort paid off. The flame kept flickering and growing, but didn't change color, retaining its natural red shades. It was about time, the elder scoffed. You still lit it up with your normal chi, which has affected the log structure. But it's something. The log was more resilient to changes than the flame, so the effects of Liam's poisonous chi weren't immediately evident. Still, the elder had stressed that they existed and were a variable that couldn't be allowed to exist in the alchemical concoctions. However, that seemed to be enough for the elder since he placed the cane on Liam's head instead of hitting him. That was an attempt to distract him, but his concentration remained firm. Tell me what the Blue Blade's ideal age is, the alchemy elder asked. Liam had to split part of his concentration to search for the answer inside his brain. The usual interrogation had begun, the flickering red flame acting as an added difficulty. 3 days after picking, Liam slowly said, his drying eyes glued to the flame, which luckily remained red despite chi still escaping his hands. Why? The alchemy elder questioned. Too much water before, Liam responded, avoiding detailed, complex answers to opt for short ones. Decaying properties after. What if you had to choose between the two? The alchemy elder wondered. After, Liam replied. Water messes with concoctions. After only causes weaker concoctions. The alchemy elder suppressed a nod. Liam's alchemical flame was still red, and his replies showcased his efforts in his studies. Dedication clearly wasn't one of his problems. Of course, those 2 weeks of private lessons had taught the elder what Liam's weaknesses were, and he didn't hesitate to exploit them in that situation. It was easy to remain focused among certainties, but that didn't apply to doubts. Maturity difference between snowy stalks and spring stalks? The elder asked. 4 days and 4.5 days. Liam immediately replied, almost making the elder arch his eyebrows in surprise. Liam usually struggled with those kinds of questions, but he had been quite confident that day. Color difference between tengu flowers and sphinx flowers? The elder probed. The alchemical flame flickered, exposing Liam's mental struggle. He knew both answers but didn't know which was which, and his concentration almost failed him while he tried to settle on a response. Red and yellow? Liam muttered, the flame miraculously remaining red. The elder didn't say anything. Liam had given the correct answer, but his questioning tone was quite telling. He hadn't been sure about that topic, but for reasons that the elder started to wonder about. At the beginning, the elder had blamed the lack of study, but Liam had since demonstrated his dedication. He wasn't a scholar by any stretch of the imagination, but he put in the required effort and more. Later, the elder had begun to blame the nature of his questions. Liam always seemed to struggle with comparisons between similar ingredients, but his first, confident answer made the elder start to believe otherwise. There was a chance that the question's nature wasn't the problem. The issue could lie elsewhere, so the elder reviewed all the wrong answers Liam had given in the past 2 weeks. If studying wasn't a problem and neither were the comparisons, the elder could only come up with one guess. What's a vermilion? The elder questioned. Liam furrowed his brows, the answer absent in his brain. His concentration finally failed him while he explored his options, and the flame quickly turned pitch black. Before Liam could retract his hands, the alchemy elder crushed the burning log with his foot. Liam lifted his gaze, only to find the angriest glare he had ever seen pointed at him. Vermilion is a color, the alchemy elder explained. You read the books that mentioned it. You wouldn't have known the other answers otherwise. Liam lowered his head to prevent the elder from reading anything on his expressive face, but it was too late. Unless, the elder muttered. You couldn't read the word. Liam kept his head lowered. He was improving quickly, but the elder had been correct. The books Liam had read often featured words that were too complex for him. Why haven't you said anything? The elder scolded, almost shouting now. Liam lifted his head to meet the glare above him, but didn't have a straight answer to that question. Part of Liam's silence had come from sheer lack of time. The private lessons barely lasted 1 hour each, and Liam had to deal with endless logs and a barrage of questions in them. Books had never entered the balcony either, so the topic had failed to come out. Moreover, the elder wasn't exactly easy to approach. He never really gave Liam room to express his difficulties. Besides, Liam believed he was doing fine. Every wrong answer taught him a new word, gradually fixing his issue. Nevertheless, if Liam had to be completely honest, trust was the biggest reason. Everything Liam had seen about the cultivation world told him that he had to be careful, especially when it came to his weaknesses. The alchemy elder had also explicitly said that he was only doing the sect leader a favor. Once again, all that attention had nothing to do with Liam, so he felt no need to open up or give anything in return. And, despite not showing it, the alchemy elder understood some of those points, too, especially those about himself. Liam might have stayed silent about his issues, but the elder knew that he had been the problem there. He had been a poor master. Of course, that admission of guilt came in the form of 3 hits of the cane. Fool! Never even keep these secrets from me again, the elder ordered while Liam held his head in pain. Now, get another log. Liam was about to comply when the elder stormed out, exiting the balcony to disappear into the corridor. The surprising development left Liam at a loss for what to do. He still seized a new log and returned to the balcony's center, but the absence of the elder made his next step unclear. Should I work on the alchemical flame again? Liam wondered. Maybe I should start trying to light it up with the filtered chi. It's training anyway. Before Liam could start working on the log, the elder stormed back inside the balcony, hurrying with such momentum and blatant fury to his side that he almost retreated in fear. Still, when the elder reached Liam, he simply sat down, slamming a book in his lap. I want you to show me every word you can't read, the elder ordered. I, Horace Rorit, shall never suffer the shame of having an illiterate disciple. Master, you said that I wasn't your disciple dash? Liam asked, barely having the time to finish his question before the elder slapped the back of his head. Every single word, the elder shouted, his tone no different than a threat. And once you are done with that, you will resume working on logs until you can summon 100 natural alchemical flames in a row. Liam was so terrified of those stakes that he didn't hesitate to open the book, which contained an endless list of words and their definitions, many having nothing to do with alchemy. Yet, as Liam searched for something that he couldn't read, he also felt a strange warmth expanding in his heart. The slap had hurt more than the cane ever did, but it had also carried something that Liam felt vaguely familiar with. If it hadn't come from the grumpy alchemy elder, Liam would have almost mistook that warmth for affection. In the end, the threat about the logs never came to fruition. Liam and the alchemy elder sat side by side for hours, way past the private lesson's usual time, doing nothing but learning to read complicated words. Needless to say, after that strange experience, Liam felt more lost than ever, at least emotionally, leading to an absent-minded walk back to the outer hall. His mind trapped in thoughts he didn't know how to explain or sort out. The core of that troubled mind was that the alchemy elder's boasts didn't match his actions at all, and Liam had no idea what to make of that. On the one hand, there were the incessant glares, scoldings, shouts, and cane. In a way, the alchemy elder was even worse and stricter than the divine cult's jailer. Yet, the cane never really hurt, not even close to what the jailer did. Also, despite all that grumpiness, the elder always solved Liam's doubts, explaining himself in great detail, even adding countless warnings. Then there was some strange care. Despite the elder's threats, he didn't let Liam overwork himself. Even if Liam could push himself harder, the elder seemed to prioritize his well-being over his education. It had happened during the very first lesson, and the same had unfolded that night. Liam could still explain that through his talent, as the mere worry that his eventual exhaustion could lead to injuries that could make the Pale Moon sect lose such a promising asset. However, the last confusing point seemed to go against that assumption. For some reason, the alchemy elder had kept Liam's drug and complete foundation a secret. If it were just about a regular elder, Liam would have found it easy to put the matter aside. Yet, the very disciplinary elder, a hall leader, had been unaware of Liam's complete foundation. That didn't make any sense at all. The alchemy elder might outrank the disciplinary elder due to how much the Pale Moon sect relied on the alchemical hall. However, the disciplinary elder dealt with any combat-related matters, and a complete foundation fell under that. Does the alchemy elder only answer to the sect leader? Liam wondered. Is there a deeper hierarchy I'm unaware of? That thought didn't convince Liam, but he couldn't explain the matter otherwise. The only other possible hypothesis was that the alchemy elder actually cared about him, which sounded unreasonable. After all, the alchemy elder himself had claimed the opposite. First Lucy, now the alchemy elder, Liam cursed in his mind. Are all cultivators so difficult to understand? Unknowingly, Liam had arrived in front of his cave during that pensive walk. After realizing where he was, he drew the square tablet from his robe, but nothing happened. The circular boulder didn't budge. The entrance remained sealed. What? Liam thought before recalling something that put a colder look on his face. Right? Liam didn't hesitate to turn back, returning to the outer hall before walking past it. He went for the paths on the other side of the mountain, following the directions the disciplinary elder had described that morning, climbing higher and higher until the sect's second central plateau unfolded in his view. The braziers illuminated the scene with their gray light, turning that dim night into a magical canvas. Liam stood before the inner hall, the second of the sect's three main buildings, which was smaller than the outer hall, but somehow felt grander. That feeling stretched throughout the second central plateau. Superficially, there was nothing special about it. The inner hall was tall and spacious, but still made of wood. The plateau was rock and soil, and circular boulders stretched alongside its wall. However, something about that whole scene felt fresher, more magical, as if existing deeper in the cultivation world. And, in a way, that vibe made sense. After all, that was where the inner disciples resided, where Liam would reside from now on. Cave 10, Cave 10, Liam thought, crossing the inner hall to check the numbers under the braziers next to the boulders on the plateau. It's like the heavens are mocking me. Liam didn't take long to find what he was looking for. The plateau ended in two paths, a rising and descending one, and the second featured the new cave the sect had appointed to him. As if to confirm that point, Liam lifted his new square tablet, and the boulder moved, rolling away to reveal a cave 4 times bigger than his previous one. All his belongings were already there, too, as well as something peculiar in a corner. Lucy was right, Liam recalled at the sight of the falling water and small pool in the cave's corner. Inner disciples really have private baths. Thinking about Lucy soured any innocent excitement that obtaining a better home had tried to create. As of that day, Liam was an inner disciple, erecting an undeniable barrier between him and the only friend he had made since becoming a cultivator. It's for the best, right? Liam wondered. This is how I get stronger and protect myself. This new status will also protect her. Following that train of thought also made Liam consider his newly acquired enemies. He now shared Randall's status, so repercussions from his side were unlikely, at least directly. Instead, the situation was completely different when it came to Alicia. Despite realizing it quite late, that girl had tried to mess with Liam for reasons he didn't really understand and didn't feel the need to. Liam only knew that Alicia had tried to trick him, and that wasn't something he could forget. The problem was deciding what to do with her. Should I kill her like Master said he did? Liam considered. I did that with the 2 uncles after all. Killing was empty and depressing, but also easy. Life was frail and unfair, so it was up to Liam to make things right for himself if his strength allowed him to. But the sect forbade killing fellow disciples, and Liam's new status probably solved the issue already. He still felt that it wasn't right to let things slide so easily, but his poor understanding of those social topics only made him think about those 2 extremes. Nevertheless, Liam's animal instincts tingled while he lingered in front of his open cave. His gaze snapped toward the plateau, only to find a young man standing atop the descending path, wearing the same wooden tablet Kyle and Eric wore, but also possessing something beyond those 2. Rooting expert, Liam exclaimed in his mind, turning and assuming his battle stance as that newcomer started to walk toward him. As the newcomer drew closer, Liam spotted more of the features illuminated by the brazier's gray flames. The man looked young, barely a year or 2 older than Liam. He had tidy short brown hair, sharp facial features, and intense but emotionless brown eyes that perfectly matched his severe expression. The man's steps deepened the solemn, tense vibe his expression created. He walked slowly but steadily, his pace radiating confidence and strength that only the firmness of trained muscles and experience could fuel. At once, Liam realized that the man had nothing in common with Kyle or Randall. That was a proper warrior privy to the real face of the world, possessing none of the youthful innocence his facial features still slightly betrayed. Moreover, Liam knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was in danger. He didn't know why, but his raging survival instincts prevented his brain from wasting time in such useless thoughts. The man took another step forward before his figure turned into a blur, unleashing a sudden acceleration that even Liam's senses failed to track properly. However, Liam did track something. That was an incredible but still simple sprint involving no martial arts and no overwhelmingly superior power, so his body reacted to it. Liam abruptly spun, his stretched left palm wanting to follow along the sprinting figure to keep it at a distance, only for his forearm to slam on something almost unmovable. The man was now right in front of Liam. His right hand clung to the stretched limb, his steel grip doing everything in its power to keep that forearm still, only for it to shake and struggle. The man had initially kept his intense brown eyes on Liam's cold gaze, but his struggling grip soon claimed his attention, some surprise invading his emotionless face. Yet, something far more dangerous quickly reclaimed the man's focus. Liam's retracted arm had begun to rush forward, thrusting his open palm while promising to unleash a terrifying amount of chi. Nothing made sense about the situation, but Liam never had the time to consider it. That had felt like an attack, so he went for the kill. Nevertheless, the man promptly released Liam's forearm and stepped back, lifting both hands in surrender. He even wore a satisfied smile, which dispersed whatever dangerous vibe his solemn expression had created. "Wait! Wait!" the man even exclaimed, earning himself Liam's frown, but also the abrupt interruption of his terrifying palm strike. "You are quite jumpy, junior brother," the man commented, releasing a friendly chuckle. "Though I can't blame you when I projected such enmity." The sudden switch in atmosphere and behavior made Liam hesitant, but he remained wary nonetheless. After all, friendliness or not, that man remained a rooting expert, someone a whole cultivation stage above him. "I'm Disciple Joel," the man introduced himself, his hands still raised in surrender. "A fellow inner disciple and member of the disciplinary committee." Liam had guessed as much from the wooden tablet on Joel's shoulder and pale gray robe, but that introduction wasn't enough to make him drop his battle stance or wariness. "Junior brother Liam, I apologize," Joel continued. "Please, forgive me. I only wanted to see if junior brother Randall had told the truth about you." "What did senior brother Randall say about me?" Liam wondered, finally finding something worthy of his voice. "That you cheated in your battle," Joel revealed, "and won by a fluke. Now I know that isn't the case." The purpose of that blatant lie didn't escape Liam's understanding. Randall was trying to salvage his reputation, taking advantage of his higher status. After all, the rumors from outer disciples couldn't have the same value as an inner disciple's direct testimony. However, Randall had probably miscalculated that Liam was an inner disciple too now. According to the disciplinary elder, the official announcement would happen tomorrow morning. So, despite information spreading quickly, many might still not know about Liam's new status. He was covering his tracks, Liam thought, using that comparison to understand that social matter better. Sort of. "But I have to admit," Joel continued, lowering his left arm to show his right hand, "junior brother is truly strong. I knew that 9 spiritual roots were miraculous, but your raw might almost matches mine. Cultivation had positive effects on the body, which deepened at higher levels. Those benefits were incomparable to what chi of greater quality could grant, but they remained something. Of course, the more chi, the higher the benefits, so Joel blamed Liam's 9 spiritual roots for his incredible strength, on top of the innate gifts that had allowed such a talent to form. Naturally, that high evaluation fell short of the truth. After all, Liam had more than 9 spiritual roots, and his body carried the bloodline of a literal ancestral beast, granting him unfathomable specs. "And your senses are also incredibly sharp," Joel continued with the praises. "I plan to sneak up on you, but your training with the alchemy elder must have done wonders for your chi sensitivity." "What?" Liam wondered. He could explain his uncommon physical strength now, and that had also always been the norm for him. Still, the chi sensitivity was a new topic. If Liam had to think back, he had always been quite sensitive to the chi, but that had mostly been an instinctive reaction to the intrinsic danger it posed rather than actual perception. It was his 6th animal sense, something he had developed by living in Crosstones Mountain. Yet, Liam had to admit that his 6th sense had evolved. He had initially linked that to his increasing familiarity with the chi, but there had to be some truth behind Joel's words. "I am working extensively with the chi," Liam considered, "and at levels of precision that the circulation technique and the seismic palm don't require." The main argument in favor of that point was Joel himself. Liam knew that his cultivation was weaker than Joel's, but not terribly so, definitely not in the same way as the elders, reaching the instinctive conclusion that he had to be a rooting expert. "Since when was I able to differentiate that?" Liam wondered, finally dropping his battle stance and relaxing, ending up voicing a doubt. "Senior brother, why were you so curious about the truth?" Liam understood curiosity, but there were far better ways to pursue it than to put up such a dangerous performance. Besides, since the private lesson had lasted so long, the hour was truly late, making him think that Joel had been waiting for him. Joel seemed taken by surprise by that question, and his smile grew less friendly, his face gaining some of the warrior-like intensity from earlier. "I was told junior brother was," Joel exclaimed, choosing his next word carefully. "Challenged. I'm glad this rumor was wrong, too." "Why are you glad?" Liam asked, that new vibe rekindling his wariness. "Because I need strong brothers and sisters for something," Joel revealed, "and junior brother might be the strongest of them all." Liam's wariness remained strong, but some innocent curiosity formed anyway. For Joel to have gone so far to test Liam, his something had to be important. Despite the extensive study, Liam was still a newbie in the cultivation world. He didn't know much beyond the Pale Moon sect. He didn't even consider himself knowledgeable about the sect at all, so he wanted to hear what that matter was about. Yet, Liam had also sworn to keep his naivety in check, so he remained silent, afraid that a poor choice of words might give Joel something he could use against him. Mere silence couldn't hide the brightness Liam's black eyes gained, but Joel didn't address it. Joel didn't want to earn himself even more distrust, so he decided to share information instead. "Is junior brother familiar with the notion of inheritance grounds?" Joel asked, wrapping his arms behind his back to project harmlessness despite his warrior-like expression. Liam had read about those. Inheritance grounds basically were difficult-to-seize treasure troves that could take many shapes. They also often featured challenging trials arranged by powerful experts meant to filter out anyone unworthy of their legacy. "There is this place which doesn't exactly fall under that definition," Joel revealed at Liam's silent nod. "However, its rewards might be just as promising." Liam was also aware of what those rewards might be now, at least when it came to the cultivation world in general. Their three main categories were resources, martial arts, and magical items. Everything basically fell under those. Still, Liam's innocent curiosity dwindled hearing that. It wasn't that he lacked interest in the topic. He simply had everything he needed now and more. If anything, his schedule was already packed as it was, and the sect could deal with whatever he might want in the imminent future. "What does this have to do with me?" Liam bluntly asked. "Stories have it that this place used to be a demonic sect," Joel explained, wanting to rekindle Liam's waning interest. "No one seems to know what caused its destruction. We only know that it existed and that it is now overrun by magical beasts." The mention of a demonic sect made Liam think of the divine cult, awakening cruel memories that added coldness to his silent face, seemingly killing any trace of interest for good. "Magical beasts are wary of whoever invades their lairs," Joel concluded, "but they are more lenient toward weaker threats. Rooting experts would trigger a full-scale reaction in this place, but Foundation experts can explore it in relative safety." That reasoning made perfect sense. A wolf would ignore a squirrel strolling through its hunting ground. If anything, it would welcome it, but that comparison told Liam two things. The first was that the place Joel mentioned featured magical beasts stronger than Foundation experts. As for the second, Joel clearly wanted something from it, but needed someone else to get it for him. Nevertheless, despite understanding everything, Liam couldn't see why he would agree to such a proposal. The way he saw it, Joel only wanted to use him just like the Divine Cult and Ancestral Snake did. Probably like the Pale Moon sect also wanted to do. "Why would I go there?" Liam asked, once again showcasing pristine bluntness. "Straight to business," Joel chuckled. "You can keep anything you find, and you'll earn yourself my friendship. It can't hurt to have a rooting expert as an ally, can it? Just for exploring this place?" Liam wondered, confused since Joel had yet to express what he could gain from that mission. "No," Joel shook his head. "I need something in there. I'll hold my part of the deal even if you don't find it, but I won't reveal what it is until I know that you'll join me." It must be something about his core, Liam guessed, unless there's something else that can warrant such secrecy. competition about something precious. Despite that second guess making sense, Liam ended up gaining a new doubt from it. Are you trying to recruit me before other senior brothers can? Liam questioned. Liam could only think about the creation of a team for one of the sect's missions, but the truth turned out to be completely different. This isn't a mission from the sect, junior brother, Joel explained. The elders are aware of this place but prefer to leave it alone. We'd be doing this on our own and for our personal gain. Oh, Liam exclaimed in his mind. So that's possible, too. Disciples weren't prisoners of the Pale Moon sect. They could come and go relatively freely, both to pursue missions and for personal reasons. The latter was how Liam had met Lucy in the first place. Of course, disciples couldn't just do as they pleased. Outer disciples had to earn their stay, and Liam was sure inner and core disciples also had some obligations, but that realization still expanded his mindset. Apparently, disciples could devise their own missions and form teams independently. Liam simply had no reason to do so, and Joel's offer didn't really change his mind. The potential benefits couldn't interest Liam now. He had enough on his plate as it was. Besides, the place sounded dangerous. A rooting expert's friendship probably had great value, and there was some adventurous spirit to take into consideration, but they weren't worth the risks. Moreover, hunts weren't and should never be about adrenaline rushes. Liam's father had taught him as much. We hunt because we need, Liam recalled his father's words. Not because we enjoy it. That's how hunters get reckless and lose their lives. The memory also reminded Liam how he had strayed away from his father's teachings already, but that wouldn't mean that he would forget them forever, especially when they fit perfectly with the situation. I'm sorry, senior brother, Liam refused. If it's about personal gains, the Pale Moon sect already gave me everything I need. Joel could use that opportunity to feel insulted. After all, Liam's refusal had also included his friendship to some extent. Yet, Joel didn't resort to such tricks, especially since he was growing increasingly convinced that Liam was the perfect man for the job. Does junior brother plan to rely on the sect all the time? Joel asked. I bet the sect will spare no resources to help a promising genius like you, but did you ever consider what it will ask in return? Truth be told, Liam had thought about that, only to come back mostly empty-handed. He understood it was a matter of reputation and obtaining a powerful asset, but didn't know how that translated into his real life. Junior brother, a word of warning, Joel continued. The more you'll rely on the sect, the more you'll depend on it, until it completely controls you. Joel had only wanted to provide a different perspective, hoping that his wise but mysterious words could plant a favorable idea in Liam's brain. They obviously succeeded, but he couldn't have predicted why or how deeply. Liam might be at the beginning of his cultivation journey, but something incredibly distant and basically unthinkable for now had become a subconscious certainty for him already. Liam's path might have led him to the Pale Moon sect, but he wasn't there to stay. At some point in the unknown future, Liam would have to leave to continue pursuing his revenge. So, if Liam built everything he had on top of the sect, that everything would risk crumbling once he inevitably left it. Despite not knowing the full extent of those words' effects, Joel could read the hesitation in Liam's pensive and lost face, which was enough for him. Think about it, junior brother, Joel announced, beginning to climb back to the second plateau. If you change your mind, meet me at night at the sect's entrance 1 week from now. And Liam could only remain silent, watching Joel's departing figure, not knowing what he would and should choose. The internal conflict kept Liam awake for the remainder of the night. He felt somewhat tired, especially mentally, but sleep still failed to arrive. The promotion to inner disciple had yet to settle in, and the whole emotional confusion about the alchemy elder didn't help. Yet, that long day had made sure to add another issue, which Liam didn't know how to tackle. On the one hand, Liam trusted his hunter training. He had to avoid unnecessary risks, especially when they lacked a clear purpose. However, Liam wasn't just a hunter anymore. He was a cultivator now, and his values had to change accordingly. Clinging to his previous life's rules risked limiting him, just like it had done against the magical beast. Before that day, Liam would have exposed his doubts to Lucy, but she had still looked angry at him for some reason, and his status was completely different now. Becoming an inner disciple had probably been the right choice, but it had also made Liam more alone, with no friends or trustworthy figures to confront himself with. The insomnia got so bad that Liam actually resorted to getting up and diving into the sea of books and logs that had accompanied him to his new cave, hoping that more training and study would eventually deliver some earned sleep. The plan succeeded even too well. Liam had half wanted to witness his promotion's announcement, or at least familiarize himself with the new environment while the sun was still up, only for him to lift his head from the book he had fallen asleep onto, check the cave's candles, and realize that sunset had already arrived. Damn it! Liam cursed and snapped up, not even wanting to imagine how loudly and for how long the alchemy elder would complain if he dared to be late to the private lesson. However, the hurried departure from the cave featured two unexpected events. The first was the realization that Liam didn't know the best path to the balcony from that plateau, and the second was that it wasn't empty. Unlike the previous night, the plateau featured 3 people at its center. Liam recognized the disciplinary elder and Joel, who were both watching a young woman perform battle stances. The woman's appearance was quite odd compared to what Liam had seen in the sect. Usually, everyone was always clean and well-groomed in public, with Liam being the only exception since he was still getting used to having multiple sets of clean clothes and proper baths. Instead, the woman was sweaty and evidently so. A large wet patch expanded on her back, and drops accumulated on her exposed neck and forehead. Her robe was also full of creases, as if she had slept in it. The blonde hair tied into a simple bun highlighted that disregard for appearances. But the worst offenders were the woman's resolute green eyes. They seemed to see nothing but her battle stances. Despite all that, the woman remained quite stunning. She was a proper natural beauty that no amount of sweat or unflattering hairstyles could hide, even earning herself an additional look from Liam, albeit not due to something so superficial. She is a foundation expert like me, Liam sensed. Is the elder tutoring her personally? Is this one of the benefits inner disciples receive? Liam's arrival didn't go unnoticed, but he also couldn't linger in the area any longer since those 3 figures weren't the only surprising presences. The alchemy elder was standing at the inner hall's edge, clearly waiting for Liam. So, Liam only performed a bow at the trio before hurrying toward the inner hall. The alchemy elder turned as soon as he reached him, silently leading him inside the mountain, crossing a wooden corridor, and descending the familiar stone staircase to arrive at the usual balcony. We'll start tonight's lesson with the alchemical flame, the alchemy elder announced, reaching the balcony's edge to retrieve his cave. We'll get back to teaching you how to read after. Liam knew what that meant, so he went to the pile of logs in the corner to retrieve one, but a doubt assaulted him in the meantime. Master, Liam called, stopping in his tracks. Did you come to pick me up? Why else would I be outside? The alchemy elder promptly snorted, launching the first scolding of the night. It's not like you thought about asking for directions beforehand. Liam had to admit that he had forgotten that part. The issue had dawned on him only after exiting his new cave and realizing that it probably wasn't ideal to descend back to the outer hall to tread the path he knew about. Still, that additional, or at least apparent, show of care finally sent Liam's brain into overdrive. Liam truly wasn't good with complicated stuff, mostly because he had never had the chance to deal with it in his life. The mountain was far simpler than the human world, preventing him from developing much-needed social skills. Nevertheless, Liam now had 3 deep problems afflicting him. He had his new status and its repercussions, Joel's proposal, and his master's confusing behavior to keep in mind, which was too much for him. Master, Liam called again, finally exploding. Can I trust you or not? The question came from a mix of mental exhaustion and sheer lack of alternatives. Liam didn't know how to navigate that complicated stuff, so he asked bluntly, completely disregarding what politeness, decorum, and pleasantry said. The alchemy elder turned at the question, a glare plastered on his face. He looked as angry as when he had discovered Liam's incomplete reading skills. Still, that feeling was aimed at himself. Despite not doing it on purpose, Liam's question had radiated his blinding innocence, completely highlighting how lost and confused he felt. His face also perfectly showcased that troubled state, and the elder blamed himself once again. It was the master's role to provide guidance, but the elder's unclear stance had caused trouble for Liam. That wasn't exactly the end of the world, but the elder couldn't accept such shallowness on his side. "I may have taken you as my D-dash," the elder began to say before rephrasing. "I may have accepted to be your master due to my debt to the sect leader, but Horace Roret isn't so low as to neglect his duties and responsibilities." "What?" Liam muttered, not getting the elder's point. "I'm saying," the elder uttered, suppressing his angry tone, "I, Horace Roret, take everything I do seriously and will honor it to the best of my abilities. Does this mean that I can trust you?" Liam asked, still confused and hesitant. Those could easily be lies, but he didn't have much to lose when the elder already knew two of his main secrets. "Yes, you dull, illiterate of a disciple," the elder shouted, his anger exploding as he slammed his cane on the balcony's railings. "Speak. Tell me what troubles you." That was more of a strict order than an affectionate request, but Liam gave in nonetheless, desperately needing to bring some order to his mind. "I have been invited to a non-sect mission," Liam summarized. "The place sounds dangerous but promises rewards. I just don't know if it's worth the risk since I have everything I need now." To the elder's reassurance, the issue had nothing to do with his teaching methods. It was a problem about the cultivation world in general. Liam simply needed guidance on how to be a cultivator. "A dangerous place, you say?" The elder sighed, turning to face the spectacular scenery past the balcony again. "As an elder, I suggest you avoid unnecessary risks. You are a miraculous talent. You'll have no shortage of challenges in your life, and the sect will prepare you for them freely and safely." That was Liam's exact conclusion. He wouldn't have even questioned it if it hadn't been for Joel's final words. "However," the elder suddenly shouted, "as your master, it's my duty to consider your well-being and only that, disregarding any additional affiliation I might have." Is this master stuff deeper than I thought? Liam wondered. He had yet to meet the topic in his reading, so he didn't know what to think. "What would master suggest?" Liam asked. The alchemy elder peeked past his shoulder to look at Liam, his glare chilling but not aimed at him. "Take everything you can," the elder responded. "Give nothing back." The statement was beyond cold and chilling. If it had featured different words, Liam wouldn't have hesitated to take it as a threat to his life, and the jury was still out on that subject. However, chilling didn't mean emotionless. In the elder's case, it was actually the opposite. Something profound and unfathomably resolute stood at the statement's foundation. It was the uncompromising and inspirational ambition of an expert who had figured life out. And, for the first time in Liam's life, something scorching started to boil inside him, as if part of his very being had taken fire. It wasn't that Liam lacked strong emotions, but they had always been quite dark and depressing. His goal probably stretched as far as the cultivation world went, but he pursued it with no enjoyment. Actually, Liam was certain that fulfilling it would bring him no satisfaction. Liam's ambition was sad and no different than a foreign compulsion that got in the way of whatever innocent and positive emotion his discoveries and achievements tried to create. Yet, the alchemy elder embodied the very opposite outlook on life. Everything about him looked cold, but the greatest and hottest fire in the world fueled it. "The world is cruel," the alchemy elder announced, slowly turning toward Liam. "But the cruelest person can force it to abide by fair rules." The alchemy elder stepped forward, his figure growing even more threatening despite his lowered cane. "Cultivators are ruthless," the elder declared, "but the most ruthless of them all can enforce peaceful order." Liam was frozen, but not due to that dangerous vibe. Despite having already heard and considered a different version of those teachings, the elder's words resonated deeply inside him, as if stirring something he didn't know about or directly giving birth to it. "Make no mistake," the elder exclaimed, stopping before Liam, pointing his cane at his face. "Cultivating is an act of defiance against the natural order, against the heavens." Liam was speechless but completely captivated. He ignored the cane, his black eyes glued to the intense, icy blue glare on him. Cultivators seek to elevate themselves beyond their natural standing, the elder continued. They seek to overcome the limits the heavens have placed on their lives and very being. That was a profound but undeniable statement. Liam didn't know about its philosophical repercussions, but it remained utterly correct. Humans were supposed to be mortals, but even someone as new as Liam could completely disregard the latter. "This is what we do," the elder uttered. "We elevate ourselves so that we can mold life and the world to our needs. Through power, we make new rules our rules." "What if I don't know what I want?" Liam couldn't help but ask. Desiring revenge wasn't the same as whatever fueled the elder's powerful stance. It might be for some, but Liam knew it wasn't for him. "Do you truly not know?" the elder questioned, his tone solemn. "Did you endure your little secret out of mere survival instincts like a simple beast?" The elder knew that wasn't the case. It wouldn't have been possible. High affinity to poison or not, everyone had a breaking point. It was true for animals and humans, but Liam hadn't lost his will to fight despite surviving an unknown hell. Of course, the elder didn't know everything. Liam also had the ancestral snake and the hatred he had inherited as a driving force, but they remained external factors. They might match his personal desire for revenge, but that wasn't all he had. "It's vague," Liam admitted, feeling that his other desire was too unclear to deserve such a powerful, uncompromising stance. "Is it?" the elder asked. "Speak it. I want the strength to decide what's right or wrong for myself," Liam timidly revealed, recalling his decision after escaping from the divine cult. "I don't want to be at the whims of others anymore." "And do you think your wish is less worthy than someone else's?" the elder scoffed. Liam didn't really know how to answer. Consciously, he didn't believe that. He had come to that conclusion rationally, after experiencing much of the evil life had to offer, and he had even acted upon it. However, if Liam had to be honest, confusing hesitation still existed inside him. He was a murderer. He was a bad man on a bad path, and he didn't know how to reconcile that with the good sides of life he wanted to explore and protect. Truth be told, Liam's little experience in life was to blame for that confusion. His young age and cluelessness only allowed him to consider two extremes, preventing him from believing or even accepting the existence of middle grounds. Naturally, Liam's hesitation led to a scolding, but not through the cane. The elder delivered a sudden slap to his cheek, which released a loud noise, but somehow didn't hurt at all. It only forced Liam to refocus on his master. "It doesn't matter how vague it is," the elder declared, "or how small and trivial it sounds. It doesn't even matter if you think you are less worthy than others." "Master, what matters then?" Liam probed. "Whether you want it," the elder responded, almost shouting. "And if you do, never shame yourself with half-assed resolve. Impose your will on the world. Make your way of life the only truth." It was simple, really. It didn't matter how realistic it was, if it was possible in the first place, or if a moral conflict made it irreconcilable with reality. As long as Liam desired it, it held value, and the world couldn't have a say in it. The world could only try to stop Liam. "And if the heavens come to exact their price," the alchemy elder added, "you laugh in their face and fight them, emboldened by a life lived without remorse." The fire inside Liam burned with newfound intensity, but he felt the need to ask a relevant question first. "Master, do you not regret getting hurt?" "Never," the alchemy elder declared. "I, Horus Rorit, have lived and still live my life exactly how I want. My only fault was not being good enough to reach even greater heights." For someone so loud and seemingly arrogant, the alchemy elder faced his mistakes head-on, never once hiding behind them or trying to shift the blame, and Liam couldn't help but admire that. More than admiring, Liam even resonated with that sentiment. "Master, I've been weak, cowardly, and helpless," Liam admitted. "I never want to feel or be like that ever again in my life." "Then claim strength," the elder declared. "And not only when it's handed to you. Seize the opportunity whenever it appears, even if you don't think you need it." Defy the odds and never be satisfied. Complacency is the sin of the weak. And Liam understood. He had been complacent. He was the first to acknowledge his ignorance of the cultivation world, but somehow had felt confident enough to refuse an opportunity to get stronger. That wasn't an option. The divine cult might reappear at any moment, and the Dragon King himself could suddenly descend from the sky. Liam needed everything he could and more just to hope to survive his forbidden heritage, let alone enforce his desires among that mess. "I will, Master," Liam promised, only for the cane to hit his head, pouring cold water on the fire the alchemy elder had lit. "There's ambition," the elder said. "And then there's recklessness. Since you'll be facing dangers, you need to prepare accordingly." Prepare how? Liam wondered, only for the cane to hit him again and remind him to utter another word. "Master, I hadn't planned this to happen so soon," the alchemy elder revealed. "But it seems you'll be doing your first concoction tonight." Nothing had really changed. Liam still didn't understand life among humans. His problems were the same as always. Actually, deciding to join the non-sect mission had just added new ones. However, something was definitely different, and the change even felt quite revolutionary. Liam experienced it clearly while he waited for the alchemy elder to return to the balcony. Something in Liam's very being had shifted, as if light had started to shine in the dark room that was his mind. The place was still complicated in ways that he lacked the ability to sort out, but that new illumination completely reversed his perspective. After the talk with the two uncles, Liam had unburdened himself of his guilt, but that had merely led to sad emptiness. Instead, Liam now felt the active resolve to live how he desired, even if he still couldn't comprehend what that entailed. He simply knew that he wanted things and wouldn't push them away out of some internal conflict. Yes, Liam's situation was unfathomably complicated, probably more than anyone else in the entire world. It would be easier for everyone if he just isolated himself and lived as a mere revenge tool, but he wanted more. That decision could sound selfish and might put anyone and anything that got too close to Liam at risk, but it was his decision nonetheless. He wouldn't punish himself for simply having problematic goals anymore. And if something or someone didn't like that, they had to hope they had the strength to back that up. Otherwise, Liam would show them how frail life truly was. Of course, resolve didn't imply recklessness. Liam felt morally strengthened but remained cool-headed. He was eager to face life with that new mindset, but also had his priorities straight. Strength always had to come first. He would be nothing more than a child throwing a tantrum otherwise. That night, strength took the shape of multiple objects. The alchemy elder returned to the balcony carrying a metal cauldron and a small pouch, promptly placing both in front of the sitting Liam. "I picked the ingredients this time," the alchemy elder announced, "as well as the cauldron and logs, but don't take it for granted. Learning to discern an alchemical element's quality is a skill you must acquire." The elder also sat down, carefully arranging everything. Liam had already seized a log, so the elder took care of placing the cauldron under it and emptying the pouch on the floor. "You have seen how your chi affects the concoction," the elder reminded. "That applies to everything in the alchemical process. You can't avoid variables altogether, but limiting them as much as possible will reduce the odds of failure and backlashes." Liam didn't even nod, too absorbed in the explanation and scene. The elder wasn't doing anything special, but each of his gestures was extremely methodical, as if part of a deadly ritual. "Logs are divided by source, age, and texture," the elder continued, "cauldrons by alloy, size, and state, and ingredients by various, often specific qualities. I'll teach you all, but not tonight. Tonight you'll concoct a poisonous powder." Liam's gaze snapped at the elder at those words. After those 2 weeks, he had started to believe it would have taken him years to start working on poison, especially due to how insistent the elder was about mastering each step, but it seemed he would skip many of those that night. "Fool!" the alchemy elder scolded, uncharacteristically keeping his voice down. "This is a temporary exception. Don't stop studying what I'm doing out of youthful excitement." Liam's gaze promptly went down again, only to find nothing truly new to study. The elder had arranged withered petals, a brown lump that smelled like dried feces, and a flask with a dark liquid on the floor. Alchemy masters from faraway sects would pay fortunes and offer priceless favors to watch me concoct, the elder declared, rechecking everything he had prepared before looking at Liam. Memorize my every gesture as if your life depends on it. Liam nodded now, and the alchemy elder got to his knees, ready to aid with the concoction. You will only handle the alchemical flame this time, the alchemy elder ordered. I want to see nothing but pristine red fire. But, Master, aren't we making poison? Liam wondered. For once, he thought that his troublesome chi would have come in handy. Even poison has a specific concoction process, the elder explained. Using the black alchemical flame your chi causes throughout it would just create unusable toxic waste with disjointed and possibly weaker properties. Liam didn't know how much sense that made, but didn't ask. That night, something had changed about his relationship with the elder, too. Liam didn't really understand what a master was, but maybe, hopefully, he could trust him. Light the alchemical flame, the elder ordered, and Liam complied. He placed his hands at the log's sides and closed his eyes, not wanting to use a single whiff of his poisonous chi throughout the process. Naturally, lighting up the log took longer than usual due to the mental filter, but the elder waited patiently. He gave Liam all the time he needed, remaining silent even after the red flame was high and flickering. Liam eventually opened his eyes and joined his master in his silence. The latter was staring intently at the cauldron, waiting for something, which arrived in a couple of minutes, stirring him into action. As directed, Liam split part of his concentration away from the flame to memorize the elder's gestures. The latter seemed to have abandoned any trace of ego or his previous resolve, as he went to carefully throw the 3 ingredients in the cauldron, following a specific rhythm that Liam couldn't help but find profound. It wasn't just one thing. It wasn't just the methodical moves and eerie pace. The elder looked completely absorbed in what he was doing, as if he were an ingredient himself, the process affecting him as deeply as his breathing. Liam was ignorant about almost everything, but he recognized greatness in that scene. He didn't even come close to understanding it, but knew that something magnificent was unfolding. Slowly now, the elder broke his silence when the smoke from the cauldron began to darken. Release your true chi. Liam couldn't even think about asking questions in that magnificent mood. He withdrew the mental filter, allowing his unrefined chi to affect the alchemical flame, immediately turning it black. The cauldron quickly rumbled, and the smoke coming out of it also turned pitch black. But the elder suddenly slapped the item's side, causing a reaction that led to the eruption of a dark cloud. Liam didn't dare to remove his hands from the alchemical flame despite the smoke blowing on his face, but a firm hand soon pressed on his shoulder, pushing him away. The elder had reached his side, beckoning him to join him. Liam complied, getting to his knees to follow the elder's gaze. He looked inside the cauldron, finding a dark-blown layer covering its bottom. Decent? The elder scoffed, digging his fingers into that dark brown layer, running its grains between his thumb and forefinger. Your alchemical flame lacked heat, but this will do for now. Master, will do for what? Liam asked. The elder brushed his hands before diving into his robe, retrieving the long, pale brown pipe from the first meeting and handing it to Liam. Your new nutrients, the elder explained. You can't face dangers with a hungry Dantian, can you? Needless to say, the lesson didn't stop at that concoction. Something had changed in the alchemy elder, too, making him completely disregard prearranged time limits to focus on Liam. Liam got to return to the inner hall only after more training with the alchemical flame and complicated words, but not empty-handed. The long pipe was safely in his robe, as was the small pouch with the powder he had concocted. One puff every night to keep the core healthy. Liam recalled the elder's instructions while navigating the dim environment. Another one if you need your Dantian to produce more chi right away. Developing a smoking habit wasn't really something Liam looked forward to. It actually went against his hunter upbringing to carry a traceable scent that could warn his prey. However, that practice featured advantages specific to Liam's case. He recalled how smoking poison had more immediate effects compared to the divine cult's drug. Also, its concoction had looked relatively easy, meaning that Liam might soon start making it on his own. Self-sufficiency was crucial for a cultivator, and that was what Liam was now. He needed something quick, easy, and reliable to prevent his core from withering, and that poisonous powder checked all three requirements. And I can also adjust its toxicity once I get good enough, Liam thought, following that reasoning. Once I overcome the bottleneck, I can adjust the powder to my needs and use it to advance through the rooting stage. Of course, Liam would still need the right ingredients for that, but it remained a proper path toward higher cultivation stages. Moreover, that method belonged to Liam. He owned it, allowing him to rely on it without waiting for fortuitous encounters like the divine cult's drug. That ownership brought ease of mind. It provided a clear direction and removed countless variables, as well as the need for problematic affiliations. Liam could simply do things on his own now, highlighting how beneficial becoming a skilled alchemist would be for his journey. Maybe I should study a bit longer tonight, Liam considered, eager to delve deeper into that boring practice now that he had direct proof of its benefits and the freedom it provided. Still, Liam's animal instincts picked up on something once he began to descend the path toward his cave, and his nose filled him in on everything else. "Senior brother, are you following me again?" Liam asked, turning to find Joel standing above the path. Surprise invaded Joel at that additional confirmation of Liam's sharp senses, but a confident smile soon hid it. That perception couldn't be more suited for his mission, intensifying his desire to recruit Liam. That desire had already been quite intense, too. Liam wasn't only strong. He had also lacked the careless greed most cultivators were guilty of, showcasing cool rationale despite the promise of rewards. And something else joined that equation now. Liam hadn't worn his battle stance despite his evident wariness, but a strange glint shone inside his cold eyes. If Joel didn't know any better, he would mistake that for the resolve to fight him were the necessity arise. "I wouldn't dare, junior brother," Joel announced, showing the tablet on his shoulder. "I was merely out patrolling. Still, the alchemy elder sure is going hard on you. It's the second time we meet at such a late hour. Is he trying to make conversation?" Liam wondered, not sure whether he should believe Joel, but knowing that he didn't want to waste time talking. "Senior brother, I'll return to my cave now," Liam announced, turning to leave, only for Joel to interrupt him with his words. "I saw you looking at Sister Melissa earlier," Joel exclaimed. "She is beautiful, isn't she? She is also incredibly hard-working. Despite her foundation being complete, she never skips the disciplinary elders' fighting lessons." Liam connected that name to the sweaty girl from earlier that night, but didn't really understand what Joel wanted to achieve with that extensive description. "Does senior brother like her?" Liam probed, showing his confused face at Joel again. Joel blinked in surprise. Melissa was so beautiful that she had even caught the eye of a core disciple, so he had expected Liam to share that interest. However, it seemed Joel had completely misunderstood how Liam's brain worked. "Oh no," Joel coughed, changing his script. "I merely mentioned her because she has already agreed to join me." The mention of the mission reminded Liam that he had yet to make his stance clear, but a different question ended up escaping his mouth. "Senior brother, are you trying to trick me?" And there Joel saw that cold, resolute glint again. Despite the evident difference in power, Joel felt studied, as if he were nothing more than prey that Liam was deciding how to hunt. "This kid," Joel thought, both insulted and pleased. "Does he really think he can fight a rooting expert? But those eyes aren't stupid or blind. I truly need my brothers and sisters' help," Joel reassured, his face gaining a warrior-like intensity. "Believe me when I say that I'll be the only one at risk of being tricked." Clearly, Joel still didn't want to disclose more information than necessary, but Liam felt that his intensity was leagues above trustworthier than any friendly smile. "I'll see senior brother in a week, then," Liam announced, turning for good, this time reaching his cave undisturbed. The larger cave didn't make the place any less messy. It was still cluttered with books and logs, but Liam headed directly for the candles after closing the entrance, retrieving his pipe and small pouch. After filling the pipe's bowl to the brim with the dark brown powder, Liam lit it up with a match and put the bit in his mouth, inhaling deeply. Naturally, Liam instinctively coughed at the dense smoke that invaded his throat and lungs, but a rejuvenating sensation also immediately spread inside him. He felt no dizziness that time, only happy cheers that rose directly from his core. It was really hungry, Liam commented in his mind, exhaling the dark smoke before throwing a glance at the pipe. The poisonous powder was weaker than what the alchemy elder had concocted during the first meeting. That probably was an issue of different ingredients, but Liam had also failed to bring the alchemical flame to its intended heat. That problem came from the mental filter. To keep the cheese poisonous properties in check, Liam had inevitably released less of it. That was a sheer lack of skill, which Liam could and had to fix with more training. All of Master's calculations must take into consideration 9 spiritual roots, Liam considered. But I have 10, so I need to do a bit more. Liam emptied the pipe's bowl onto the rocky floor before refilling it, stopping at half of its capacity this time. He quickly lit it up, putting the item in his mouth while reaching for a nearby log. I need to get better, Liam decided while inhaling. Master said I need to be able to summon 100 natural alchemical flames in a row, right? So, Liam blew out the dark smoke and put the pipe aside before placing his hands at the log's sides, ready to step up his training a notch. An entire week had been a considerable amount of time not long ago in Liam's life. Yet, days went by in a blink for cultivators, even if their superhuman resilience enabled fuller use of them. Liam had it even worse than the average cultivator. With his techniques, lessons, logs, and books, he actually wanted more time. He was so busy that a mere week couldn't be enough to accomplish anything. But those days passed anyway, and some accomplishments did arrive. Liam got even better at the circulation technique, no longer needing the odd breathing pace, and the same went for the logs. He had yet to light up 100 natural alchemical flames in a row, but mastery had steadily grown closer nonetheless. Moreover, on the appointed night, the alchemy elder released Liam far earlier than usual, allowing him to return to his cave to rest and prepare, leaving him with 2 additional physical proofs of his progression. Liam sat down and puffed from his pipe while staring at the other 2 items he had concocted that week. One was a flask with a green liquid, while the other was an uneven pill seemingly made of compacted dirt. Naturally, Liam had only dealt with the alchemical flame in both concoctions, which had featured far more complex procedures, but some pride still formed inside of him while inspecting the items. Master said I should bring both with me, Liam thought, dark smoke blowing out of his nose. What else should I bring? Joel's secrecy partially hindered Liam's ability to prepare for the mission, so he settled for basic necessities. He stored the flask and pill in his sleeves, some provisions in his black pouch, and put his last knife in there too, just in case. As for the pipe and poisonous powder, Liam finished smoking and left them in his cave as he headed for the sect's entrance. Most animals relied on smell, so he couldn't imagine himself finding the time and safety to use them in a place overrun by magical beasts. I do smell like it, though, Liam sniffed himself. I wonder if the magical beasts will consider me poisonous and stay away. As a hunter, that smell was unforgivable, but a cultivator might benefit from it, so Liam put the matter aside. His gaze only lingered on the second plateau for a bit before he crossed it, too. I haven't really done anything as an inner disciple, Liam considered, the sect's entrance getting closer by the second. I should get some benefits, whatever they are. Otherwise, nothing changed. Liam was already looking to rearrange his daily routine when his sleeves caught his attention. According to the alchemy elder, that was where alchemy and poison masters hid their weapons, but Liam wasn't too convinced. I wonder if cultivators have better methods to carry stuff around, Liam thought, including his pouch in that pondering. How am I supposed to fit a whole cauldron in there? Of course, those problems were for when Liam might end up leaving the sect or spend prolonged periods of time away. Still, arriving at the sect's entrance distracted him from those thoughts. I'm glad that Junior Brother could make it, Joel announced, greeting Liam with a bow, waiting for him on the flat space below the sect's paths. Senior brother Joel, Liam also greeted, bowing, but still noticing the simple pouch on Joel's back. We should hurry, Joel smiled. The others are waiting. Joel darted away at Liam's nod, and the two descended the mountain before heading north. Neither restrained their speed, quickly putting significant distance from the three peaks as they navigated through a snowy forest. That went on for a while, bringing Liam farther than he had ever been after joining the Pale Moon sect, crossing a distance and terrain that even horses would struggle to match, stopping only when the forest finally ended. Winter was also ending, but the late hour kept the night cold. Vast patches of snow still covered the rocky plain that stretched from the last tree, but Liam couldn't focus on the environment when he sensed, smelled, and saw two additional people. Two figures had been waiting for Liam and Joel. One was the enchanting Melissa, who performed a silent bow at the newcomers, her simple ponytail falling past her shoulders during the gesture. Instead, the other figure was someone Liam was more familiar with. Somehow, Randall was also there, his greeting bow far stiffer than the blonde girl's. Everyone is here, Joel exclaimed, smiling, but not forgetting to address the elephant in the room or plane. Junior brothers, I know your relationship didn't have the best start, but I hope you can look past it and cooperate tonight. Of course, senior bro the dash, Randall began to say, pure politeness reeking out of his tone, only for a far colder voice to interrupt him. No, Liam stated. Senior brother Randall tried to trick me and lied about me. I can't look past it. Randall shot a cold look at Liam, which he matched. Their mutual enmity couldn't have been more evident, but Melissa completely disregarded it, as if lacking any interest in it. Brother Liam, Joel called, trying to sound as friendly as possible. I'm asking this as your senior brother. I would greatly appreciate it if you could do me this favor. That was Joel's way of asking Liam to give him face, to respect his status enough to put aside those minor squabbles. However, Randall shook his head, knowing that Liam wouldn't understand that concept. Is senior brother asking that I get punished twice? Liam questioned. First, when brother Randall tried to trick me, and now by asking me to ignore that? Liam had actually gotten something out of that. He had become an inner disciple, but his words rang true in Joel's mind. Joel had indeed asked the wounded party to move on, as if blaming him for that problem. Of course, Joel's request had simply had Liam's complaint in mind. Still, Liam remained correct and, most importantly, more necessary. Brother Randall, Joel called, can you think of a way to patch things up? Randall's eyes went wide, snapping at Joel. He couldn't believe that Joel had caved to such a childish argument. That wasn't the way of the cultivation world at all. Actually, that decision stated that Joel was willing to insult Randall to favor Liam. It meant that Liam was more important than Randall in Joel's eyes, and Randall wanted to complain, but the growing intensity in Joel's face told him that no argument could work. Randall either swallowed his pride or left, and, unlike Liam, he knew better than to insult a rooting expert. Junior brother, I'll give you the first rank 1 item I find, Randall promised, no matter what it is. That's a generous offer, Joel exclaimed, looking back at Liam. Don't you think, junior brother? Liam's face was still cold. He couldn't trust a proven liar, but the promise of a rank 1 item did sound good and enough to compensate for what had happened. Besides, as long as Randall was alive, he could always pay for going back on his word. Fine, Liam nodded, and both Joel and Randall relaxed, only to blink at his following words. I won't kill him. Liam's words were so surprising that even the uncaring Melissa couldn't help but glance at him, only to divert her gaze soon after. Still, the situation didn't allow any further development since 4 new figures appeared in the distance, crossing the plain at high speed toward the group. Ah, they are here, Joel announced when Liam and the others began to notice the incoming figures. Brothers and sisters from the Crimson Warrior sect will also join us tonight. We just need to have a small tournament first. Liam's distrust inevitably grew. Joel had been hiding a lot, from Randall's presence to that unexpected tournament. Joel also had yet to reveal much about the mission, as well as what he wanted from it. Nevertheless, oddly enough, Liam didn't smell the same stench from the two uncles and Randall. Somehow, that didn't feel like a ploy. Am I being naive again? Liam wondered. Is this how cultivators conduct themselves? There was value in secrecy. That much was evident, and Liam eventually managed to apply that to the current situation. By not sharing anything, Joel was keeping himself crucial to the mission. It was what the Recruiters Guild did with the sects after all. The former basically had a monopoly on finding new disciples, keeping itself relevant while being a relatively unnecessary middleman. Naturally, Liam couldn't dwell long on those realizations since the development led to some curiosity that soon took a physical form. The 4 incoming figures reached the group before stopping a few meters from it. The former also featured 1 rooting expert, a brown-haired woman, and 3 Foundation experts, all men, all wearing quite striking red robes. Despite knowing about the existence of other sects, that was Liam's first time interacting with fellow cultivators outside the Pale Moon sect. He couldn't hide his interest, and the same went for the 4 newcomers. The 4 red cultivators glanced at Joel and Melissa before focusing on Liam and Randall, their intense gazes snapping between the two as if searching for something. That clear and overwhelming attention felt odd in the presence of a rooting expert, but Liam soon understood what was happening. "Fellow Taoist Cecilia," Joel greeted, bowing at the rooting expert before using his eyes to highlight his companions. "These are my junior sister Melissa and my junior brothers Randall and Liam." As soon as Joel introduced Liam, the 4 newcomers focused on him, inspecting him from head to toe, as if forgetting about the existence of his 3 companions. "Right," Liam recalled. "I'm the famous genius." The alchemy elder had warned Liam that rumors about his 9 spiritual roots might have spread past the Pale Moon sect, and he received confirmation of that now. People knew him and could have unexpected intentions. "Fellow Taoist Joel," the red rooting expert Cecilia announced, pouring cold water on that blatant interest while performing a bow. "These are my junior brothers Jason, Milo, and Neil." The 3 red Foundation experts bowed, which Liam and his companions could only match. Still, now that the introductions were over, it was time for the aforementioned tournament. "Cecilia and I share the same goal," Joel explained, addressing his fellow disciples. "Since our sects wouldn't help, we agreed to cooperate, but we first have to prove that our teams are up for the mission." That also made sense in Liam's mind. It reminded him of when Eric wanted to give him additional contribution points for handling a heavier workload. The current arrangement fell under the same category, only rendered more complex due to the presence of different sects. That was no friendly cooperation. It was a deal founded on cynical calculations, starting from each team's worth. "Senior brother, if I may," Randall suddenly called. "I suggest we let junior brother go last, so that he can familiarize himself with the rules." "I completely agree," Joel exclaimed. "Does the Crimson Warrior sect have any objections?" "None," Cecilia declared. "Then we will send brother Neil first. He is the fighting expert in my team." The tall, physically imposing man wearing a black bowl cut among the red group stepped forward, performing a simple bow before waiting for his opponent. "We will send our defense expert then," Joel responded. "Sister Melissa, if you will." Melissa didn't even nod at Joel. She stepped forward and bowed at her opponent before stretching her palms, wearing her sex battle stance. "This is the Crimson Warrior sect's piercing claws," Neil announced, showing his right hand. "Please, Senior Melissa, block it." Melissa didn't reply, so Neil acted. He summoned his chi and shot forward, thrusting his right arm and fingers at her. Nevertheless, Melissa promptly waved her palms upward, painting a transparent, bluish canvas in front of her, which redirected Neil's attack without requiring any clash, making his piercing fingers go above her head and miss her completely. The two immediately stepped back after the exchange, bowing at each other again, but waiting for something, which Joel handled due to Melissa's silence. "That was the Pale Moon sect's chi control," Joel explained. "Sister Melissa's core has high water affinities, greatly enhancing its defensive properties. To manifest your core's properties so vividly," Neil gasped. "Senior Melissa, I'm humbled." Melissa bowed again but stepped aside right afterward, forcing Neil to do the same and clear that improvised battlefield so that new fights could happen. Our brother Randall will go next, Joel introduced. He is our scout and movement expert. He can face our brother Milo, Cecilia stated. He's our scout and perception expert. Randall and the short man with long blonde hair from the other group stepped forward and bowed at each other, immediately dealing with introductions. Senior Milo, Randall called. I'll use the Pale Moon Sex Ghost Step to try to take you by surprise. Senior Randall, Milo politely responded, smiling. I'll use the Crimson Warrior Sex Pulsating Senses to try to follow your moves. Once the introductions ended, Randall disappeared, unleashing his iconic martial arts to reach Milo's back instantly. However, Milo twisted his body in response. His eyes had closed, but he had managed to cross his arms and place them between his torso and Randall's stretched hand. Randall had been half a step faster, but that reaction speed remained superhuman. Senior Milo is incredible, Randall praised, retreating. I've never seen anyone react so quickly to my ghost step. Senior Randall is one deserving of praise, Milo responded, happily dismissing the compliment. Despite knowing your position, I was still unable to keep up with you. The two bowed at each other and returned to their respective groups, excitement building in the air. Clearly, everyone wanted to see the famous genius fight. It's my brother Liam's turn now, Joel declared. Junior brother, have you grown more familiar with this dash? Joel couldn't finish his question since looking at Liam's face told a story of its own. Liam had crossed his arms, furrowed his brows, and even tilted his head, the audience unable to decide if he appeared more confused or utterly shocked. Why are they calling each other seniors? Liam wondered. Shouldn't the other be the junior? Sadly, that was only the beginning of Liam's confusion. Why are they revealing their martial arts? Liam thought. Aren't they supposed to be a secret? Liam could actually put that doubt aside due to the tournament's demonstrative purpose, but the pleasantries it featured delivered a deadly blow to his understanding. And what's with all these compliments? Liam cursed. Are they fighting or making friends? Is this how cultivators introduce themselves? But how is anyone supposed to understand who's stronger like that? Among the audience, the red cultivators were eager. Melissa had already lost interest, and Joel was speechless. Only Randall understood what was going on since he had seen how far Liam's idiocy stretched. Junior brother, Randall whispered, approaching Liam. Just go there. Announce your seismic palm, perform it, and bow. Liam's frown only deepened at Randall's suggestion, creating a new doubt. Why are you helping me now? Liam asked. Because I don't want your social ineptitude to lose us this opportunity. Randall cursed, annoyed, but also making his suggestion sound more trustworthy. This place must be truly worthwhile for him to play so nicely, Liam considered, nodding and stepping into the empty area between the two groups. I'm Liam, Liam announced, bowing. I'll use the Pale Moon Sex Seismic Palm. Brother Liam is my team's fighting expert, Joel added, ignoring how Liam hadn't let him handle the introductions. It's good we only have our defense expert left, Cecilia announced. Brother Jason, please. The third Red Foundation expert stepped forward. He was quite unassuming, neither tall nor short, with slightly messy brown hair and a stern expression that shone with confidence. Senior Liam, it's an honor, Jason exclaimed, bowing. I will rely on the Crimson Warrior Sex earthen veins to defend myself. Jason quickly broke his bow and lowered his arms, vast amounts of chi rushing through his body. His red robe hid most of the effects, but black spiderwebs expanded on his exposed hands and face, as if his blood vessels had turned into a barrier. Please, Jason continued, Senior, hit me with your seismic palm. The rules of engagement were quite clear. There was no mistaking them, but Liam remained confused, albeit for a different reason. Senior brother, Liam called, turning toward Joel while pointing at Jason. Doesn't he have to help with the mission? He will die if I hit him. Joel's brown eyes went wide. He tried to scold Liam with a glare, only for his gaze to snap at the other group. "I apologize for my junior brother." Joel promptly bowed to the red cultivators. "He has only been in the sect for a month. He still doesn't know how to conduct himself or control his strength." Liam blinked in confusion. He searched for Randall's face, only to see that he had hidden it behind his hand. Instead, Melissa was of no help at all since she had already looked away. Only the red cultivator's stiff expressions provided some clues, which partially explained the strange development. "Did I say something insulting?" Liam wondered. Luckily, Cecilia was more interested in seeing the famous 9 spiritual roots genius in action than feeling offended by careless words. "No need to apologize, Joel," Cecilia intervened. "Your junior brother was only concerned about brother Jason's safety. I'm sure we can find another way." Cecilia shot a meaningful look at Jason, and the latter nodded, retracting his chi, his face and hands losing those black spiderwebs. "I can apply the earthen veins to the environment," Jason revealed. "Senior Liam, watch." Jason kneeled and placed his palms on the ground, sending his chi into it and causing a reaction. Rocks and soil moved, rising in front of him to create a 2-meter-tall rectangular wall. "That's cool," Liam exclaimed in his mind, sensing the chi running through that wall. That was no ordinary surface, but he was far more curious than wary. "Please, Senior Liam," Jason invited, remaining on the ground. "Showcase your seismic palm here." Liam nodded, stepping toward the wall, before turning to address Joel again. "So, I just need to break this thing?" Randall felt like burying his head in the ground or ripping his hair in exasperation upon hearing those words. Liam truly didn't know when to shut up, but he wasn't Randall's problem to handle. "If you can," Joel confirmed, stiffness in his friendly smile as he tried to make up for that impoliteness. "Junior brother might not sense it, but that's no ordinary wall. I'm sure our fellow cultivators from the Crimson Warrior sect would be satisfied already if you could crack it." "Just cracking it?" Liam wondered. "But Master said I have to show that I'm not to be messed with." Among those doubts, Liam decided to side with his master. So he placed his right palm on the sturdy wall before summoning his chi. The seismic palm could provide more than explosive power. That was its simplest and most immediate application. Yet, the martial art had another side, which was what had earned it its name. Instead of unleashing a blunt wave of chi and a straightforward palm strike, Liam gathered his energy in his palm, forcing it to tremble, and built momentum. Nothing happened until Liam decided to release that built-up energy, and the wall didn't just crack. It exploded outward, its many shards flying at his speed past the kneeling Jason and the red group. Even Melissa turned toward the scene at that point, wearing a far more emotionless version of the speechless perplexity that had descended upon the audience. Everyone forgot about the previous exchange of words, focusing on the remaining broken base of the wall before looking at Liam in disbelief. Clearly, Liam had gone overboard. Social rules demanded that he held back to give his opponent face instead of humiliating him. However, Liam just lowered his hand and studied the wall's base in confusion, showing no exhaustion or the slightest trace of struggle. His superior attack had looked effortless, as if it were the most ordinary and natural aspect of his fighting skills. "I should compliment Jason and call him senior now," Liam commented, looking back at Joel. "Right? Please, junior brother," Randall answered instead, mustering a friendly smile born from the fear of considering what that attack would have accomplished against his jade skin. "We'll all be grateful if you don't speak ever again." Before Randall's comment could give birth to other problematic statements or questions from Liam's side, Joel took the situation into his hands. That short interaction had told Joel everything he needed to know about Liam's social shortcomings, and he didn't want to deal with them any longer. "I hope the Crimson Warrior sect's disciples are satisfied with this demonstration," Joel announced. "I speak for the Pale Moon sect's disciples when I say that we are." "We are more than satisfied," Cecilia said, picking up on Joel's intentions. "We can move to the mission's location." Cecilia set off while her words were still echoing in the area, and the trio from her sect was quick to follow. Joel darted after her right afterward, forcing Liam to put his confusion aside and join him, since Melissa and Randall also moved. The two groups kept a safe distance from each other, remaining within sight but outside of ear's reach for reasons that became evident once Joel began to speak. Cecilia and I both have a metal core, Joel revealed. We found each other through the Messengers Guild, since we had problems obtaining resources to advance through the rooting stage. The group was heading west, but Liam pushed that information to the back of his mind to focus on Joel's words. It seemed Joel was finally about to reveal something, and Liam felt glad to be able to follow him. It wasn't just about the core's talk. Liam had also met descriptions of the guilds in his reads, gaining a basic understanding of their purposes and affiliations. The sects were relatively independent from the Dragon Kingdom. They still paid tribute to it, but their management was mostly autonomous. The Church of the Man shared a similar status. No records of tributes existed, but it was completely apolitical and self-governed. Apparently, its charity-oriented nature made the Dragon King turn a blind eye to its existence. Instead, the guilds were organizations that responded directly to the king. They served many purposes, but they remained core assets of the Dragon Kingdom. In hindsight, Liam had made the safest possible choice in reaching the sects directly. Avoiding getting flagged by the Recruiters Guild had added a new layer of secrecy to his existence, and his itching forearm vouched for how much he needed it. "This place I want you to explore," Joel continued. "This overrun, ruined sect was said to have a precious mine of a chi-enhanced mineral at its center. Many actually believe it was built around it for that exact reason. And Senior Brother wants us to retrieve it for his cultivation," Randall concluded. "Exactly," Joel confirmed. "Such minerals are rare in nature, and manually enhancing them requires formation masters. Neither our sect nor the Crimson Warrior sect has such masters, and a single rooting expert isn't enough to justify their expensive services." Liam suddenly realized how lucky he had been. The disciplinary elder had been right. His arrival at the Pale Moon sect had been fortuitous. Without its capable alchemy elder, Liam would have soon found himself in the same situation as Joel. "I mentioned this place to the elders," Joel explained. "Cecilia did that too, but they are worried that our interference might cause an outbreak and flood these areas with magical beasts." "Why haven't the elders gone, then?" Liam questioned. "Rewards that might be appealing to us aren't appealing to them," Joel sighed. "They'd also have to deal with jurisdiction issues. If any elder makes a move, the neighboring sects might take interest and interfere. They'd rather destroy it to prevent others from obtaining it." Liam recalled his master's words, which rang especially true that night. "Cecilia and I have an agreement," Joel stated. "We'll split any shard of that mineral equally. I don't know how she convinced her brothers to help her, but I believe my terms are quite beneficial." Liam nodded internally. He even realized why Joel was the only one at risk of being tricked. Cecilia might hide anything her team found, while Liam and the others could avoid looking for the mine entirely. Calling it a long shot didn't do it justice. Joel's arrangements reeked of desperation. He was accepting quite unfavorable terms to create an unlikely opportunity of obtaining what he needed. Once again, Liam acknowledged how lucky he was. Thanks to his master, he probably wouldn't have to worry about his core even after reaching the rooting stage. Yet, Joel's situation provided a much-needed different perspective. If and when Liam left the sect, he would face similar problems, meaning that he had to accumulate resources, skills, and knowledge as much as possible in his current peaceful time. "Senior Brother," Randall called, trying his best to sound respectful and polite during that hurried sprint. "How do we know that there are any rewards left for us? I don't mean to insult your investigation, but this place has been a lair for a long time, hasn't it? Time alone could destroy a lot, let alone when magical beasts join the equation. Chances were the overrun sect had nothing of value left." "2 reasons," Joel smirked confidently. "First, for so many magical beasts to gather in one place for so long, this place must radiate a lot of chi, which already confirms the presence of something valuable." Neither Randall nor Liam had objections on that, while Melissa remained silent and unconcerned as always, only for Joel's second statement to involve her. "Second," Joel continued, Junior sister Melissa didn't rely on the chi control earlier. That was the rank 1 water shield she found the first time she explored the place. Both Liam and Randall's gazes snapped at Melissa, only for her to continue running undisturbed. She ignored her 2 brothers, but they understood what all that meant. That wasn't the first time Joel had sent a team into the ruined sect. Someone had also already obtained rewards from it. Neil was also part of Cecilia's previous team, Joel revealed. We think he has obtained something too, but Sister Melissa wasn't able to find out what. So, she can communicate, Liam concluded, inspecting his silent companion, before Randall distracted him with 2 relevant questions. Senior brother, how many times did you explore the place? Randall asked. And what happened to the other teams? This is the second expedition that Cecilia and I arranged, Joel explained. The first also had outer disciples. Only Sister Melissa and Neil returned that time. The outlook on the mission immediately changed. Despite some lingering enmity, Liam and Randall couldn't help but exchange a glance, understanding their respective mutual thoughts. The fact that someone had already gone to the mission's location was good. It not only confirmed that the place still held valuable resources, it also meant that the current team wouldn't explore it blindly. However, the mission had already exacted casualties on both sides. Joel hadn't specified how many cultivators the previous teams had, but at least 2 had died, and chances were that was a low estimate. Clearly, the danger wasn't only real. It was beyond confirmed, which was probably why Joel had recruited inner disciples this time. They would be able to hold their ground in ways that outer disciples couldn't, increasing their odds of survival and of finding that precious mineral. As for the dead outer disciples, Liam didn't need to ask. The Pale Moon sect had been ready to put them all at risk to preserve his life. They were expendable by every definition of the word. Still, there lay the problem. I need to be wary, Liam thought. Probably more about Randall and the others than the magical beasts. The Crimson Warrior sect's disciples had been aware of Liam. Randall had already tried to trick him, and Melissa was inscrutable with her silent, disinterested stance. Odds were that enemies, rather than companions, surrounded Liam. His master had warned him about that point, and he planned to keep it in mind, especially in a place where life was frailier than usual. Still, that frailty didn't only apply to Liam. Anyone with him would share that feature, and he knew how to respond to unwarranted attacks better than most. The heated run through the barren plain grew silent after that revelation. Now that the danger was undeniable, the atmosphere became tense, especially for Liam and Randall, since they had to readjust their mindset. The red group ahead seemed to share that silence since Liam couldn't pick up on any voice. Despite the distance, he heard their hurried steps, but nothing else reached his ears. The arrival of clouds and the passage of time darkened the night. Visibility was at an all-time low, but the plane's rather even surface kept the advance steady and swift. A couple of hours passed, drawing the night closer to the following morning, but the awaited change eventually happened. The group ahead suddenly stopped, and Joel's team hurried there to stare down at the same scenery. Truth be told, Liam sensed it before seeing it. His nape tingled, bringing his gaze to the ground under his feet, until reaching the red group made it disappear. The plane abruptly ended in a long but narrow crevice, which turned out to be far more than that. That sudden fissure expanded for a few hundred meters and couldn't be more than 5 meters wide, but its dark depths seemed to stretch endlessly. This is a canyon, Liam concluded, and his realizations didn't stop there. Now that Liam could look down at the canyon's depths, the previous tingling sensation became more evident, as well as its source. Something, or multiple somethings, full of chi were down there, making him wonder how he could even invade it unnoticed. The red group seemed to share that hesitation, be it due to the abundant chi or what Cecilia had revealed during the trip. Nothing spelled ominous like those dark depths, but the rooting experts had reassuring words for their teams. "This is as far as Joel and I can go," Cecilia announced. "The entrance to the ruins is down there. Neil will show you the way." "Most of what was the demonic sect collapsed," Joel added. "The lair is an intricate maze of underground tunnels now, and many will be safe to tread in this cold. What lives under there? Liam asked, his hunter training already flooding his mind with information. 3 different packs share the lair and live off each other, Joel explained. They are rats, bats, and snakes. Liam nodded to himself. Except for the rats, the snakes and bats were bound to be far less active in winter, which Joel and Cecilia had probably included in their calculations. Good luck, Cecilia exclaimed. Bring honor to the Crimson Warrior sect. Thank you for doing this, junior brother's junior sister, Joel said. If the danger is too great, just run away. We can always try again as long as you are alive. After that, Neil jumped down the canyon, lightly stepping on narrow footholds to jump down into the darkness. Melissa promptly followed, treading the same path, and everyone else went next. As for Liam, he made sure to go down last to keep an eye on everyone. That dark, vertical path would have been impossible to climb down for mortals. Even the use of ropes and other specific tools wouldn't have made it any less dangerous. However, the group of 6 descended swiftly, turning tiny protuberances into proper steps, as if diving through a staircase that led into the darkest depths of the world. Liam never had problems with darkness, and his time inside the divine cult had only improved that side of his sight. He was also a cultivator, his chi enhancing his senses in ways that were superhuman. Yet, the darkness threatened to become blinding, but the arrival at a larger, inclined surface marked the end of the descent. The group of 6 gathered there, staring at a vast, tall collapsed passage that dived underground, some of the boulders on the wall and surface featuring words that time had almost erased. It was easy to imagine how the passage had once been a majestic entrance, its size capable of sending chills down the spines of anyone looking at it. In comparison, the entrance's collapsed state was almost sad, but Liam couldn't feel any compassion. He had yet to finish studying the word-bearing boulders, but his brain had already caught up with it, and his own hatred rose through his being to give birth to an ancient hiss. What does it say? Milo asked, whispering, searching for the answer from Neil since he had already explored that place. Neil also opened his mouth to reply, but someone else ended up beating him to it. The divine cult is my life, Liam muttered, looking deep into the collapsed passage, finding newfound desire to seize anything that place might hide. After all, due to some cruel twist of fate, Liam could very well be the rightful owner of that destroyed demonic sect. Randall and the others threw a glance at Liam, but quickly dismissed him to refocus on the word-carved boulders. Only Melissa lingered in her inspection a bit longer, but Liam's cold look soon met her green eyes, making her divert her gaze. This cell only has enough resources for 10 seeds. Liam recalled the white-masked man's words as he looked deep into the collapsed entrance. How big is the divine cult? In hindsight, it made sense for the divine cult to have multiple locations and a long history. After all, the hooded jailers had intercepted the guild's caravan and had a place ready to mold the kidnapped kids into mindless weapons. Such a ploy required extensive preparations, and Liam couldn't know whether he had been part of the first batch of kidnapped children, even if he limited his reasoning to the structure that had kept him caged for months. Actually, the reason pointed in the opposite direction. According to the white-masked man, the divine cult's target was the Dragon Kingdom, which wasn't something a young and small force could hope to defeat. How many of these locations exist in the kingdom? Liam wondered. Are they in the inner circles too? For how long have they been active? Are people aware of the divine cult's existence? Liam had no straight answers to his many doubts, but no hesitation arose. One of his enemies had just gained a far greater, monstrous shape, but only resolve filled his mind. Liam was now utterly convinced that he had to benefit as much as possible from the place. Let's go, Neil eventually whispered, stepping ahead so that the group could follow him toward the entrance. The collapse had sealed the entrance, but not entirely. A narrow passage existed on its right, forcing the group to crawl and squeeze through it to cross it. Luckily, after a few minutes, the passage expanded into a proper tunnel that allowed the group of 6 to stand. Yet, a crossroads also arrived, splitting that straightforward path into 3 different corridors. Neil promptly went for the upper corridor, which soon split again. Multiple twists and turns followed, which Liam committed to memory while studying additional details, many of which only he could recognize. Despite delving deeper underground, the area didn't grow any darker. It actually brightened due to the hovering glowing dust that filled those tunnels with a dim yellowish halo. Only the Chi could explain that magical feature, and Liam's experience and everything he knew about the place pushed his understanding even further. That dust probably came from the very mineral the group was looking for, which the sect's collapse had spread everywhere. Still, there was something else, something far more concerning. The place sounded silent and abandoned on the surface, but Liam felt and heard vibrations echoing all around him, often coming from the very rocks he was stepping onto. Much was alive down there, and the occasional instances of utter silence indicated that the former had already spotted the group and was probably considering what to do with it. The snakes and bats might ignore us, Liam considered, but I can't imagine the rats letting us go freely. If the underground structure truly had an ecosystem with 3 different packs, the winter didn't necessarily work in the group's favor, not completely, at least. With the snakes and bats in hibernation and hiding, Liam calculated, the rats should be more desperate for food. Obviously, Liam didn't take that conclusion for granted. His experience with the level 1 wolf had taught him that magical beasts didn't always stick to their original programming. As far as he knew, all his predictions could be wrong. Still, the advance remained uneventful. Even after half an hour had passed and tens of tunnels had gone by, the group had yet to meet any resistance, delving deeper underground unhindered. Of course, a revolutionary change was right around the corner, and quite literally at that. Neil turned a sharp corner, which featured a slightly brighter version of the yellowish halo, and Liam couldn't help but hesitate when it was his turn to look at its source. The tunnel abruptly ended in a cliff, which turned out to be the wall of a vast underground chamber. The place was also man-made. Smooth surfaces stretched everywhere, disrupted by cracks of different sizes, fallen boulders, and protruding rocks. The chamber's original appearance had probably been no different than the Divine Cult's hall where Liam had trained, only bigger. The collapse had ruined it, making it lose its formerly rectangular shape, the fate of its remaining structural integrity in the hands of the 6 cracked pillars that connected the floor to the tall ceiling. The partially collapsed hall had a stone passage on the other side, but something more concerning rested on its ceiling, which, jumping down to the floor, revealed in its entirety. Many holes littered the upper walls, and probably more of those existed on the ceiling. Still, the latter were impossible to inspect because a sea of black figures covered it, hanging upside down while curled behind leathery wings. Of the 3 packs the underground structure held, the group had stumbled on the bats first. 1, 2, 3, Liam calculated, his eyes glued to the ceiling. 6 level 1 magical beasts? Unlike the huge black wolf, the bats were more limited in size, even those that felt like Foundation experts. The biggest among them looked to be slightly over half a meter, making Liam look down on their individual prowess. The issue was with the number. The pack featured around 30 bats, which was quite concerning. If the swarm rained down on the 6 cultivators, injuries would be unavoidable, but the group's arrival at the collapsed hall didn't cause any reaction. Naturally, everyone had looked up, wary and ready to jump back into the tunnel. Still, the motionless pack eventually brought everyone's eyes down, exchanging silent glances that culminated in a mutual understanding. Now that the group had reached the ruined sect, they had to delve deeper into it to find its remaining precious resources. Heading toward its center might also bring the cultivators closer to the alleged mine, and the path at the end of the hall was the only way ahead. Sadly, the smooth sailing also ended there. "Prepare for battle?" Liam casually muttered, half turning toward one of the walls, wanting to face the tunnels in that direction without showing his back to his companions. Liam's order claimed everyone's attention, but the red cultivators soon focused on Milo, who had already closed his eyes and summoned his chi, only for a gasp to immediately escape his mouth. "They are coming?" Milo exclaimed, his whisper unable to hide his slight fear. "The rats. There are dozens of them." As if to confirm Milo's statement, light rumblings took control of the floor and walls. Pebbles and dust also fell from the ceiling's exposed areas while rattling noises invaded the hall, and replaced its tense silence. No one questioned how Liam had been able to sense the incoming threat before Milo could rely on his perception technique. Of course, that wasn't out of lack of curiosity. The intensifying rumbling forced the group to focus on the imminent battle, disregarding any useless thoughts. Liam was no exception. He instinctively glanced at his left shoulder, but no bow rested there, bringing his gaze back to the holes in the wall in front of him. Even with superhuman hearing, Liam couldn't guess where the attack would come from. There were too many tunnels, and the rattling noises flooded the hall with their incessant echoes, preventing any accurate inspection. If anything, it sounded like the group was surrounded, which didn't bode well when taking Milo's conclusions into account. As things were, Liam and the others threatened to be submerged by a tide of enemies. Still, the team wasn't without alternatives. Liam and the others could jump back into the previous tunnel to funnel those incoming threats into a single path. The passage would also limit them, but it could be better than remaining in the open and getting surrounded. Also, the group could make a run for the stone passage on the other side of the hall, delving deeper into the ruined sect while also improving their position. Yet, despite the incoming danger and risk of awakening the bats above, Liam didn't move, and his decision had a single, simple reason. Melissa and Neil were the only ones who knew where rewards could be and what awaited the group ahead, and that knowledge made them the group's leaders. "Let's hold our ground here," Neil shouted, understanding those general concerns. "The path ahead is unsuitable for a fight." Liam's ignorance about the place forced him to trust Neil, and he wasn't alone. Melissa soon stepped to Liam's right, wearing the sex battle stance, while Randall approached his left, his skin already glistening with a metallic luster. The other group arranged itself in a similar battle formation, creating a circle with their pale gray companions. But the preparations didn't stop there. Jason got to his knees and placed his palms on the smooth floor, sending his chi into it to cause a reaction. Spikes quickly grew all around the group, pointing outward, creating a hard-to-navigate, dangerous maze that was bound to slow down the incoming enemies. It can be used like this, Liam realized. Chi still running through the floor and spikes since Jason had remained down. He probably wouldn't help in the actual battle, but that barrier was more than enough. Then, the rattling noises and rumblings intensified once more, finally showing visible repercussions. Bones started to flow down multiple holes, mostly belonging to small animals, falling into the hall to accumulate at its floor's edges. The bones grew bigger until Liam saw the almost intact skull of a snake fall from a hole in front of him, only for all hell to break loose in the next second. Swarms of squeaking dark fur jumped out of various holes, as if black rivers were cascading into the hall. They came from everywhere, flowing toward the group in desperate fashion, only for that recklessness to immediately inflict casualties. The black rivers crashed into the encirclement of spikes and bled, interrupting their forward momentum and highlighting what they were actually made of. Dark-furred rats no bigger than 30 centimeters had impaled themselves on the spikes in their careless rush. That trend continued since more of them jumped on their bleeding companions to advance, only for that sharp blockage to stop them, too. Still, the spikes hardly stretched for 2 meters in every direction, and the pack of rats looked more numerous than the bats. The former also attacked with complete disregard for their lives, overcoming the issue in quite the gory way. As more and more rats got impaled, a safe path of bleeding fur formed above the spikes, which the animals in the following waves didn't hesitate to tread. A frontal clash seemed to be only a few seconds away, but more chi flowed underground as the rats were about to reach the group, causing another deadly transformation. New spikes abruptly grew, piercing the previous ones and whatever was running over them to rise around the group. In a mere second, spikes almost as tall as Liam surrounded the group, blood continuously flowing down the furred bodies on their tips. Between the initial and last clash, around 20 rats had died, and all the credit went to Jason. Of course, none of the rats was a magical beast. Some were also just injured and not dead, but the accomplishment remained praiseworthy. Even weakness was dangerous in high numbers, but Jason had turned that advantage against the enemy. Nevertheless, that seemed to be the limit of Jason's prowess. The tall spikes crumbled, and the dead and wounded rats fell to the floor. Meanwhile, Jason's ragged breath resounded in the hall, mixing with the remaining squeaks around the group. The spiky barrier had dealt with a third of the pack, but its remaining two-thirds were still around the group. That furred encirclement seemed to have been wary of Jason's chi, its more restrained behavior probably coming from the magical beasts leading it. 8 magical beasts, Liam counted, wearing his battle stance. But the wolf felt far stronger. The encirclement did indeed have magical beasts, but in the first level, their appearance was far from threatening. They were bigger than the other rats, but only slightly. I'm still adjusting, Liam realized. Liam's short time in the cultivation world showed its shortcomings once more. Magical beasts couldn't be underestimated, especially when a pack accompanied them, but his opponents remained rats. Meanwhile, Liam's side counted 6 cultivators equipped with martial arts. They were a force to be reckoned with, not something that had to run in the face of superior numbers. That prowess became evident when some of the magical beasts squeaked, prompting the rest of the pack to attack. The furred encirclement closed on the group, only to show its brittleness. Rats crossed the spike's debris and jumped at Liam, but cracking noises resounded whenever his simple palm strikes slammed on them. He opted to swing or thrust his fingers at times, too, which never failed to pierce their hide. That approach left Liam's legs exposed, but he never needed to move or dodge since Melissa took care of that. Her graceful hand gestures painted bluish canvases in the air, which redirected the rats away, even squashing them on each other, keeping the ground level clear. As for Randall, he ignored defense entirely, relying on his jade skin and letting the rats slam on him, suffering no injuries while he dealt with each one of them. The red group was achieving similar success. Neil's punches never failed to claim lives, and Milo's incredible reaction speed allowed for quick and precise deadly blows. Only Jason didn't do anything special, but his companions made up for that and let him catch a breath. In a few waves of attacks, the cultivators decimated the pack, leaving it with a handful of rats and their level 1 leaders. Furred corpses had accumulated in gory piles all around them, but none of the blood on their hands, faces, and robes was their own. Just like with mortals, mere animals were powerless against superhuman beings, no matter their superior numbers. Liam and the others were simply too quick and powerful for their smaller group to have any influence on the battle's outcome. Even with the 8 magical beasts still alive, Liam felt nothing but confidence. That demonstration had been enough to silence his former mindset once and for all, almost driving him to jump at the remaining rats himself. However, Liam didn't. A deeper silence invaded the hall for a second before all hell broke loose again, this time involving the ceiling, too. The remaining rats trembled and scurried away while the bats awakened to eek in fear, snapping out of their profound sleep to unfold their leathery wings. The sudden awakening didn't go well since many bats fell instead of flying, but the magical beasts among them succeeded at that, only to be met with a worse fate. As predicted, the ceiling also had holes connected to other tunnels, which the bats' dispersion revealed. However, something big and scaly suddenly came out from the largest cavity, snapping at the flying and falling bats to capture as many of them in its huge mouth. Level 2. Liam guessed, totally unconvinced because the reptilian head hanging from the ceiling was as big as a man's torso and felt far stronger than both Joel and Cecilia. Of course, Liam had seen bigger, far bigger, actually. The ancestral snake had been too massive for mere measurements or human minds to conceive, but that meeting had happened in a dreamlike location. Instead, Liam was in reality now. The green snake with black patterns that had come out of the ceiling was puny in comparison with an ancestral beast, but the perceived danger was greater. Liam's uncertainty even deepened that perceived danger. He had sensed that the snake had to be above the first level, but his screaming survival instincts forced him to accept another despair-inducing guess. Rather than to Joel and Cecilia, that huge green snake's presence felt closer to the elders. Nevertheless, Liam's uncertainty didn't lead to any confusion. He might be unable to gauge the magical beast's strength, but he knew without a shadow of a doubt what had to come next. Cultivators were indeed superhuman, but so was that giant snake. The latter species also had nothing to do with rats or bats. and its far superior amount of chi placed Liam and the others among that inferiority. Adjusted mindset or not, only one possible response existed in that situation. Liam's group had to run. The awareness of that necessity dawned upon the 6 cultivators simultaneously. Liam and the others only wasted a second dwelling on the huge snake's sudden appearance before their gazes snapped at the hole where they had come from. However, the rumblings suddenly returned with greater intensity. An earthquake took control of the underground hall, triggering consequences that forced the group to hesitate. The cracks on the floor, walls, and ceiling expanded as more soil and pebbles fell everywhere, until proper rocks and boulders joined the fray. The tunnel Liam and the others wanted to reach was no exception. Trails of soil had begun to rain down inside it, quickly expanding as cracks formed over its surfaces. Liam couldn't see much from his position, but it was clear that the way back wasn't safe during the earthquake, and far worse could be happening to the many following twists and turns. Chances were that some of those following tunnels would collapse, if they hadn't already. Still, the risk of being buried alive could sound better than facing the huge snake. But the group lost the opportunity to make that decision in their brief hesitation. The reason for that widespread rumbling manifested itself. A deep crack expanded from the hole in the ceiling where the snake had come from, stretching and widening until something massive broke through it. The snake's tail and the rest of its body fell through the wide crack alongside a rain of boulders, some flying in the direction of the group. Liam and the others had to step away to dodge the deadly debris, but that additional delay limited their options even further. The snake was unfathomably long, and its heavy tail slammed into a spot above the group's escape path, the impact intensifying the falling soil, which closed that tunnel. The occlusion could be short, no more than a brittle curtain that a mere push could pierce, but something else was in the way now. The snake's tail and part of its body stood between the group and their seemingly closed escape path, acting as a short but terrifying barrier. There was no order, and nothing specific triggered a chain reaction. The 6 cultivators simultaneously darted toward the stone passage on the other side of the hall without exchanging any words but with the mutual awareness that they had to get out of there. The snake's triangular head had also fallen to the floor, but was on the cultivator's side instead of directly on their path. Yet, that magical beast was long enough to remain ahead despite its partially coiled body, and it didn't stand still at the sight of those running humans. A huge body could be a hindrance. Snakes weren't exactly known for their speed, but they could unleash incredible, sudden acceleration when attacking. Just like with the bats, the magical beast lifted its head and opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and the crushed, bleeding animals its throat was pushing back before snapping ahead. As luck would have it, Neil, Milo, and Jason had been a few steps closer to the stone passage, so their hurried escape let them slip past the attack's trajectory. The same didn't go for Melissa. She was barely one step behind Jason, the last in the red trio, but that delay put her on a crash course with the closing reptilian maw from her left side. The angle of the attack left Melissa unaware until she saw the incoming moist tissues with the corner of her eye. That deadly mouth was upon her, too fast to dodge or attempt to counter with her martial arts. She didn't even have the time to stop running, but her head turned toward the threat nonetheless. And, as Melissa looked at the literal jaws of death, something else caught her attention. Something violently slammed on the upper half of that reptilian mouth, pushing it forward and making it close on empty air. Then, Melissa caught something else. She saw Liam right beside her, his palm still stretched as his bent legs dealt with the heavy whiplash of his blow. There was no time for gratitude or shock. Melissa's green eyes went wide, but also pointed ahead again. The snake's closed mouth was on the floor right in front of her now, and she didn't hesitate to jump over it. What is it made of? Liam cursed in his mind as he poured all the strength he could summon into his legs. The seismic palm had cracked some of the snake's scales, carving a hand-shaped, bleeding injury, but the wound looked superficial at best. Also, Liam's arm had gone partially numb after the clash, and the violent impact had even threatened to send him flying away despite being on the attacking side. Still, once Randall stepped ahead and jumped over the reptilian head, Liam finally felt able to move again. Meanwhile, the snake began to rise, its yellow eyes pointed at Liam and showcasing pristine anger, only for his figure to disappear above it. Liam's long leap made him catch up with Randall, but a loud hiss resounded behind them, prompting them to accelerate even further. Slithering noises also followed, getting closer and closer, but the stone passage arrived first. Entering the passage didn't save Melissa, Randall, and Liam from the magical beast. Its slithering noises grew louder in that tunnel, echoing through the few holes in its otherwise intact surfaces, even filling the two branching paths ahead. Yet, when the crossroads arrived, Melissa did the unthinkable. She stopped in her tracks, so abruptly that Randall almost slammed into her, only for her to turn left in the next second. Despite the heated moment, Liam felt some confusion, which vanished upon arriving at the crossroads. Of the two paths, one had spikes growing from its surfaces, virtually blocking it. Liam barely had the time to sense the chi inside the spikes before being forced to turn left to follow after Melissa and Randall. However, he burned that scene into his memory, as well as three faces. There was much to realize, conclude, and decide at that development, but the heated moment suppressed superfluous thoughts, delving any available energy into the escape from the approaching slithering noises. The fearsome snake was hot on the trail, so close that Liam could hear and almost feel its breath among the general rumbling. The magical beast seemed within arm's reach, but he could only run. The previous clash had told him that a fight wasn't an option. The location further limited the group's options. The stone passage was relatively narrow, barely fitting two grown men, so Melissa, Randall, Liam, and the magical beast formed a hurried but orderly line while advancing through that obligatory path. No more crossroads arrived, but the stone passage featured sharp turns that eventually began to descend, as if coiling toward even greater depths. Still, the corridor's structural integrity also improved at those depths, limiting the amount of bright yellowish dust in the air. The environment gradually grew darker, and the snake's aggression intensified as that stalemate continued. The sharp turns worked in the group's favor. Melissa, Randall, and Liam were faster in those corners, putting more distance from the snake, only for the latter to regain on them during the straight parts. That unending chase enraged the magical beast even further, urging it to pounce ahead whenever the group was about to turn another corner. Yet, the snake missed every time, its charges culminating in violent impacts into the smooth, rocky walls, generating new tremors. That was still fine. After all, the stalemate meant that Liam and the others were safe, but that couldn't continue endlessly. The trio had no real plan. The previous blocked path hinted at the fact that they were lost, and it was unclear how long they could rely on corners to survive. That stalemate only seemed to delay the inevitable, but a change happened, albeit not in the way anyone could have predicted. The path didn't suddenly end, and the magical beast didn't catch up with the group. Everything simply began to crumble. The repeated headbutts on the walls opened new cracks that joined forces with the tremors to expand and affect the passage's structural integrity, which eventually reached a critical point. A new, constant earthquake took control of that descending tunnel, opening cracks everywhere, especially on the very floor the trio was walking on until that surface collapsed. Suddenly, Liam, Randall, and Melissa lost their foothold. The path crumbled and brought them down with it, trapping them in a fall that the many boulders around them attempted to make deadly. Yet, the snake fell prey to the crumbling, too, and its huge size only served to expose it to more boulders. It didn't take long before it remained stuck in that general collapse, and Liam could even hear its unwilling hiss grow distant. Nevertheless, that increasing distance also indicated that Liam's fall was continuing. He was temporarily safe but stuck, plunging together with boulders that had long since hindered his view while his speed kept increasing. If that trend continued, it wouldn't be the boulders killing Liam but his mere fall. Moreover, it was unclear when a surface able to endure the collapse would arrive and force him to face the accumulated momentum. On top of that, those boulders could converge into a crack which would squash Liam to a pulp. Everything pointed in the direction of his death, even leaving him with no real way to affect that outcome. However, Liam had vast experience in those situations. The boulders were no branches, but Liam had still spent 10 years of his life falling and swinging from trees. He couldn't dread gravity. His mind remained sharp, calmly searching for anything he could use. The collapse had brought more than deadly boulders, gravity, and cramped surroundings. Now that the intact surfaces were no more, bright yellowish dust started to spread everywhere, bringing a modicum of visibility. Liam kept his eyes wide open, uncaring of the soil or debris that attempted to stain them, until an even brighter version of that halo caught his attention. Somewhere under him to his right, the yellowish light was intense and unhindered, prompting him to follow it. The surrounding boulders trapped Liam but also gave him something to cling to. He reached for the nearest rock to his left, crouching on it, until his falling figure turned upside down. Then, Liam darted down, his body acting as a spring that crashed onto the rocks in his path. A few of those shattered in the face of his crossed arms, but most scraped him all over. Yet, Liam ignored the scratches since something far more concerning appeared in his view. He crossed the barrage of falling rocks, freeing himself of that deadly trap, only to end up in a vast and tall chamber. The chamber's flat ceiling was somehow enduring the crumbling, but Liam couldn't rejoice at that sight. That area was even taller than his new cave, and he was right under its top. Naturally, Liam could only fall diagonally, leaving behind the avalanche of rocks to fly deeper into the vast chamber. He was upside down, and the floor grew closer quickly, leading to a poor landing. Liam tried his best to soften the landing, but there was a limit to what his experience and miraculous physical abilities could achieve. His right shoulder slammed on the floor, prompting a roll that attempted to disperse the accumulated momentum, only for his body to keep spinning. Liam bounced and rolled over the floor, unable to stop himself, until something else did that for him. His back slammed on the chamber's smooth wall, the impact attempting to take his breath away, but also putting an end to that heated fall. Ouch! Liam cursed in his mind, but forced himself to snap to his feet. His right shoulder hurt, and the numbness from the previous clash didn't help that limb as a whole, but he had greater problems to prioritize. The collapse was continuing but also slowing down. Debris accumulated on one of the chamber's 4 walls, replacing it with a hill of boulders and soil, but everything eventually came to a halt. It seemed the crumbling was finally over. That underground location had regained some structural stability, only for soil and rocks to explode outward from the upper side of that makeshift hill. Liam grew wary, but his stance slightly relaxed when he saw a familiar face. Randall crawled out of the makeshift hill, rolling over its slope, until his butt hit the flat floor at its bottom. Randall quickly stood up, distancing himself from the hill, before relaxing enough to pat his robe to remove the dirt that had darkened it. Liam didn't care about his appearance but stretched his right shoulder at that sight, suppressing a grunt. His robe was torn all over, and scratches littered his body, but nothing was as serious as that limb. Of course, the location took the crown there. The chamber was vast but empty, except for the collapsed wall replaced by the hill of debris. Its other surfaces were intact and smooth, but also lacked any visible door or passage. It seemed Liam and Randall had escaped the deadly collapse only to end up stuck in a place without exits, with the intended way out probably gone, replaced by that hill-like pile of debris. Nevertheless, being stuck was better than whatever the previous events had featured. Without terrifying magical beasts to be wary of, Liam could finally throw a proper look at his surroundings and allow a few subconscious considerations to enter the conscious side of his mind. How big is this place? Liam wondered, his first doubts involving that underground structure's size. That was Liam's second time dealing with the divine cult, and his first experience had featured a far smaller environment. A fraction of what he had run through was already far bigger than the secret place that had stolen months from his life. Was this a more important location? Liam considered. Was the divine cult more widespread back then? Does that only apply to these areas of the kingdom? Answers didn't arrive. Nothing in the environment could provide them. The intact surfaces even prevented Liam from guessing how old that place was. Clearly, cultivators built durable stuff. Liam could only guess that the secret location had a different purpose from his previous prison. It could have still contained kidnapped kids to brainwash, but it also had to have featured more due to all that additional space. Maybe it really was a proper sect, Liam thought. Just an evil secret one. Liam's imagination didn't go off. His thoughts remained on more real and current problems, and his gaze eventually met Randall's. The latter seemed to have finished his inspection of the surroundings, too, leaving him with only one question. "Do you see a way out?" Randall asked. Liam shook his head, bringing his attention back to the smooth surfaces. He truly didn't want to remain stuck down there, especially in such poor company, but his eyes were of no help. The problems didn't even end there. The path Neil and the others had blocked had probably been the right one. Melissa's previous reaction hinted as much. She was also nowhere to be seen, painting quite the grim picture. Liam and Randall weren't only lost. They had also taken the wrong turn, delving quite deeply into it, while the only person who might know that environment's layout was missing. Is Melissa dead? Liam wondered. We survived, so she might have too, but searching for Melissa wasn't a viable goal. Liam wouldn't even know where to begin to do that, so it was better to act as if he and Randall were on their own. I'll try something, Liam eventually announced, approaching one of the hill's corners to begin knocking on the wall. Liam proceeded to repeat the action throughout the wall, only to move to the next two afterward. Sadly, no odd noises resounded, and his disappointment was evident enough for Randall to notice it. Junior brother, what were you expecting to find? Randall sighed despite having stayed silent during Liam's inspection. The way back is probably behind this rubble. Maybe, Liam commented, too immersed in his thoughts to address Randall properly. Liam knew better than to trust smooth walls after his experience with the divine cult. Yet what he had in mind wasn't exactly safe, and succeeding in getting out promised to be even worse. After all, escaping would leave him exposed on the wrong path again. However, doing nothing wasn't an option. Liam had enough of being trapped in his life, and staying still only delayed the inevitable. So Liam glanced at the ceiling. That tall surface had endured the previous mess without suffering a single crack, so it could probably withstand what Liam had in mind. How did I not break anything after that fall? Liam casually thought, lowering his gaze. Now, if I were a secret door, where would I be? Liam had no clues to follow, so he used math. Due to the hill of debris, it was unclear how long two of the walls were, but the third was perfectly visible in its entirety, and Liam approached its center. It's around here, Liam calculated, checking his left and right to confirm that he was at the wall's center. Randall watched curiously, a tinge of hope forming inside him. Despite the rocky first meeting, Randall knew that Liam was somewhat special, and that wasn't only due to his cultivation talent. Liam had uncanny battle prowess and sharpness. He had heard the rats before Milo's martial arts, and he had even had the guts to attack that terrifying snake, saving Melissa in the process. Everything had happened too quickly for Randall to comment on it, but he had noticed it nonetheless, changing the way in which he viewed Liam. The latter clearly had surprising qualities, and one of those could help the two get out of that situation. However, that mental praise crumbled when Randall saw what Liam was up to. His eyes went wide as Liam donned his battle stance and slammed his palm onto the wall, digging a hole through it while cracks grew from its edges. The martial art didn't cause any shocking results, but Randall still steadied himself and inspected his surroundings, paying special attention to the ceiling. Nothing had trembled or broken, but that didn't change the reckless nature of Liam's action. "Are you mental?" Randall cried, scolding. "Do you wish to bury us alive? Was the first time not enough? Do you have a better idea?" Liam asked, turning to nod at the hill of debris. "Digging through that is more likely to cause another collapse, so I say we start here first." That wasn't the issue for Randall at all, but Liam didn't even consider it. His face showed no fear toward a second collapse and the possibility of being buried alive. It was as if the thought of his own death couldn't bother him in the slightest. Of course, Randall took that for cluelessness, which forced him to come up with an alternative. "We could wait. We are inner disciples, and you are a miraculous talent. The elders will come to save us once they learn where we are." Unknowingly to Randall, His reasonable take featured a word that triggered the same chilling face he had seen during the spar. "I don't get saved," Liam declared, his body spinning back toward the wall to deliver an even stronger seismic palm. Breaking noises resounded at the clash with the wall. Randall heard something fall and warily watched the ceiling, afraid to see another rain of boulders. However, that surface remained stable, reassuring him enough to bring his gaze down. Crumbling had happened, but was limited to Liam's wall. Actually, the breaking noises had come from something more specific. A 1-meter-tall hole had opened in front of Liam, even featuring perfectly smooth vertical edges. Naturally, that wasn't the result of the martial art, and what stood behind the hole proved it. A stone passage stretched from that cavity, its destination unknown. "Aren't you coming?" Liam asked, noticing that Randall had remained stuck in place when he bent down to cross the cavity. Randall didn't miss the lack of surprise in Liam's behavior. It was as if Liam had expected to find that stone passage, but other thoughts ended up invading Randall's mind. He used the seismic palm 3 times now, Randall counted, and another time against Jason. Even 9 spiritual roots must have a limit. Still, Randall only smiled, hiding any dark intentions that his brain was devising, before hurrying after Liam. Liam and Randall advanced through the just-discovered stone passage, wary of any odd detail. Still, the tunnel was perfectly straight, neither rising nor descending, featuring no turns or anything that could alert the 2 cultivators. The only real oddity was with the stone passage's brightness. The yellowish halo was far more intense there due to the higher concentration of glowing dust, which Liam couldn't help but put at the center of his considerations. Where is all this coming from? Liam wondered. It can't be just because I opened the door. The previous chamber had also been brighter than usual, but the collapse could explain that. Instead, the stone passage didn't grow any dimmer as the 2 delved deeper into it, and the absence of damage on its surfaces left Liam with nothing to connect that feature to. Is it coming from the walls? Liam considered, not excluding the possibility of erosion that his sharp eyes couldn't see. But they would be bright, too, in that case. Liam couldn't be sure of that, but another explanation sounded more accurate. If he couldn't blame the collapse, the breaking of the secret door, and the erosion, he had to conclude that the bright dust had always been there, or another source existed at the end of that passage. Yet, the passage soon ended in a perfectly intact wall, seemingly rejecting that second hypothesis, but Liam knew better. This passage must have remained closed ever since the sect collapsed, Liam calculated. The air doesn't smell stale, so some magic should still be at work. As for the dust, it must have remained trapped here since the last opening. In Liam's mind, that could only mean one thing. That wall wasn't the end. There had to be another secret door that led to the source of that greater brightness. Randall had remained silent throughout the advance, hiding his darker thoughts behind his closed mouth. Liam had even shown justified confidence in those environments, so Randall let him take the lead. Still, some fear invaded Randall when he saw Liam wear his battle stance. His instincts told him to argue against it, but Liam immediately launched a violent palm strike, sending tremors everywhere. Randall could only squeeze himself against the wall, hoping that the surface would save him from whatever collapse might follow. Yet, the faint tremors subsided before anything could break. "Can you at least warn me first?" Randall scolded, instinctively keeping his voice down. Liam ignored Randall, instead focusing on his left palm, a muttered comment escaping his mouth. That felt different. Liam had unleashed enough chi to pierce through an eventual secret door, but the wall had sent back different vibrations compared to earlier. His attack had still carved a palm-sized hole, but no wide cracks had opened from it, and the tremors had also spread through the tunnel. This must be a proper wall, Liam concluded. So left or right? Liam tilted his head in thought, replaying the hurried escape and fall in his mind. We have always turned right, Liam recalled, like spiraling down instead of descending straight. A vague layout formed in Liam's mind. His time in Crosstones Mountain had given him a great sense of direction, allowing him to create a mental map of that underground place. It should be right again since it would bring us back to the center, Liam guessed. Of course, that guess was unfounded. Nothing confirmed that the place only expanded downward. Those ruins could have branching paths leading farther away from the center that Liam had calculated. But trying to follow a pattern was better than acting blindly. That wasn't only due to the concern toward the passage's structural integrity. The place still held many dangers, so Liam wanted to preserve his strength when possible. Tiredness had yet to arrive, but it would come if he kept launching seismic palms nonstop. So, Liam faced the wall to his right and summoned his chi, remembering to nod at Randall before unleashing his strike. Familiar vibrations immediately ran through his left arm, before welcome sounds reached his ears. Liam's palm pierced the wall and opened relatively horizontal cracks, which spread downward until rocks fell. Another short hole opened, revealing an even brighter passage. Liam didn't hesitate to crawl under the hole, and Randall promptly followed. Surprisingly, the new tunnel rose, even leading to sharp right turns that matched Liam's mental layout. That sect really seemed to expand concentrically, and reaching another dead end only emboldened Liam to push further. Crumbling noises unfolded after Liam unleashed his martial arts on the wall in front of him. He hit the correct surface on his first try that time, opening a hole that led into a properly bright environment. There was no tunnel ahead. Instead, crossing the hole led Liam to a chamber without the usual smooth surfaces. The 4 pillars connecting floor and ceiling were the only man-made elements, and the reason why immediately became clear. The vaguely circular chamber had rocky surfaces, with many yellowish, bright spots that radiated chi. The latter were everywhere, be it the uneven floor, wall, and ceiling. It seemed Liam had arrived at the mine Joel had been looking for. Nevertheless, the bright environment couldn't distract Liam. Couldn't, since it contained something far more concerning. The yellowish mineral wasn't the only trace of chi. 3 figures also radiated it while warily looking at Liam. Neil, Milo, and Jason were also inside the chamber, gathered in a battle formation, startled by the sudden, limited crumbling. Yet, seeing Liam come out of the new hole made them relax and wear stiff smiles. "Senior Liam," Neil awkwardly greeted. "I'm glad to see you alive and well." Liam didn't respond. His face had instantly grown cold, reeking of killing intent as he walked toward the trio. His stance couldn't have been clearer, but the red group didn't retreat. Talent or not, Liam was alone. He couldn't possibly be crazy enough to launch himself at 3 cultivators already in a battle formation. If anything, showing hesitation and fear toward his cold stance would give him social leverage. Of course, the red trio greatly miscalculated what coursed through Liam's mind. He wasn't putting up an act. He wouldn't even know how. Liam didn't hesitate either, since he had already made his decision back then. Actually, only one thought managed to invade Liam's brain during his chilling advance. "Oh, that's why Master said to use my sleeves." A swift gesture accompanied that realization. Liam swung his right arm, throwing a small pill at the trio. Neil and the others promptly stepped back, but the item exploded into a dark cloud when it hit the rocky floor, immediately engulfing them. Crosstone's mountain had taught Liam frugality. He knew better than to waste his limited resources, which had mainly involved his supplies and arrows back then. However, Liam's hunter upbringing had also taught him when to use those resources. Saving an arrow was worse than failing to kill his prey or risking getting injured. Hesitating could even lead to similar results while wasting the resource, and Liam applied that reasoning to his pill, using it without thinking twice. After all, Liam had decided to kill Neil, Milo, and Jason ever since realizing that they had trapped him with the snake. He also acknowledged their individual strength and numerical advantage. They were no mere rats, so Liam went all out from the get-go. Liam's decisiveness and secret weapon caught the trio by surprise. Neil, Milo, and Jason had only planned to dodge the incoming mysterious object, but couldn't have predicted the cloud that it had released. The dark, dense smoke enveloped the trio and filled the underground chamber with a dangerous stench. The cloud also kept expanding, thinning itself in the process, but something soon came out of it. Neil rushed out, dark trails following his figure. His arms were crossed before his lowered head, but that did little to shield him from the smoke, especially when it had already affected him. The air in Neil's lungs seemed to have turned liquid, and his bloodshot, teary eyes blurred his vision. He could only squint, but that was enough to see that a vague figure had appeared before him. Liam wasted no time or moves, summoning his chi to accompany his attack. His palm slammed violently on Neil's chest, and breaking noises followed. The left side of Neil's chest caved in before the attack sent him flying away, flinging him on the chamber's opposite wall, where he slammed before falling limply on the uneven floor. Liam barely recorded that outcome since he was already on the move. He dived inside the dark cloud, breathing deeply and welcoming the rejuvenating sensation that followed, confident in his high tolerance to that poison. Despite the alchemy elder handling most of the concoction, Liam's chi had still been at the foundation of the alchemical flame that had birthed that pill. He basically had an innate resistance to it, which kept his lungs and eyes clear without destabilizing his awareness. The cloud's insides had terrible visibility, but that poisonous environment wasn't big. Its expansion also thinned it, allowing Liam to spot the more solid figures it had enveloped. After just 2 steps, Liam found Milo on his knees, covering his mouth and nose with both hands. His eyes were also closed, tears falling from them. But his moving chi hinted at the presence of a martial art, which soon turned his head toward Liam. Yet, sensing Liam's arrival was different than defending against him, especially since he was already on the offensive. He had lunged his hand downward as soon as he spotted the kneeling figure, and his iron fingers pierced Milo's throat. That was no fancy attack or superior martial art, and what followed was even rougher. Liam simply pushed his fingers as deeply as possible before swinging them out, ripping off a whole quarter of Milo's throat out of sheer, brutal strength. Milo fell sideways at that point, but Liam had already proceeded forward. He had seen a more solid figure crawl out of the cloud and didn't hesitate to follow it. Jason had been the most affected of the trio. He had activated his martial arts, turning his blood vessels into an intricate black barrier, only for it to bring a false sense of security that made him breathe the smoke a bit longer. That additional exposure destabilized Jason's balance. His defensive martial art remained active, but his head spun too much for him to stand, forcing him to crawl until the sound of footsteps urged him to turn belly up. The action seemed to exhaust Jason. He spun on himself only to crash on his back. He looked powerless, barely managing to open his teary eyes to witness a terrifying scene. Liam calmly stepped out of the cloud, his robe torn all over, but his stance firmer than ever. His cold face betrayed no sign of emotion, as if his previous actions carried no weight in his mind, and black smoke blew out of his nostrils, as if poison coursed through his veins. Senio dash! Jason coughed, trying to push himself back with his elbows, only for Liam to stomp his foot on his chest, stopping him both from speaking and retreating. Liam had poured all his superhuman strength into his stomp, but Jason's reinforced skin held firm. Simple attacks couldn't overcome his technique's defenses, so Liam bent down, placing his left palm on his forehead. "Senior, I swear," Jason cried, panicking. "It wasn't my intention to put you in danger. I dash." Jason couldn't finish his line since another cough took control of his throat. Faint black smoke even escaped his mouth, while more panic invaded his expression. He wanted to explain himself better, coming up with more excuses, but Liam ended up talking first. "I don't believe you," Liam stated, releasing the trembling energy that had accumulated in his palm. The built-up chi blew outward. The barrier of black veins kept Jason's skin intact, but blood spurted out of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Anything inside his skull had turned into a gory pulp, immediately claiming his life. Liam straightened up at that point, finally experiencing some tiredness. The feeling wasn't intense, but a few drops of sweat had formed on his forehead. Still, he held back from wiping them, his cold gaze glued to the gory spectacle below. Neil, Milo, and Jason weren't weak. Even when taken individually, they were more than capable of putting up a fight. Liam didn't know their actual battle prowess, but the small tournament had demonstrated that they would have taken some effort to kill. However, Liam's decisiveness had played a big role. He had gone for the kill before the trio could even realize how serious he was, which was to be expected. After all, the Red Group couldn't have predicted that Liam would resort to such extreme measures before trying to fix the issue through words. Moreover, the exploding pill had turned the trio's battle formation against them. They had been close enough for the cloud to envelop them, turning the surprise effect into a winning move. And, just like that, Liam had defeated 3 cultivators at his same level without getting hurt even once. Actually, he wasn't even sure whether that counted as a fight, but knew what he had to thank for such smooth trailing. Poison masters are quite feared in the cultivation world. Liam recalled the disciplinary elder's words, agreeing with them. Much of the situation had worked in his favor, but he now saw the immense fighting value in what his master was teaching him. Sadly, despite wanting to, Liam couldn't dwell on that realization any longer since his surroundings demanded his input again. An odd emptiness had spread in his perception, prompting him to thrust his elbow behind him, hitting Randall straight on his nose. A mere fraction of a second after Liam threw his pill, Randall crossed the short hole to step into the vaguely circular chamber, obtaining first-row seats to the gruesome spectacle that followed. Randall was unaware of the nature of Liam's core. He only knew about his talent and seismic palm, which was already a lot for someone who had been inside the sect for as little as a month. Of course, Randall had also faced Liam's dangerous battle prowess, but what unfolded in his eyes was something else entirely. The pill's explosion and the cloud it created urged him to crawl back into the hole, and Liam's actions almost made him act upon it. What followed wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Liam attacked swiftly and ruthlessly, showing no hesitation when unleashing moves with the sole purpose of reaping lives. The sight was shocking in ways that Randall couldn't put into words. There was no second-guessing nor the slightest trace of mercy in Liam's attacks. He knew what he was doing and was good at it. Moreover, it looked perfectly natural for Liam. The cultivation world was ruthless, but Randall was relatively new to it. He had also spent most of his time in it inside the safety of the Pale Moon sect, protected by rules, sheltered from the most gruesome aspects of that journey. Also, no one had taught Randall to kill. He knew how, but he was young, and his life had never demanded that he develop any experience in it. So, it stood to reason that Liam appeared like a complete monster, a demon through and through. Taking lives looked no different than breathing to him, as if he had trained for that from the moment he was born. There, Randall realized something terrifying. All of Liam's claims about killing had never been boasts or exaggerations. He had always meant every word, and Randall had somehow managed to insult such a frightening creature. Of course, part of Randall had realized that ever since the sparring match, but seeing it unfold made it more real. Still, instead of running away or trying to patch up that relationship, resolve surged in Randall's mind, accompanied by calculations. Liam had used the seismic palm 3 more times to reach that bright chamber. Randall couldn't see what unfolded inside the dark cloud, but he could confirm that Liam relied on his martial arts at least in 2 additional instances to deal with Neil and Jason. That put the total count to 8, 9 if Randall included the small tournament. Moreover, the amount of chi Liam had released had been far from inconsequential. Even Randall would be almost drained after that, so he guessed that Liam had to be close to his limit. The equation was simple. Theoretically, Liam was almost out of chi in a location that offered complete secrecy. A similar opportunity would probably never stand before Randall ever again, and that fearsome scene urged him to exploit it. So, when Liam straightened himself up, inspecting the dead Jason, Randall unleashed the ghost step, not daring to summon the jade skin out of fear that the genius' sharp perception might notice it. The timing was perfect. Liam had just won a battle and was finally catching a breath, relaxing both in mind and spirit, hopefully lowering his guard. The angle of the attack was also ideal. Randall went for Liam's blind spot, right behind his back, limiting the possibility of counterattacks and defensive maneuvers to the utmost. The ghost step even made Randall completely silent, basically removing his presence. Taking Liam by surprise was a certainty, which could grant Randall the initiative throughout the rest of the battle. Nevertheless, despite all those ideal variables, Liam ended up moving a fraction of a second before Randall could reach him. Liam's elbow abruptly rose backward, landing in the exact spot where Randall's nose arrived. The crash was unavoidable and violent. It was as if Liam had predicted how and where the attack would have unfolded, taking Randall by surprise before he could change direction. Actually, the surprise effect worsened the blow since Randall basically slammed onto Liam's elbow, empowering it through his momentum. Cracking noises immediately spread from Randall's nose, accompanied by a torrent of blood from his nostrils. His body also tilted backward, losing his foothold and slamming on the uneven floor, hitting his head hard enough to make his vision spin. Randall promptly activated his jade skin and tried to stand up, only for something to keep him down. Liam was already upon him, his foot on his throat while he spun his right arm, seemingly stretching it. "How?" Randall gasped, his voice dampened by his obstructed nostrils. "Did you receive a perception technique? But when did you use it?" "You attack in the same way every time," Liam coldly revealed. "As soon as I felt your presence disappear, I knew you were coming and from where." Randall's eyes couldn't help but widen. Liam was right. Randall had developed the habit of using the ghost step to attack from his opponent's blind spots. That was a perfect winning move with little to no counterplay, but Liam had used it to his advantage. "Wait," Randall pleaded. "Forgive me. I'll help you get out of here and give you 2 rank 1 items, even if I have to forsake my next reward from the sect." Liam didn't even hear those words. Instead, he voiced a genuine doubt that carried some of his blinding innocence. "Why did you attack me anyway? Didn't we have a deal?" The innocent tone didn't match Liam's cold face at all. Those conflicting features actually confused Randall, preventing him from considering whether lying was preferable, bringing the truth out of him. "You are a far greater talent than I am," Randall explained. "If I killed you, I'd remain the sect's favorite." "Oh!" Liam exclaimed in his mind. It was a simple betrayal. Of course, Randall had also taken into consideration Liam's fearsome killing skills. He didn't want to compete against such a frightening opponent he had already insulted, especially when Liam was bound to surpass him due to his superior talent. Still, Liam had no need for additional details. As soon as he understood what the matter had been about, he bent down and placed his left palm on Randall's face. He would prefer to avoid using his martial arts again, but the metallic luster that Randall's skin radiated left him no other option. "Junior brother," Randall called, his brain in full panic. "We are fellow disciples. Killing each other is forbidden. The elders will punish you." Randall actually used Liam's past words in his plea, but they had no effect. "I don't care," Liam calmly said. "I want to kill you." Randall opened his mouth, but only blood spurted out of it. The same went for his eyes, ears, and already broken nose since Liam unleashed the built-up chi in his palm, turning his skull's insides into a squashed pulp. A wave of exhaustion rushed through Liam as he straightened himself and stretched his right shoulder once more, only allowing one tired sigh to escape his mouth. Clearly, Liam had gone overboard. Even the so-called divine 10 spiritual roots and his complete foundation had limits, and he hadn't hesitated to abuse them. The amount of chi depleted by the seismic palm was up to the user, but that place's secret doors were sturdy, and Liam would obviously employ deadly force when fighting. He had used his martial arts at full force every time, accelerating the arrival of his exhaustion. Nevertheless, that had also been the whole point behind Liam's choice of a martial art. His superior amount of chi had allowed him to unleash deadly attacks in quick succession, something that no average cultivator had the stamina for. Randall had been the perfect example of that. Even if he had managed to take Liam by surprise, his attack would have led to an advantageous battle, not a direct victory, emboldened by the fact that his opponent might have lacked the energy to rely on his killing move again. "I made the right choice," Liam nodded to himself. "I couldn't have accomplished this much with a different martial art." Of course, Liam now had to pay the price for that extreme abuse. His chi reserves were almost depleted, and his circulation technique needed time to refill his body. Breathing some of the cloud's smoke had been the only saving grace. That revitalizing poison had urged Liam's core to produce more chi, which the circulation technique didn't hesitate to start refining. Yet, that wasn't a quick process, and Liam didn't know how much time he had. A quick inspection of his surroundings was actually enough to reject that idea. The vaguely circular chamber was far from isolated. The secret door Liam had broken was only one of the many holes and passages that stretched from its wall and ceiling. Chances were the magical beasts living in that lair could invade the chamber at any moment, and Liam was in no condition to face a prolonged fight. At the same time, advancing without taking a break carried the same risks. Instead, the chamber was safe and silent for now, other than featuring the mineral that the whole mission was about. Rest it is, Liam decided, the corpse under him reclaiming his gaze. Liam had ended up killing once again, but his perspective on it had undoubtedly changed after his master's inspirational speech. Killing still felt empty. There was no satisfaction or happiness to be found in that heinous act. However, there was something else now. On the outside, it might look as if Liam had killed out of mere survival and retribution, but his mind had featured a fiery resolve throughout it. There had been a strange desire behind Liam's actions, a will to face life on his own terms that wasn't the result of sad necessity but active ambition, and Liam had to admit that it felt fine, not good, but nice nonetheless. The emptiness wasn't burdensome. He didn't experience the usual sadness, nor did he see himself as some kind of unworthy evil man. Liam was only pursuing his way of life, and he had the same right as everyone else to do so. It was really that simple, but it had taken the Alchemy Elder's speech to allow Liam to see that point under a new light. "Master, thank you," Liam said in his mind. He was still clueless about much, but he had finally developed a firm foundation that could allow him to advance through life without second-guessing or blaming himself. Most importantly, that firm foundation gave Liam the chance to welcome more than his revenge and ancestral snake's hatred into his life. He could and wanted to have more now, but he needed strength for that. Liam could connect his overwhelming victory to three main factors. He had a superior mindset compared to his fellow young cultivators. He played by the rules of the real world, which had none, unleashing a deadly decisiveness that his opponent lacked. Liam also had a sharp battle sense, which had helped him choose the martial arts suited to his superior talent, creating quite a meaningful advantage. Ultimately, Liam had to account for the pill which fell into the resources category. Most of his recent success was actually thanks to that item. Still, the superior mindset's advantage would eventually vanish once Liam met more experienced enemies. Martial arts and items also took time to master and prepare, but the latter featured an exception. The chamber had 4 cultivators who knew about the mission's dangers. Liam's sudden attacks might have prevented them from relying on some of their preparations, but that didn't mean that they had failed to make them. Chances were the 4 might have brought something at the same level as Liam's pill to the mission, and finding it would instantly increase one aspect of the strength he needed. So, Liam ignored Randall and went to check the other bodies. Jason had died instantly, while Milo seemed to have bled to death in a matter of seconds, but a faint heartbeat still existed among that silence. Neil was barely breathing. The left side of his chest and anything beneath it had collapsed, slowly draining away his life, but his body was clinging to it. Liam didn't hesitate to reach the fainted young man, ideas running through his mind. Neil had useful information about the place, both when it came to its secret rewards and escape paths, but Liam only saw problems in keeping him alive. After all, Liam was a poor judge of lies and social interactions, and Neil would only be a burden in his injured state, and an unwanted one at that. So, Liam placed his foot on his neck and pressed down until cracking noises resounded. Neil died on the spot, removing the last variable from the chamber, prompting Liam to kneel to start going through his belongings, only for a strange scent to reach his nostrils. The scent was humid, even wet, but split into 2 different sources. Liam smelled water but also sweat, and the latter felt familiar. Moreover, that odor was nearby, seemingly a few meters to his right, and he pretended not to notice it before suddenly shooting in its direction. There was nothing on Liam's path, but his numb arm reached forward anyway, surprisingly grabbing something solid among the empty air. Liam promptly pushed that something back, slamming it on the rocky wall, which revealed its true nature. Trails of vapor became visible, and a vague silhouette took form and grew more detailed among their dispersion. It was like the gradual lifting of a transparent, cloaking curtain, which eventually revealed Melissa, who Liam kept pressed against the wall from her shoulder. It went without saying that Melissa was shocked and scared, which her expressionless face did its best to hide. Only her green eyes were wide, and they did little to describe the chaos in her mind. After narrowly escaping death during the collapse, Melissa had relied on her cloaking technique to make her way through the underground structure until she found areas she was familiar with. However, reaching the bright chamber put Melissa before something almost as concerning as the huge snake. Of her 5 companions, 4 now lay lifelessly on the uneven floor, and she had even arrived in time to catch Liam deliver the finishing blow to Neil. On top of that, Liam had somehow seen through Melissa's cloaking martial arts and was now pinning her to the wall, his cold face reeking of killing intent. Yet, before Melissa could sort through those shocking events, something even more confusing unfolded. A genuine smile broadened on Liam's face, replacing his cold expression and paving the way for his blinding excitement. "You are alive," Liam happily exclaimed, letting go of Melissa's shoulder. Melissa blinked in perplexity. She couldn't understand how such a cold face could transform into a blinding smile so suddenly, nor what could warrant that change. Liam didn't seem to care about Melissa's confusion. He actually stopped minding her and turned to approach Neil's corpse again, intent on resuming what he was doing. But when Melissa left the wall to straighten herself, a sharp pain spread from her left ankle, triggering a closed-mouthed gasp that reclaimed Liam's attention. Liam threw a proper look at Melissa now. Her ponytail was no more, replaced by disheveled, damp hair, some of its golden strands glued to her sweaty, slightly dirty face. Wet patches of sweat also stained Melissa's robe, clinging to the dirt that had covered her. She looked as if she had spent her entire time alone crawling through narrow holes, which probably wasn't far from the truth. Also, it was clear that Melissa hadn't come out unharmed from that crawling. She tried her best to hide it, but her slightly tilted stance highlighted how she was putting most of her weight on her right leg. The previous suppressed gasp had even carried traces of suffering that didn't escape Liam's sensitive ears, triggering a question. "Did you hurt your leg?" Needless to say, Melissa's shock and confusion only intensified. Still, Liam's keen observation skills remained behind his inexplicable behavior. "Let me see," Liam casually muttered, stepping forward, only for Melissa to retreat instinctively. Yet, when Melissa put her left foot down, the sharp pain returned, destabilizing her balance and almost making her fall into the wall, only for someone to catch her. Melissa had squinted her eyes in pain, but they went wide when she saw Liam supporting her, gently placing her down. He had wrapped his whole arm around her back despite her sweaty patches there, and that direct touch tensed and froze her. "Easy," Liam said, placing Melissa down, completely oblivious to her reaction, moving to her legs after securing her on the uneven floor. Melissa tensed even further when Liam partially lifted her robe to expose her legs, even removing her left shoe to check its state. Luckily, he stopped at her ankle since its swollen state told him where the injury was. "It might be broken," Liam admitted, ripping off the lower part of his already torn robe to create makeshift bandages. "Bear with me a little." Naturally, the idea that such a direct touch could be improper never crossed Liam's mind. More than shocked or confused, Melissa was utterly embarrassed, but the following pain distracted her from that sentiment. Liam's bandaging was rough but effective, something he had learned during his time in the mountains. He couldn't fix Melissa's ankle, but he could force it to stay still, wrapping it tightly in torn cloth. Sorry, Liam apologized at Melissa's suppressed painful gasps, eventually raising both hands. "It's done." Melissa had squinted her eyes in pain again, but she forced herself to look at her ankle at those words, even moving it slightly. Still hurt, but it was far more bearable now. Yet, when Melissa lifted her gaze to Liam, she saw his genuine, blinding smile again, rekindling her utter confusion, which deepened until her lips finally parted. "Why?" Melissa whispered, stammering. "Did why you save me?" Despite everything that had unfolded and the concerning situation in the chamber, Melissa couldn't help but ask about Liam's previous actions with the magical beast, only for him to be completely nonchalant about them. "You can speak," Liam exclaimed, tilting his head in thought. "Do you mean with the snake? It's because we are a team, aren't we?" Melissa could hardly believe her ears, but Liam's face and tone were as genuine as they came. No one would ever think to fight against a fearsome magical beast to protect virtual strangers, especially cultivators, but Liam seemed to have done that simply because Melissa had been on the same team. And things truly were that simple in Liam's mind. Wariness or not, Melissa was his companion, so he had saved her. He would have done the same for Randall and the others, too, before their betrayal. Melissa felt like believing Liam, but her gaze went past him at that point, looking at the corpses visible from her position. Liam followed Melissa's gaze, finally realizing how the situation might look, prompting him to explain it as best as he could. "Right?" Liam muttered. "The disciples from the Crimson Warrior sect left us to die with the magical beast, so I killed them. Then, Randall tried to sneak up on me, so I killed him, too." The explanation didn't fix anything. It might make Liam look somewhat innocent, but it didn't change the fact that he had still been willing to rely on murder. However, that summary also updated Liam on something else, which he didn't hesitate to ask about when he turned toward Melissa again. "Wait," Liam considered. "Were you also planning to betray me?" Melissa couldn't believe her ears once again. No one in their right mind would reveal that to the culprit behind such a slaughter while being injured, but Liam didn't seem to consider those points. Still, Melissa didn't have any reason to lie, so she shook her head. "Let's stick together then," Liam announced. "Do you know the way from here?" Melissa performed a slight, timid nod, but fear inevitably spread in her mind. Liam felt trustworthy, especially since Melissa owed him her life, but that remained a peculiar situation. Anyone would be drilling her for information, resorting to all sorts of cruel methods to learn what she knew so that her injured state wouldn't become a burden during the rest of the journey. Liam also sounded like the perfect candidate for that due to his evident murderous streak. Still, he ended up surprising Melissa, abruptly standing up and turning toward the nearest corpse. "I'll see what I can salvage from them," Liam exclaimed. "You can rest in the meantime." And just like that, Liam seemed to forget about Melissa, leaving her stunned but unharmed on the uneven floor. Melissa couldn't help but inspect Liam's every move, finding him so confusing that feeling transformed into interest. Women innately faced more dangers than their male counterparts. It simply was the way of the world. They had something every man desired, creating that additional threat. The cultivation world only worsened that aspect. It could look more respectful on the surface, but power had a way of deepening and enabling people's darkest desires. On top of that, Melissa was stunning, and that awareness didn't come from arrogance or high self-esteem. Her innate, incredible beauty had been a curse all her life, attracting so much unwanted and dangerous attention that she had been forced to acknowledge it. That acknowledgement had led Melissa to develop defensive measures. Her silent, emotionless, and disinterested demeanor was her way to appear unapproachable. Unlike her fellow sisters, she even disregarded her looks on purpose, only showing her shabbiest sides. Melissa's watercore had even helped in that regard, leading to more intense sweating, which perfectly paired with her efforts in getting stronger, since that was the only reliable defense against the world's dangers. Nevertheless, despite all that, Melissa's beauty had always stood out, even attracting the annoying interest of one of the Pale Moon sect's core disciples. And yet, there Liam was, a man who had talked about killing as if it were a common occurrence unworthy of any additional thoughts. A man with a clearly screwed moral compass, finding more interest in corpses than in Melissa. That went against Melissa's entire life experience. She was relatively powerless in a hidden place with no witnesses. Death could also descend upon Liam any time, which should prompt him to use those potentially last moments to savor something otherwise unreachable. Liam even had the right cards to force himself onto Melissa. Saving her life and his miraculous talent could justify that heinous act in his obviously screwed-up mind. But his behavior showed no trace of what she had learned were natural thoughts among men, even the allegedly good ones. As impossibly conflicting as it sounded, Liam was a man who could kill at will and with no regret, but whose bloody hands could also bandage Melissa's ankle with rough but undeniable care. Liam was a man who would show no mercy against those who betrayed him, but would also jump at the literal jaws of death to protect a stranger out of simple belonging to the same team. Moreover, to Melissa's utter incredulity due to everything that life had taught her, Liam had touched her where she had never allowed other men to touch her out of mere care and necessity, even showing no interest in that intimate invasion of her personal space. So, Melissa's eyes remained glued to Liam, her considerations only deepening her interest, almost viewing him as a rare, miraculous creature she had never thought could exist in the world. Still, those considerations also brought a troubling thought, which made Melissa check her back. Her eyes widened when she felt how sweaty the spot where Liam had touched her was, and, to her surprise, her heart sank for some reason. Naturally, Liam was oblivious to Melissa's considerations or what normal men would think in that situation. If anything, he was happy that his senior sister had been an exception among that general betrayal. Her knowledge about the place was also valuable, improving his overall situation. As for the corpses, they didn't have much out of the ordinary. Liam casually undressed Randall and the others, even emptying their pouches on the uneven floor, only to find supplies, a couple of basic tools, and bandages he would have liked to spot before tearing his robe apart. Yet, 3 exceptions existed in that pile of ordinary items. 2 flasks containing an azure liquid and a wooden knife with a strange symbol carved on its blunt blade stood out due to the chi they contained. These are rank 1 items, Liam thought, relying on his perception to evaluate those 3 objects' value. It's a pity Neil didn't have the piercing claws with him. It would have suited me. Of course, Liam hadn't expected to find such a precious book there. Regulations around martial arts were strict in the Pale Moon sect, so it made sense that the Crimson Warrior sect would have similar safety measures. Yet Neil did have something. The wooden knife had come from him, and Liam couldn't help but pick it up to inspect it. Is this a magical weapon? Liam wondered. This symbol should be an inscription, but what does it do? How does binding work even? Liam had only read that most magical items needed to be bound, but the book hadn't explained how. The 2 flasks also had an unknown purpose, but Liam knew someone who could tell him more. Melissa's mind was still a mess of interest and unexpected embarrassment when Liam returned to her with his 3 findings in hand, joining her on the ground while placing them down. "Senior sister, do you know what they are?" Liam asked, not knowing why Melissa's eyes had gone wide again. Liam's sudden return had startled Melissa, but the 3 items quickly claimed her attention, only for her blank look to return to him soon enough. "What?" Liam asked in genuine confusion, unable to discern any meaning in Melissa's silent, emotionless face. That look felt familiar. People often wore it when they talked to him, but he failed to connect it to anything specific. "Qi recovery elixirs," Melissa eventually muttered, stammering, pointing at the 2 flasks. "F from Alchemy Elder." "Oh," Liam exclaimed, finally understanding Melissa's blank look. The Alchemy Elder was Liam's master, so he should have known about his famous concoctions. Besides, Liam had found those flasks among Randall and Milo's belongings, and their identical nature should have hinted at their common, obvious source. "You take one?" Liam eventually announced, pushing one of the flasks toward Melissa before picking up the wooden knife. "What about this?" That sharing of resources was unexpected, but it played into Liam's conflicting behavior, so Melissa didn't let it surprise her now. "A magical weapon," Melissa explained. "Cool," Liam commented, blinding excitement filling his black eyes. "Do you know what it does?" Melissa shook her head at the question, prompting Liam to ask another one. "Do you know how to bind it?" "Don't," Melissa gasped, warning, her decision to speak directly surprising even Liam. "Why?" Liam wondered, quickly realizing something. "Do you want it? I figured I could keep it since I killed Neil." Melissa's difficult life had made her cynical. Unlike Randall, she easily looked past Liam's murderous streak. In a way, she even believed his actions had been justified, but that only deepened her perplexity. Finders keepers was an accepted rule of the world, especially among cultivators. Still, it seemed Liam was clinging to his idea of a team, even having thoughts of sharing everything equally. The conflicting duality between Liam's ruthlessness and innocence grew even more striking, but Melissa didn't necessarily hate it. It was even somewhat reassuring, urging her to take a deep breath so that she could talk more than she was used to. Bee bindings can have conditions, Melissa explained. It might deplete your Qi. I see, Liam realized. There's that too. Despite some reluctance, Liam stored the wooden knife in his robe, grabbing the flask instead, not hesitating to open it. Drink yours if you are tired, Liam ordered, suddenly switching to his hunter mindset. Once we are more rested, we must move. Liam smelled the flask, savoring its fresh smell, before gulping down its contents. Melissa soon did the same, but he almost missed that due to the surprising effects spreading inside his body. The elixir had a refreshing effect, quickly washing away Liam's tiredness before filling his core with a strange vitality similar to when he consumed poison. Liam's core immediately started producing more qi, and the process didn't stop there. Even his circulation technique's pace increased, refining more energy for his body. Whoa! Liam couldn't help but exclaim in his mind at those tangible effects. The elixir boosted his recovery by almost half its original speed, confirming once again the value of alchemy. Of course, the boost wasn't miraculous. It didn't immediately get Liam ready to fight at full power. Still, it remained a welcome advantage in that troublesome situation. Liam guessed that the previous collapse had sent the packs into hiding, but that temporary safety dwindled with each passing second, especially with the 4 corpses spreading their bloody scent everywhere. The sooner Liam moved, the higher his odds of avoiding a fight would be, which was a preferable outcome now that the injured Melissa had returned. Also, if the powerful snake or something as strong as it were to appear, a new collapse might unfold, and Liam didn't know if he could survive it a second time. So, Liam only sat cross-legged for a few minutes before standing up, properly inspecting the chamber. He could smell from which tunnel the red trio had come from, but his attention also moved to the other holes, unsure about what to do. We could leave, Liam considered. Melissa must know the way through that tunnel, and I can break the spikes before the hall, but the mission was theoretically over. The bright, yellowish mineral in the chamber had to be what Joel had been looking for. So Liam and Melissa only needed to bring it back to the surface to accomplish their goal. However, Liam hadn't decided to face those dangers just to do his senior brother a favor. He had ventured down there to get rewards for himself, and that desire had only grown stronger after discovering the affiliation with the divine cult. Am I being greedy? Liam wondered. Should I be satisfied with Neil's magical weapon? If Liam had to be honest, he was far from satisfied. He wanted to seize something directly from the divine cult as compensation for what he had suffered. It would only be fair, but also potentially deadly. I have 2 good seismic palms left in me, Liam calculated. 3 soon, thanks to the elixir. I could probably get to 4 in half an hour, but that's too much dwelling in one place. Say, Liam called, since his calculations alone couldn't show the best option. Is the place where you found the water shield nearby? Melissa had never dared to relax, both due to the place and Liam's presence, so she was ready to nod at the question. The news was more than welcome, but Liam suddenly noticed something odd. He hadn't thought much about it earlier, but it sounded like Melissa knew exactly where they were, and not because she had just arrived at the place. You found this mine the last time too, Liam realized. Melissa's expression grew even more emotionless, as if a detached resolve had invaded it, before performing a nod. And you didn't bring anything back to senior brother Joel, Liam continued, only for Melissa to shake her head in confirmation. You didn't even tell him about its existence? Liam added, partially talking to himself. Because you wanted to be sure to come here again. Melissa confirmed that reasoning with a serious nod, forcing Liam to consider the implications. But if she had told him, Liam thought before understanding dawned upon him. No. If Joel was certain the mineral was down here, he might have risked coming here himself. Melissa was ready to face Liam's judgmental eyes. She hadn't done anything wrong. She had looked out for herself like every cultivator should. But Liam was bound to see her differently from a simple ally in need after catching a glimpse of her cynical shrewdness. Yet, to Melissa's surprise, Liam couldn't stop existing far outside the norms of her lived experience. "Senior sister sure is smart," Liam praised, feeling as if he had learned something new, only for his following words to go against that teaching. "But I don't feel like tricking senior brother." Before Melissa could say or gesture anything, Liam went to a hole he had spotted earlier that featured a particularly bright corner. Cracks also ran through its insides, allowing Liam to grab their edges and pull with all the strength he could muster. The corner initially didn't budge, only to suddenly detach itself from the wall, together with a few pebbles. Liam ended up with a mostly yellowish chunk the size of his hand in his palm, which he secured in his pouch before moving to a different location. The previous collapse had opened a copious number of cracks in the chamber, so Liam had no shortage of brittle surfaces he could break with his bare hands. At some point, he even seized his victim's pouches, stopping when he filled 3 to the brim. "This is the most I can carry before it becomes a hindrance," Liam thought, weighing the 3 pouches with a hand before securing them on his back. "How does one even eat metal anyway?" That troubling thought didn't stop Liam from returning to Melissa, who had remained silent throughout the process, seemingly agreeing with Liam's decision. "We should move now," Liam declared, offering his hand to the injured girl. Melissa instinctively thought about ignoring Liam's hand, but her ankle's bandaged state told her that ship had sailed, and her detached behavior would only become a burden in that situation. However, as soon as Liam pulled Melissa up, he also brought her arm over his shoulders before securing her waist in his grasp, which would have made her jump on the spot if she hadn't tensed up first. "Did I hurt you?" Liam asked, feeling Melissa's tension, only for her to point her wide eyes at him. "What?" Liam wondered, genuinely confused. And Melissa truly didn't know what to make of that. Liam was touching her again. He was even closer than before, far closer than any man had ever been to her, but he seemed unable to see anything wrong with it. It was almost as if Liam didn't see Melissa as a woman or had no interest in women in general, which should have felt refreshing to her, but she experienced some annoyance instead. There was a big difference between being respectful and not caring at all. Melissa seemed invisible in Liam's eyes, which irked her. Luckily, Melissa could blame her conflicting reaction on the fact that she owed her life to him. Yet, Melissa's heart sank again when she recalled how sweaty she was, and Liam was bound to have noticed it. So she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, focusing on the mission instead. Liam's actions were meant to help Melissa walk, but she wasn't a powerless woman. She summoned her chi and waved her right hand, releasing transparent vapor that quickly enveloped the two. And, as Liam's surroundings grew slightly hazy, Melissa forced herself to voice a short explanation. Invisible. The martial art inevitably caught Liam's interest. A transparent mist had enveloped him and Melissa, hazing anything beyond it, slightly hindering their visibility, but also providing much-needed cover. Of course, Liam wouldn't have been able to realize that last point if he hadn't observed the martial art from the other side first. Nothing hinted at his invisibility from inside that hazing curtain, but his previous interaction with it said otherwise. Still, that previous interaction also told Liam how imperfect that invisibility was. It was a visual and soundproofing cover, but it did nothing against smell. Actually, the cloaking technique carried a wet scent of its own, which could act as a glaring clue for that place's packs. But it remained far better than nothing. "Where to?" Liam muttered once his inspection ended, and Melissa didn't need additional information to nod in the direction where she had found the water shield. The two crossed the chamber and entered one of its tunnels. The passage was short and rising, its rocky floor annoying to navigate, but Liam easily supported Melissa with his numb arm through it, keeping their advances pace decent. Naturally, the difficult-to-navigate environment forced Liam to hold onto Melissa even closer, often pushing or lifting her. Still, she was too light to be a burden, and his wariness triumphed over those minor issues. After a while, even Melissa began to relax, getting used to Liam's touch or accepting the situation's helplessness, relying more willingly on his support so that their advance could be as swift as possible. That cooperation quickly paid off since the rising tunnel ended in a stone passage's floor, and Liam could see its mostly collapsed state after lifting Melissa into it and climbing out himself. Despite the tunnel's exit, the floor was the most intact aspect of that passage. It actually was more of a vaguely rectangular hole in its current state, but Melissa promptly pointed to a narrow cavity ahead before getting on all fours. Liam imitated Melissa and followed her into the cavity, which turned out to be a narrow passage under the pile of boulders. It was even quite long, but Liam saw it open once Melissa had enough room to get out of the way. Another rectangular area unfolded, this one more intact than the previous. The ceiling had collapsed, revealing the rocks above. Boulders littered the floor, and cracks covered the stone walls, but something else existed among that rubble. Liam spotted wood shards under the rocky debris, hinting at the previous presence of furniture that reminded him of a specific place. He suddenly thought about the chamber where the Pale Moon sect kept its rank 1 martial arts, and his eyes lit up. "Did you find the water shield under this rubble?" Liam asked, whispering since the short distance from Melissa had dispersed her cloaking vapor. Melissa nodded before lifting herself on her knees to approach nearby rocks, moving them away to check what they hid. Instead, Liam stood up, reaching the end of the area to start his search there. The two would cover more ground like that, and he didn't want to risk competing with Melissa. Also, there was something interesting on the wall there. Words that the cracks and detached stones had mostly ruined had been carved on that surface, leaving incomplete, unreadable lines. Yet, Liam's face grew colder at that sight since he knew exactly what those lines were. "The divine cult is my life," Liam whispered, filling the blanks on the first, unreadable line, only for a faint trace of chi to flare inside the surface. A dim blue light joined the place's yellowish halo. The words Liam had spoken brightened on the damaged wall, hovering over the incomplete line, filling the emptiness left behind by the collapse. The change startled Liam, but the blue light subsided as quickly as it came, vanishing to restore the dark, incomplete line. Liam's gaze snapped at Melissa, who had watched the event unfold without experiencing any surprise, even stammering an explanation. "Second R room. Ayat Wa'ant's keywords to open." Understanding quickly dawned upon Liam. Melissa and Neil had already seen that wall and had probably tried to open it back then, but they had only known the words carved on the sect's entrance. Instead, Liam knew them all, and nothing could make him forget them. "The divine cult is my life," Liam whispered, and those words lit up on the collapsed surface again, but he didn't stop there. "I belong to the divine cult," Liam said. "I'm a weapon of the divine cult. The divine cult's will is my will." As soon as Liam finished a line, its words brightened on the collapsed wall, creating a blue list of the brainwashing mantra he had been forced to learn. "I give my life to the divine cult," Liam continued, ignoring the hateful hiss rising in his ears, voicing the last unreadable line. "I will die for the divine cult." Once the last line lit up, rumblings followed. The wall started to move, fighting against its collapsed state to open, only for the boulders to stop it halfway through. Still, that partial opening was enough for Liam to cross and spot the room past it, but he didn't head directly there, choosing to return to Melissa instead. Summoning that painful memory had put Liam in his coldest behavior. His face reeked of the same killing intent Melissa had seen earlier, which was drawing dangerously close now. Melissa believed she had witnessed one of Liam's greatest secrets, something that he could be ready to kill to hide. She lifted her palms and tried to retreat, but she had nowhere to run to in that place, especially with her busted ankle. But Liam merely seized Melissa's left wrist, crouching to wrap her arm around his shoulders before lifting her on her feet again. He even supported her from her back, but her silent, emotionless stare eventually forced him to address the matter. "Please don't ask," Liam exclaimed while helping Melissa cross the area. "It's not a nice story." Like that, the two made their way forward, squeezing themselves against the half-open door to enter the second, hidden room. The collapse had been even worse there, a pile of boulders immediately cutting the area short. Yet, 2 stone stands had survived that destruction, and the luxurious box and tome on them claimed Liam and Melissa's entire attention. Liam carefully let Melissa go so that she could inspect the stone stands on her own. Still, she kept clinging to his sleeve, too absorbed in those findings to notice how used she had become to his support. Unknowingly to Melissa, Liam's kindness, despite the discovery of one of his secrets, had removed much of her wariness and barriers toward him, leading to that instinctive reliance on him. The two went for the box first. Liam lifted its luxurious lid, and an intense presence of chi immediately leaked out, soon showing its face in the form of a white pill resting on soft black tissue. Rank 2. Liam guessed through his perception, even leaning down to smell that white item, only for his nose to fail to capture anything. Melissa also studied the pill through her eyes, but they soon went to Liam, and feeling her emotionless, detached gaze didn't cause any confusion now. "I don't know what it is." Liam shook his head, slightly regretful. Everything about that mission had highlighted how crucial alchemy could be for a cultivator, from its concoctions to the knowledge about its products. Yet, Liam's knowledge was lacking despite his lucky finding of a famous master. "I need to study harder," Liam swore in his mind before closing the lid, so that the pill's chi wouldn't attract unwanted attention. Moving to the other stand next, Liam picked up the small tome and lowered it to his right so that both he and Melissa could read it before browsing through its contents. Primal Urge, Liam read. Extreme physical empowerment at the cost of the user's sanity. High likelihood of self-injury and death due to heavy burden on body and dantian. The tome placed the technique in the second rank before moving to its complicated activation. Liam only skimmed through that part, but it seemed the martial art taught how to bypass the body and core's natural limits to express superior but temporary strength. That skimming was enough to confirm the martial art's dangers. Even the seismic palm carried risks, so something that sounded far more extreme would obviously be worse in that regard. However, Liam couldn't help but grow interested, and for more than one reason. Can I endure these risks better than others? Liam wondered. Would this have greater effects on me? Liam's had 10 spiritual roots and the sturdy body that only the ancestral beast's bloodlines could create. He could theoretically endure far more than the average cultivator, and surpassing his unique limits promised to unleash far greater power. Also, the safety of the Pale Moon sect wouldn't last forever. Randall's death actually hinted at the fact that it had never existed in the first place. As long as Liam pursued his desires, he was bound to add more enemies to his list, and many would be stronger than he was. They would prefer not to cross him otherwise. Training, knowledge, and resources had limits. Meanwhile, the primal urge promised to be a trump card Liam could use in dire situations to overcome terrible odds he believed he would face eventually. After all, Liam's very bloodline had put him on such an impossible path, and having dangerous but powerful tools at his disposal could be one way of evening the playing field. Demonic art, Melissa muttered while Liam was busy thinking, her more relaxed state saving her from her usual stammer. Is that how these are called? Liam asked, and Melissa nodded, her detached gaze lingering on the tome before going to the luxurious case. Liam understood the meaning behind that silent gesture, prompting him to ask a question. Are you sure you prefer the pill even if you don't know what it does? I can trade it in the CECT. Melissa nodded before looking at Liam. But you choose. Melissa had no misconceptions there. Liam had saved her, had opened that secret room, and was helping her through her injury. If it weren't for his attachment to his innocent idea of a team, Melissa would have let him take everything without complaining. The concept of trading resources inside the sect was new to Liam, but understandable. Still, he only focused on the choice in front of him, already knowing what he wanted. I'll probably learn to make that pill myself, Liam considered, glancing at the tome in his hands. But I bet I won't find something demonic in the Pale Moon sect. Of course, that demonic classification had taken the same meaning as dangerous power in Liam's mind, which had to be extremely rare among good sects. You take the pill, Liam decided, storing the book inside his robe. Liam accompanied Melissa to the other stone stand and helped her store the case in her pouch before the two got on the move. They had spent enough time in that ruined place, and it was finally time to leave it. Yet, after returning to the previous area and climbing down the tunnel, rattling noises reached Liam's ears, making him stop. He didn't say anything, but his wariness spoke louder than words, making Melissa summon the cloaking vapor again. Once the technique was in effect, Liam and Melissa finished descending the tunnel and peeked into the bright chamber, only to see that they had visitors. A group of 20 or so rats with 4 level 1 magical beasts among them had occupied the chamber, gathering around the 4 corpses. Those animals were feasting on Liam's victims, ripping their flesh apart, but the gory scene only stopped him for a single second. Liam rechecked his hazy surroundings before stepping out of the tunnel, supporting Melissa with his numb arm. Their arrival seemed to go unnoticed until a few rats lifted their blunt noses to smell the air. Clearly, what Liam had smelled, the rats could smell too. Also, unlike earlier, the cloaking spell didn't only have the sweaty Melissa. Liam was there, and the same went for the dried-up blood on his hands. "Can your martial art withstand running?" Liam whispered, his gaze fixed on the rats. Melissa had long since left Liam in charge, so she answered honestly, performing a nod that he caught with the corner of his eye. Still, the intimate touch Melissa had subconsciously accepted suddenly showed its undeniable presence when Liam lifted her, wrapping his arm around her waist to carry her more comfortably. And, as Melissa was about to yelp in surprise and embarrassment, Liam shot forward, planning to enter the tunnel the red trio had crossed before the rats, or anything far worse, could decide to check the wet scent. Liam went into survival mode, focusing on leaving that place as soon as possible. He had 3 pouches full of the bright mineral. He had seized a rank 1 magical weapon and a rank 2 demonic art. In his mind, his job was more than done. Melissa shared that conclusion, but couldn't possibly agree on how Liam was implementing the next step. He sprinted at full speed through the chamber, jumping into the tunnel he had marked with the red trio smell before pressing ahead, all while carrying Melissa like a sack of potatoes. The sudden sprint served to leave the rats behind and clueless, other than to suppress Melissa's instinctive complaints. Yet, the tunnel rose and twisted, featuring no flat surfaces or proper steps, making for quite a bumpy ride. Luckily, the tunnel was also wide enough to prevent actual bumps, but Melissa felt each jump and sudden acceleration, and that wasn't the end. She could ignore discomfort and embarrassment for the sake of survival, but the process was about to cross a line she simply couldn't accept. Melissa was under Liam's arm, which was wrapped tightly around her waist, right where her robe's belt was. Each jump and sharp turn loosened it, gradually unfastening it, literally about to undress her. "P put me D down," Melissa cried as that critical point drew even closer. "Why, you brute?" Naturally, Liam hadn't noticed any of those embarrassing events. He was being as pragmatic as possible, prioritizing practicality, but Melissa's shout matched the arrival at a crossroads that forced him to stop anyway. The tunnel split into 4 paths, 2 rising, 1 straight, and 1 descending. Liam could rely on his nose even there, but he had a faster method at hand, and quite literally at that. "Climb on my back," Liam suggested, removing his pouches, lowering Melissa to the ground before half-crouching himself. Melissa adjusted her robe as soon as she was free, but some hesitation arrived afterward. Liam was offering her his back while tying the pouches to his belt, and she couldn't help but linger in her realization of how broad it was. Nevertheless, there was no time for youthful embarrassment or surprising appreciation of the male, especially Liam's, physique. Melissa suppressed superfluous thoughts and leaned down to wrap her arms around Liam's neck, doing her best not to consider what she was pressing on that spacious, firm, and muscular back. That resolve almost crumbled when Liam grabbed Melissa's thighs and lifted her. His grip was rough as usual, but also firm enough to bring a sense of safety and, mainly, make it undeniable. Still, Melissa fought the urge to yelp or bury her head in Liam's hair to point at one of the 4 tunnels, which he didn't hesitate to shoot into. Melissa's directions became key in navigating what followed. Liam met multiple crossroads that would have wasted a lot of time sniffing through, but Melissa's knowledge prevented additional stops. Still, that smooth trailing abruptly ended. Traces of the previous collapse appeared when the tunnel expanded into a wide area. The rocky corridor transformed into a narrow passage that stood above a vast cliff, its spacious emptiness left behind by the widespread crumbling. Gaps also interrupted the narrow path, but they weren't a problem for Foundation experts. Instead, the fearsome amount of chi inside the vast hole was, and the same went for the slithering noises echoing from it. Then, Liam spotted movement. Something long, green, and scaly was crawling over the rocks below the path. The frightening snake was inside that vast hole, obviously leading to hesitation. However, that wasn't all. Melissa grabbed harder on Liam's collar, but also pointed at a spot above. There, the narrow path ended in a stone passage, probably the same corridor the red team had blocked. The hall had to be behind the corner, and the magical beast sounded unaware of Liam and Melissa's presence. So, Liam stopped hesitating, his steadier grip on Melissa's thighs conveying his newfound resolve, which he voiced with a whisper. "Hold on tight," Liam warned, but Melissa had already complied. So he darted ahead, running and jumping over the gaps as fast as possible. 10 seconds went by. Melissa's cloaking technique silenced Liam's steps and landings, but it couldn't do anything for the falling soil and pebbles they caused by treading on that brittle surface. A suffocating silence had also invaded the area as soon as the first sliver of dirt fell, but Liam never stopped. He kept running and jumping at full speed, only for an angry hiss to resound when the stone passage was finally in sight. Liam could only keep running. The hiss echoed, sending his survival instincts into overdrive, but he focused solely on stepping on that escape path and crossing it as quickly as possible. Ruckus unfolded behind Liam, but he didn't care. He swiftly crossed the stone passage, sharply cutting through its following corners, until a welcome sight appeared ahead. The spikes Jason had left behind had finally arrived, now featuring no chi. Liam promptly summoned his energy while charging at them, unleashing a fully powered seismic palm as soon as he reached them. The spikes exploded outward into a cloud of dirt and stone shards, which Liam crossed without bothering to close his eyes. Then the area expanded, showing the partially collapsed hall and its 6 cracked pillars. The arrival at the location didn't slow Liam down at all. He shot directly for the hall's other side, knowing where the now hidden tunnel was, but a dangerous silence had descended, and it soon showed its true colors. By the time Liam was halfway through the hall, rumblings returned, culminating in an explosion of boulders from his right side. Something massive had broken through one of the holes in that wall, shooting at full speed toward him. And Liam stopped. He had quickly calculated that sudden attack's trajectory, so he knew that halting his advance was the only way to dodge it. The quick thinking saved Liam from certain death. As soon as he managed to stop, a giant reptilian head crossed the space in front of him, slamming violently on the wall to his left. An earthquake took over the hall, but Liam jumped anyway, wanting to cross the scaly barrier now in front of him, only for it to rise. It was unclear why it did that. The event probably had no connection with Liam's action, but it still cut his leap short. Liam kicked himself away before he could crash onto those green scales, turning as soon as he landed, only to see the snake's tail moving erratically as it closed toward him. Liam changed direction again, spotting a clear path along the wall, only for a shadow to loom over him as soon as he got there, forcing him to jump back. Before Liam could turn again, something descended right in his face. The snake lowered its huge head in front of him, gradually advancing while its forked tongue flickered in the air. Liam retreated, but the path behind featured no safety. The magical beast's tail had blocked that route, coiling on itself to create a closing scaly wall. And no more path existed after that. Liam had the triangular head on his left and the rest of that scaly body in front of him and to his right. He could try a reckless jump again, but the forked tongue suddenly invaded his vision, forcing him to retreat, only for the rocky wall to stop him after a single step. The magical beast coiled itself more around that wall, trapping Liam while the reptilian head twisted toward him and hovered above his face, blowing foul breath that dispersed the cloaking vapor. There was nothing left to do or attempt. Liam had his back against the wall, the huge, triangular head hovering in front of him, and that immense, coiled body everywhere else. Escape paths didn't exist anymore. Moreover, the magical beast's mere breath had dispersed Melissa's cloaking technique, removing the only advantage Liam could exploit in that situation. It didn't take a genius to understand how that would end. Liam didn't even need to rely on his hunting experience to reach the only possible conclusion. He and Melissa were dead, and time stretched in those tense moments, at least in Liam's perspective. Mere seconds began to last entire eternities in his mind, allowing countless thoughts to run freely. The only mistake Liam could see was in the fact that he had decided to venture on that mission. He hadn't needed to face such danger so soon. He could have spent months or even years improving inside the safety of the sect instead of risking his life. Yet, that idea crumbled as quickly as it came, and not only due to previous conclusions. Deadly threats could arrive at any time, but that situation featured something far more specific and tangible. Even if Liam had another year of training under his belt, he wasn't sure he would have been able to defeat that snake. He honestly couldn't imagine himself becoming as strong as something that could rival the Elders. Besides, Liam had prepared as well as he could have for a Foundation expert. His 4 victims proved as much. It was like his master had said. Luck might have played a role, but Liam had to blame the fact that he wasn't good enough to overcome those odds. And, thinking about the Alchemy Elder's words made Liam consider his entire speech, especially the part about regret, which could point to another mistake. If dangers were unavoidable in the cultivation journey, Liam could have simply avoided joining it. As impossible as it sounded, he could have put his hatred aside, continuing to live a simpler life in Crosstones Mountain. However, that idea also crumbled. Mortals weren't exempt from dangers. Liam knew that far too well. Moreover, he had simply sought what was fair to him for the most part, and results had arrived. Liam's path had been bloody even before he decided to follow Crazy Uncle, since it had started with his family's corpses. Still, pursuing it with active ambition and desire rather than empty sadness had led to a radical change that the current situation forced him to realize. The hovering reptilian head was pressing Liam against the rocky wall, but there was someone else there. Melissa was behind him, and he was still protecting her. Despite the pointless action, Liam was acting as a barrier between the magical beast and Melissa, just like his family had done with him when the bloodline screenings butchers came to test him. Of course, Liam had already done something similar with Lucy, but his current situation felt more emblematic. He was literally shielding Melissa with his body in what was nothing short of a suicidal stance, and the experience was incredibly cathartic. "I'm finally protecting," Liam realized, and a sense of peace spread inside him. It might have taken Liam over 10 years. He might have had to survive terrible, cruel experiences. He might even have learned to accept a conflicting mindset as his new norm, but he had finally done it. Liam might have become someone who had no qualms about killing and saw it as a useful tool to pursue his desires, but that price felt worthy now. After all, he had finally switched places, becoming the protector he wished he could have been for his family. "Right," Liam recalled. "I gave it my all and lived life my way, so I have to laugh now." Laughing on command wasn't really something Liam could do. He barely knew how to do that naturally. The mountain had been a poor teacher of social constructs, so the best he could do was smile. Still, be it out of internal peace or desire to stick to the Alchemy Elder's teachings in those last moments, Liam forced himself to find something funny enough to make him laugh. "To think I'm going to get eaten by a snake again," Liam chuckled. "Couldn't the heavens have shown me a dragon at least?" Obviously, the magical beast paid Liam's words no heed. His laugh carried no meaning for the snake anyway, and its forked tongue escaped its mouth again, flickering directly in his face. That was nothing more than the calm before the storm, a mere last step to check a prey before the inevitable final blow. Yet, the snake smelled far more than it had bargained for in that natural act. Something that spoke directly to the core of the magical beast's bloodline touched its sensitive tongue and filled it with bottomless dread. The snake's chi-enhanced senses felt the shadow of an impossibly grand ancestor inside that tiny figure, and reason left the equation. Magical beasts possessed traces of intelligence, but their basic instincts remained strong in ways that humans couldn't relate to. It didn't matter whether Liam was actually a threat. The huge snake sensed the immense inferiority of its own very being, leading to a basic response. The reptilian head abruptly snapped back in fear and released a terrified hiss before darting away, slithering over the hall in a hurry to reach the stone passage. The instinctive panic even made the snake miss the passage, slamming on its edge, only for its head to carve a hole through it so that it could enter the path. And Liam and Melissa could only watch speechlessly as the magical beast's huge body disappeared inside the stone passage, leaving them more stunned than facing that creature directly ever could. Did it smell my bloodline? Liam wondered, connecting dots only he could know about, ready to resume running, before movement from behind him distracted him from those thoughts. Melissa had grown beyond tense during that face-off, and the snake's departure relaxed completely, making her slump over Liam's shoulder while clinging tightly to his neck. And Liam couldn't help but think about Cyrus at the sight of that golden head. Liam recalled how reassuring it felt when Cyrus patted him. So he did the same for Melissa, knowing that the face-off couldn't have been easy on her. Truth be told, part of that patting felt aimed at Liam himself. In that situation, Melissa almost represented his old self, which he reassured using her as a proxy. After all, Liam finally felt like he had overcome the cowardice from 10 years ago. Now, he had his weakness and helplessness to fix next. Melissa lifted her head at that reassuring touch. Golden strands fell over her emotionless face, but Liam's genuine smile still broadened in her vision. It was even close enough to feel somewhat magnetic, almost drawing her closer to it. Nevertheless, Liam suddenly turned his head to the ceiling, and Melissa soon heard why. Squeaking noises began to come out from the holes there, quickly drawing close to the hall. The bats were coming, signaling that Liam and Melissa's lives weren't safe yet. "Where to?" Liam asked, almost shouting, needing to ensure that his voice would overcome the incessant squeaking in that heated moment. Melissa's eyes darted left and right, inspecting the 3 tunnels ahead, hoping that one might resonate with her memory, only for the latter to fail her. "See collapsed," Melissa shouted, forcing Liam to make an instinctive decision and shoot into the leftmost tunnel. After the lucky escape from certain death, Liam and Melissa had headed toward what was left of their initial path. Digging through the shallow layer of soil also revealed the tunnel's somewhat intact state, but that had soon turned out to be a rare exception. The previous collapse and multiple earthquakes had destroyed many of the tunnels the group had used to reach the hall. New passages had also formed, but they were far from straightforward and had unclear destinations. So, Liam had resorted to the only method at his disposal. He would follow Melissa's directions when she recognized the paths ahead, while relying on his instincts when she didn't. Sadly, that was no foolproof approach. Liam's great sense of direction granted him a general idea of where the demonic sect's entrance was, but the new paths didn't necessarily head there. They often strayed away from where Liam hoped they would go, making him run in circles. To make things worse, Liam and Melissa couldn't waste time on lengthy, careful exploration, since the bats had followed them into those tunnels, filling the air with their incessant squeaking. In a different situation, Liam would have fought the bats before focusing on his escape. Yet, the injured Melissa was still on his back, and he barely had 2 seismic palms left in him, which he might need to open otherwise closed paths. And the tunnel's many twists and turns served to keep the bats away, until that threat caught up with Liam and Melissa. After crossing what finally was a straight path, the two arrived at another crossroad, only for squeaking noises to come from everywhere. Liam heard the bats behind him, but also from the 2 paths ahead. It seemed he was surrounded. Those creatures sounded ready to swarm him at any moment, but he wasn't powerless just yet. "Just open it and lift it," Liam recalled his master's instructions, straightening his left arm to fish out something from his sleeve, only for nothing to fall. Liam glanced at his arm and moved it around, but his sleeve kept failing him. It seemed carrying Melissa had pushed back his second secret weapon, and he couldn't feel where it had remained stuck. "Search it," Liam ordered, lifting his left arm. "There's a flask inside somewhere." Melissa had understood that something had gone wrong and didn't hesitate to check Liam's arm with both hands, pressing them over his robe to search for anything that wasn't his muscles. Yet, Upon finding that something, Melissa hesitated. The item felt stuck between Liam's elbow and armpit, which she couldn't reach without being inappropriate. "Hurry!" Liam urged as the squeaking noises grew louder, forcing Melissa to push her embarrassment aside and slip a hand under his collar. Naturally, Melissa touched far more than she had bargained for during that search, but the heated situation prevented her from dwelling on how that made her feel, especially since she quickly found the flask. "Open it to the ceiling," Liam ordered when Melissa showed him the flask. "And hold your breath." Melissa promptly complied, unsealing the flask and lifting it before squeezing her face against Liam's shoulder. Meanwhile, huge, winged figures appeared from the tunnels, only for their squeaks to turn into high-pitched eeks. Nothing visible came out of the flask, but its green liquid receded, evaporating at the exposure to the underground area's air. A pungent, dangerous smell also enveloped Liam and Melissa's surroundings, forcing the bats to pull the brakes. Of course, the bats couldn't suddenly interrupt their momentum. They spread their wings to try to stop themselves, but still flew forward, slamming into each other or the two cultivators. However, Liam simply crouched down and lowered his head, while Melissa hit herself better on his back. The two endured those impacts, ignoring the occasional scratches and painful bumps, while the bats kept panicking. It was messy, but the bats soon flew away, returning to the various tunnels to escape that dangerous stench. Their squeaking noises also subsided after a while, finally bringing silence to those areas. Liam straightened himself at that point, and Melissa also lifted her head, covering her mouth and nose with his collar while lowering the flask. The green liquid was no more, and the stench in the area was also subsiding quickly, forcing Melissa to look at the paths ahead. She and Liam had to resume their departure before the bats or something else returned, but the collapse prevented her from recognizing anything. "Oh, we did it," Liam muttered before Melissa could say anything, even pointing at the rightmost path. "That's the way out." The subsiding stench made Melissa leave Liam's collar to check the tunnels better, but her memory failed her again. She was sure she had never seen that crossroads. "Are you sure?" Melissa questioned. "What?" Liam asked, glancing at Melissa while tilting his head in confusion. "Half of this area collapsed, but that's the right tunnel." Melissa glanced at Liam in perplexity before refocusing on the crossroads. The collapse part could be right, but she was sure those tunnels didn't match anything in her memory. "Look," Liam continued, since Melissa's silence hinted at her disbelief. "These rocks have moved, but they are the same we crossed earlier." Melissa blinked now, so confused that no stammer affected her following question. "You recognize the rocks? What do you mean?" Liam wondered. "They are totally different from the others." Melissa checked Liam's honest face again before trying to find what he was talking about. However, she only saw normal, ordinary rocks, no different from the thousands she had crossed during that mission. Yet, Melissa was far beyond questioning Liam, so she nodded, slipping the empty flask back in his robe before clinging to his neck again. And, as impossible as it sounded, crossing that tunnel truly brought the two into areas even Melissa recognized, culminating in the most welcome sight either of them could have asked for. It had been messy and almost deadly, but Liam and Melissa finally stepped outside those underground ruins, returning to the inclined plateau before the collapsed entrance. They had reached the canyon, where the cold morning light above illuminated the path toward the surface. Joel and Cecilia had spent the remainder of the night in silence, sitting cross-legged by the canyon's edge. The morning's arrival didn't change the two rooting experts' stances, but their minds had long since grown messier. Despite only sensing faint echoes, they had felt the underground earthquakes, and worry had inevitably settled in their brains. That wasn't only due to fear of the mission's failure. Joel and Cecilia had recruited far better disciples for that second exploration, and their lives weren't exactly inconsequential for the sex. Dead outer disciples weren't a big issue, but inner disciples were far more valuable. To make things worse, Joel had brought a 7 spiritual roots genius and a 9 spiritual roots walking miracle to the mission, and losing them could spell doom for him. Still, Joel's hands had been tied. Disposable cultivators wouldn't have accomplished anything, and he needed that to have any hope in continuing his journey, so he almost jumped to his feet when he sensed someone coming. Cecilia shared that reaction, but both she and Joel froze a bit when only Liam climbed over the cliff, still carrying Melissa on his back. A short inspection was enough to tell that Liam and Melissa had gone through a lot. He was scraped all over, his partially undone robe torn in multiple spots, while Melissa was more dirt and sweat than flesh. Yet, that limited number remained the most glaring issue of them all, especially when it came to Cecilia. "Where are my junior brothers?" Cecilia asked. Neil, Milo, and Jason's absence was already an answer, but Cecilia needed to hear it to move to the next step. Despite the seemingly terrible outcome, she could still get something out of it, and both Joel and Melissa understood what her play was. Naturally, Liam didn't. "I killed them," Liam directly revealed, pointing his cold eyes at Cecilia, unable to separate her from her junior brothers from the Crimson Warrior sect. "You what?" Cecilia questioned, anger and incredulity in her voice. "They tried to kill us," Liam explained. "So I killed them." Cecilia's anger wasn't only due to that outcome. The fact that Liam was admitting his crime so openly showed no respect to her or her sect. In similar situations, Liam should have lied or come up with satisfactory excuses to give the Crimson Warrior sect face. Still, those pleasantries were beyond what his poor social education could conceive. "Do you think so little of the Crimson Warrior sect that you believe you have the right to bestow capital punishment?" Cecilia wondered, her intense chi flowing through her body, making her brown hair flutter as she stepped forward. Liam got ready for battle and opened his mouth to reply, only for Melissa's hands to cover it before he could speak any further. Joel had a similar idea, jumping in front of Liam to stand between him and Cecilia, ready to play her same game. "Aren't you insulting the Pale Moon sect instead?" Joel declared. "Do you think us pushovers who have to repay injury with mercy?" Joel backed up those words by summoning his chi, which forced Cecilia to halt her steps. She and Joel were evenly matched, but he wasn't alone, and fostering enmity would only worsen that already terrible conclusion. "And what do your junior brother and sister have to say about the mission?" Cecilia asked, switching topics. "Have they even achieved anything besides inflicting losses to my sect?" Joel turned to nod at Liam and Melissa, which made her release his mouth. She even climbed down Liam's back but kept clinging to his robe while he untied the 3 pouches from his belt. The chi the pouches radiated was unmistakable, and a flicker ran through Joel's gaze when he checked their bright contents, not hesitating to bring them to Cecilia afterward. Cecilia experienced a similar reaction. The yellowish mineral was the real deal, and there was a lot of it too, more than she had ever hoped to retrieve, making her switch strategy again. "I demand compensation for your junior brother's actions," Cecilia declared. 2/3 instead of half. "Cecilia, we agreed on half," Joel refused, quickly finding a way out. "But maybe my junior brother and sister can share the path to the mine in addition." That wasn't ideal, but it was valuable nonetheless, and for multiple reasons. Cecilia wouldn't only obtain that piece of information. It would also prevent Joel from monopolizing it and becoming necessary in the following missions. "It will depend on the map's quality," Cecilia scoffed, and Joel nodded at Liam and Melissa again while retrieving something from his pouch. Liam took the matter into his own hands, reassuring Melissa with a look so that she would let him approach the 2 rooting experts. Joel handed him a black chalk and paper at his arrival, and he didn't hesitate to get down to drawing. The fact that Liam was handling that part urged Cecilia to complain about whatever he drew, only for that idea to vanish as he filled page after page with precise and detailed instructions. The ruins expanded vertically, so Liam split what he had seen into multiple levels, using 1 page each, his incredible memory and drawing skills surpassing Joel and Cecilia's wildest expectations. "This is all I've seen," Liam said once he was done, handing the pile of pages to Joel. "But the area down there is quite unstable. I don't know if something else has collapsed in the meantime." Truth be told, Joel almost didn't want to hand that map to Cecilia after confirming its quality. But something had to give so that the situation could end peacefully. "I believe this is more than satisfactory," Joel announced, handing the pages to Cecilia, who immediately seized them before nodding begrudgingly. The two rooting experts then moved to splitting the chunks of bright mineral before exchanging a polite bow. Cecilia was about to leave at that point, but she issued a warning first. "Liam," Cecilia called, glaring. "The Crimson Warrior sect won't forget about today." Before Liam or Joel could say anything, Cecilia darted away, running at full speed over the snowy and barren plain until her figure disappeared on the horizon. Joel could only heave a sigh at that sight, but hearing Melissa limp forward forced him to put the issue aside. After all, he had his own problems to handle. "Junior brother Randall?" Joel asked, not having much hope, which Liam didn't hesitate to shatter completely. "I killed him," Liam calmly revealed. "He went back on our deal and attacked me." Joel didn't even know what to think, so he didn't. That wasn't good at all. But the worst possible outcome hadn't manifested itself. Actually, he had gotten what he needed without losing the most important member of his team. "Thank you for this, junior brother, junior sister," Joel said, bowing at Liam and Melissa before securing the pouches with the mineral on his back. "We should return now. You must be tired, and the elders won't be happy to hear about Randall." Joel's quick dismissal of Randall's death didn't bother Liam. There was no real affection there. Death had simply happened, leading to no mourning. "Junior sister, allow me to help," Joel continued, offering his arm to Melissa since he had seen her limping. Joel had no secret agenda there. He was truly grateful for the mineral and wanted to help where possible. Yet, Melissa ignored his arm, instead limping toward Liam's back so that she could climb on it. Liam didn't mind that. He wasn't physically tired and didn't really see anything deeper in Melissa's gesture. Still, Joel did, especially when he saw that usually detached woman clinging so tightly to a man's neck. "Senior brother Simon won't like this," Joel warned, but Melissa simply looked away, leaving Liam confused about that strange interaction. "Junior brother is quite fearless," Joel promptly added, chuckling. "However, I'll stand by my words. As of today, I'll consider us friends and help you if you ever find yourself in need." After Cecilia's departure, Liam, Melissa, and Joel followed suit, crossing the snowy and barren plain to re-enter the leafless forest to head back to the Pale Moon sect. Needless to say, that return was silent. Much had happened underground, and Liam and Melissa's appearance vouched for what they had gone through. They had to be tired, and Joel didn't want to bother them with conversations after they had done him such a huge favor. Yet, the sight of Melissa clinging tightly to Liam's back kept claiming Joel's gaze, and he couldn't just stay silent when he knew that Liam didn't understand social repercussions. After all, Joel had just declared himself Liam's friend, and educating him on those social environments was something a friend should do, especially when he had seen how incompetent he was at those. "Junior brother, forgive this personal question," Joel eventually probed. "You haven't spent much time around people growing up, have you?" That was the only guess Joel could come up with. He couldn't believe that Liam was stupid. His few interactions with him had proven otherwise, meaning that his inability to understand basic social matters had to stem from inexperience. Of course, more direct questions could have provided clearer answers, but Joel didn't want to be impolite or overstep on Liam's eventual boundaries. Liam grew wary. His problematic bloodline made his upbringing a touchy topic since it could lead back to Crosstone Village. He was even too clueless to know which words might hint at that, so he opted for a direct refusal. "Please, senior brother, don't ask," Liam responded. Melissa obviously caught on that. Liam had used those same words with her after showing his connection to the divine cult, so she diverted her gaze to avoid giving Joel any clue. As for Joel, he couldn't possibly understand how serious Liam's secrets were, but didn't really care. His goal had been to confirm his guess, which Liam's reaction pretty much did. "I apologize," Joel smiled. "I only wanted to understand my new friend better. Now I know why everyone has the wrong idea about you. Should I have stayed silent?" Liam wondered, wary about what Joel might have understood, only for reassuring words to follow. "Junior brother should spend some time in the scripture hall," Joel suggested. "I know you mean well, but it's risky to speak as you do. Cultivators will misunderstand on purpose and use it against you." "Oh!" Liam exclaimed in his mind, realizing what Joel was talking about, obviously agreeing with him. The small tournament had been quite a glaring example of Liam's social inexperience, and the last interaction with Cecilia had hinted at something similar. Liam was learning, but the whole pleasantries and face still escaped his mind. He understood reputation in the general sense but didn't know how to apply it to ordinary conversations. "I'm sure you'll learn soon enough," Joel promptly reassured. "In the meantime, I suggest you let your brothers and sisters handle the talks. Mainly, I advise against telling a rooting expert that you killed her junior brothers." Liam frowned at that last point, not knowing how much he should agree with it. Revealing those murderous deeds had actually been a planned move that abided by the alchemy elder's teachings. Liam had wanted to declare that he wasn't to be messed with, as his master had told him to do. Yet, Liam realized that there could be better ways to do that, especially better words. He had even seen Joel do that. He simply didn't know how to do that on his own. Why is this complicated stuff so important among cultivators? Liam cursed in his mind. He believed he had done the right thing, but he also realized he had made an enemy out of the Crimson Warrior sect, which might have been avoided if he had done something as basic as lying. But, Liam considered, if I lied, people wouldn't have known not to mess with me. Joel almost heaved an entertained chuckle at the evident smoke coming out of Liam's head, but still decided to give him a break by switching topics. "On another note," Joel announced, "Junior brother, after witnessing your drawing skills, I must ask you to draw a map of the ruins for me, too." Liam connected some mental dots. Joel probably wanted the map to plan an individual exploration, which made him hesitate a bit. "I can, but," Liam muttered. "Senior brother, are we friends now?" The question almost blinded Joel with the innocence it exuded, forcing an instinctive answer out of him. "Of course, I gave you my word." "Then," Liam continued, "I suggest senior brother doesn't explore the ruins. There's a magical beast that feels as strong as the elders down there." Joel's eyes went wide and searched for Melissa's face, only for her to nod. "How did you escape it?" Joel gasped. Liam didn't reply. The answer probably was with his bloodline, and his wary silence prompted Melissa to describe the event with the only fitting word. "Luck," Melissa said, forcing herself not to stammer. And Liam couldn't help but agree, lowering his head in thought. He had given his all, but the mission should have still claimed his life. It hadn't done so due to a series of lucky coincidences, which he wasn't proud of. Actually, Liam found it quite unacceptable. Luck was part of life, but relying on it wasn't an option. Even newbie hunters knew that, and Liam could also find problems in his specific case. First of all, Liam couldn't rely on his forbidden bloodline so openly. Many would fail to consider its existence. The conversation with Lucy had proven how unbelievable that legendary feat was, but it would become undeniable if he kept leaving clues. Liam didn't even know how many people could conceive that possibility, but chances were their numbers would increase as he started to interact with more knowledgeable and experienced cultivators. Also, there was an issue with the bloodline's sheer unreliability. After all, the snake had no issue attacking Liam before smelling him. He could have easily died before the magical beast learned about his heritage. Moreover, where the snake had reacted in fear, other animals might experience greed, especially magical beasts that possessed traces of intelligence. Ultimately, the event proved that Liam reeked of his bloodline. If animals could smell it on him, some cultivators might, too, and the son of the Dragon of Perfection could be among them. Still, and most importantly of all, the near-death experience served as an eye-opener. Liam had witnessed his fair share of terrible experiences, but the mission became emblematic of the dangers of the cultivation world. The Divine Cult and Dragon King were obvious but distant threats. They were almost theoretical from the safety of the Pale Moon sect. Yet, Liam now had undeniable proof that danger could be behind any corner, and there was no avoiding it. The location didn't matter. Death could come at any moment to a cultivator, and without any warning. That more vivid proof fueled Liam's already firm resolve to pursue strength, giving it a clearer direction. He had done well for his short time in the cultivation world, but could do better and far better at that. And that wasn't only necessary for Liam's survival. The woman on his back highlighted another goal. Liam might have avoided the whole near-death experience if he had forsaken Melissa, but that wasn't the kind of life he wanted to lead. Strength to survive, Liam thought, ignoring the receding environment in his vision. Strength to avenge. Strength to protect. Even more of that to do all this together and live the way I want. And Liam knew where to find that strength. Alchemy was the key to unlock the full potential of his cultivation journey. And, for the first time in his life, his fingers itched to get back to studying, not out of childish eagerness, but out of proper desire. Joel didn't talk anymore after learning about the presence of something potentially stronger than a level 2 magical beast in the ruins. Even a rooting expert like him would hesitate against such a threat, putting him in a pensive mood. Liam shared that pensive stance for different reasons, and Melissa never really spoke much. So the trio completed the rest of their journey in silence, returning to the sect when morning had fully arrived. Due to the Pale Moon sect's layout, the trio had to climb through the areas assigned to outer disciples and approach the halls on the other side of the mountain to reach the second plateau. The sect's peak activity was in the morning. So many eyes fell on the trio, most focusing on Liam and Melissa. Their shabby, injured state inevitably claimed the bystanders' attention, and Melissa's clingy stance also fueled all kinds of murmurs. Still, that state and stance also served to keep pleasantries away. The disciples bowed at the trio's passage, but no one tried to start conversations, allowing for a quick and uneventful climb to the inner hall. However, a hindrance appeared there. The disciplinary elder stood on the inner hall stairs, seemingly waiting for the trio. His muscular arms crossed and his expression sterner than anything Liam had ever seen. The tension in the air reminded Liam of his experience with the snake, almost confirming that magical beast's superior level. Still, the situation featured a different set of challenges, which Liam didn't know how much he had to tackle. Non-sect missions weren't forbidden, but Liam had still killed Randall, a fellow disciple, which was a crime. He wasn't even sure what his actions against the Crimson Warrior sect meant for the Pale Moon sect, but he followed Joel's advice there, avoiding talking at all. "We greet the disciplinary elder," Joel announced, cupping his fist, prompting Melissa to climb down Liam's back so that they could do the same. "Disciple Joel," the disciplinary elder called, his tone as stern as his face. "Explain this." "Yes, disciplinary elder," Joel exclaimed. "I requested my junior brother and sister's help for a personal matter, to which they have succeeded." The disciplinary elder's black eyes saw more than the average cultivator. He also knew about Joel's situation, and the chi radiating from his pouches told quite the complete story. That wasn't the end. The elder couldn't sense Melissa's pill or Liam's demonic art. Yet, the magical weapon in Liam's robe stood out, and the elder knew he didn't have one before leaving. Nevertheless, despite placing no restrictions on independent missions, the sect did track who left its perimeter, especially when it came to promising disciples, and one was missing among that group. "Where is Disciple Randall?" the disciplinary elder asked. "Junior brother Randall died during the mission," Joel revealed, not giving additional details. "I'll take full responsibility and share a complete report." The atmosphere immediately grew tenser, almost suffocating. The disciplinary elder's expression didn't change, but his mood clearly did. 3 months of mandatory seclusion to reflect on your actions, the elder declared, and you will complete sect-assigned missions for the remainder of the year to compensate for the damage you have inflicted on our ranks. "Thank you, disciplinary elder," Joel shouted, reaffirming his bow. "Disciple Melissa, disciple Liam," the disciplinary elder continued. 1 month of mandatory seclusion for failing to protect your fellow brother." "Thank you, disciplinary elder," Liam and Melissa said simultaneously. Liam didn't really know what he had to be grateful for, but Joel's example had been easy to follow. "To your caves now," the disciplinary elder ordered. "Disciple Melissa, I'll escort you to yours." Clearly, Melissa's injured state hadn't escaped the elder's sharp gaze, but she interrupted her limping toward him when she recalled something. She suddenly turned toward Liam, performing a deep bow that took everyone by surprise. Liam didn't think much about the event and simply bowed back, But the elder threw an inquisitive look at Joel, at which he could only show helplessness. Since disciple Liam enjoys his fellow sisters more than cultivating, the disciplinary elder exclaimed, he'll also spend 3 months in mandatory seclusion. What? Liam wondered, confused, exchanging a look with Melissa, only for her to lower her eyes in what looked like vague embarrassment. Nevertheless, the elder didn't give anyone time to argue, reiterating his order. To your caves. Now. Joel threw a meaningful look at Liam, and the two departed afterward. Meanwhile, Melissa remained by the elder's side, who kept glaring at the distancing disciples, ensuring they kept feeling his pressure. The second plateau had people Liam didn't recognize, but the powerful glare on his back forced him to split with Joel and hurry toward his cave, quickly sealing himself inside it. I'm back, Liam sighed internally as soon as the entrance closed, even sliding over it until his butt touched the floor. Some exhaustion finally caught up with Liam in that relaxing environment. He needed a bath and proper sleep, but the realizations achieved during the return kept echoing in his mind, hinting at a better use of his time. Liam might have overcome his past cowardice, but that would remain meaningless as long as his weakness and helplessness existed, and his cave had the solution for them. The piles of books could increase Liam's knowledge, and the logs could improve his mastery over the alchemical flame. He also had his master and his new findings to probe. Liam had all the tools at his disposal to avoid being powerless again, or at least make it as unlikely as possible, so he couldn't find the will to stand still, no matter how tired he was. The sooner I master the alchemical flame, Liam thought, hurrying toward the praying mat while removing the tome and wooden knife from his robe, the sooner I can move to concoctions. Liam put the items down and moved to the candles nearby, already preparing his pipe with some of his leftover poisonous powder. The sooner I read everything there is to know about the cultivation world, Liam calculated, lighting up the pipe and breathing in its dark smoke, the sooner I can stop being clueless and start using its rules to my advantage. Smoking immediately brought a wave of vitality inside Liam, pushing away some of his tiredness. Still, he didn't hesitate to refill the pipe's bowl, wanting all the energy he could get his hands on to implement that reaffirmed resolve right away. What should I start with? Liam wondered. Logs? Primal urge? Magical weapon? General knowledge? Lists of ingredients? It was almost jarring how driven Liam was to delve into matters he had previously found utterly boring. Before that mission, he had seen them as a mere means to an end, a necessary step to arrive at exciting benefits, but not anymore. Still, Liam had more than a newfound, genuine desire to study. He breathed in the dark smoke again, savoring it before exhaling it, only for an unexpected shyness to mix with his excitement. What did the elder mean? Liam pondered, putting down the pipe to look at his hands. He even glanced at his back, noticing something now that it was missing. Liam was clueless, but not blind. His inexperience prevented him from making certain connections, but he saw and sensed everything, and something felt impossible to forget that day. Are all women that soft? Liam thought, not really knowing what he was feeling or why his brain kept replaying the sensations experienced carrying Melissa so vividly. Yet, Liam promptly shook his head, partially failing to clear his mind, but still managing to refocus on his main issue. I'll start with the magical weapon since I got one, Liam decided, his gaze browsing over the piles of books. Now, which one of these covers the binding process? Truth be told, everything had happened so quickly that Liam hadn't really thought about his punishment. 3 months stuck in a cave was a long time, probably longer than Liam's period inside the divine cult. But those problems couldn't find the way to the conscious side of his mind that day. Liam seemed possessed. Ever since returning to his cave, he had never stood still, alternating books with logs, not wasting a single second over something that couldn't advance his expertise. It got so bad that Liam eventually took a bath to change into a clean robe, only to bring a fiery log with him, washing himself while continuing to experiment with the alchemical flame. That trend continued until night, not that Liam noticed. He wouldn't have even stopped if his cave's entrance hadn't started opening on its own. Liam blinked at that unexpected sight, quickly hiding the primal urge's tome and wooden knife in his robe, holding the dark smoke he had just breathed in. Still, the figure that appeared before the cave made Liam exhale the smoke and put the fuming pipe down, prompting a genuine question out of him. Master, can the elders open the disciples' caves? For some reason, the alchemy elder now stood in front of Liam's cave. Actually, his cane hinted at what his purpose could be. I have special privileges as your master, the alchemy elder scoffed, stepping forward so that the entrance could close behind him. The elder's icy blue eyes ran over the cave, absorbing its messy state, only to feel somewhat satisfied. Alchemists had to keep their laboratories tidy and clean, but Liam wasn't there yet, and the chaos showed clear signs of his efforts. You made quite a mess, the alchemy elder announced, starting to pace around the cave. Killing 3 disciples of the Crimson Warrior sect, killing your senior brother, and even monopolizing the attention of one of the sect's beauties. Liam wasn't sure about the last part, but the rest of the statement had clear implications. The elders must have learned what happened in the ruins, and he couldn't really blame Joel for telling the truth. To be honest, Liam would have proudly declared his deeds himself to improve his reputation and stave off threats. Well, the elder continued before Liam could say anything. Did you get anything good out of it? The elder's disregard for what he had previously listed startled Liam for a second, only for his eyes to glance at his chest, where he had hidden his findings, eventually triggering a nod. Good, the elder cried. Foolish kids. Who did they think your master was? Serves them well. Somehow, the elder had made Liam's feats about himself, but that was hardly surprising. Liam had long since grown used to his master's arrogant side. But, the elder added, continuing to stroll, but adjusting his direction to approach Liam gradually. You'll now have more dangers to face. Liam could already guess where the elder was getting at, but let him continue. Power always attracts conflict, the elder announced, repeating his past words. You have shown the Crimson Warrior sect that your ridiculous talent is worth fearing, that you are more than just your spiritual roots. That's good, right? Liam considered. That was how he understood reputation after all. To control the narrative and prevent the Crimson Warrior sect from spreading lies, the elder continued, the Pale Moon sect will spread the news itself so that all the neighboring sects and beyond will learn about it. Liam blinked at that point. His master had described something too vast for his brain and knowledge to conceive, and he didn't know how to take it. The elders will also share what you did to disciple Randall, the elder revealed. Of course, they'll say that you acted in self-defense. They think the story will stop other disciples from trying anything against you. I was right then, Liam thought. If the elders wanted to use the same strategy, it had to have value. But you had to lay your hands on a girl a core disciple fancies, the elder scoffed. The other sects will also stop at nothing to dispose of you now that they know you wield true potential. So you'll face dangers both inside and outside. Liam wondered, initially confused, before sensations that wouldn't leave his mind provided some clarity. Oh, is it about the Simon Joel mentioned? Liam couldn't delve deeper into that reasoning since a familiar pain spread from the top of his head. The elder had reached him, and the same went for his cane. Fool! This isn't the time for lecherous thoughts, the elder scolded. Use that energy to study. Women are a temporary amusement, but alchemy is forever. The elder then pointed the cane at Liam's face, his cold tone gaining threatening traits. In light of these new dangers, I expect you to spend every breathing second of your mandatory seclusion focused on mastering the basics. We'll resume from the alchemical flame today. The alchemy elder was ready to point the cane at one of the piles of logs in the cave, only for Liam to surprise him with a request. Master, I can manage the alchemical flame, Liam promised. I want to move to the cauldrons. The elder was ready to unleash one of his angry scoldings, only to spot something different in Liam's face. The request had no youthful exuberance. Instead, Liam's expression showed firm, unwavering resolve. Why? The elder asked, bringing the cane to his shoulder. I want to learn more, Liam said, diverting his gaze to find the best words to express his desire. I want more. And why is that? The elder snorted, wanting to get to the bottom of that request. Alchemy is the only noble art that can defy the heavens. Liam repeated his master's past words. I want to learn to defy the odds. I want to know how. The alchemy elder didn't need to probe any further. Clearly, something in the mission had prompted that change. Liam had always been hardworking, but the elder saw a proper spark of interest inside him now. Of course, that wasn't out of love for alchemy, but Liam seemed to have finally acknowledged it properly. It was a subtle difference that could bring radically different results. Maybe you are ready, the elder muttered, mostly to himself. And, Liam added, slightly hesitant, I read about the master-disciple relationship. Is that what we are? Truth be told, Liam hadn't really understood what he had read. The master-disciple relationship was described as a sacred bond thicker than blood, deeper than what fathers had with their children, demanding utter loyalty, with genuine guidance on one side and pristine dedication on the other. And it was now the alchemy elder's time to hesitate. He had taken his duties seriously, especially after acknowledging his failure, but there was a gap he had yet to cross. Horace Roret was a proud man who had dedicated his entire life to alchemy, always too busy pursuing greater heights to accept disciples. He had never even considered that topic since he saw no reason to teach others what he could do himself. However, the injury had changed that, and quite drastically. It ruined the elder, preventing him from exploring even higher levels of alchemy. He could still study, but his inability to perform greater concoctions created a gap that no amount of knowledge could fill. And the elder had been ready for that to be it, for his life's work to end with him. After all, that was how he had always lived. He was far from satisfied but had no regrets. Then, a twist of fate happened. A disciple with the so-called perfect 9 spiritual roots and a poison core had appeared. For all intents and purposes, that disciple was doomed. No one could survive the amount and quality of poison that such a miraculous talent demanded. Yet, the disciple's core had also turned out to possess an unfathomable affinity to poison, so deep that he might have a chance to survive. The disciple was also decent, dull but hard-working. He was strong, and women seemed to like him for some reason. He was mature for his age, aware of his ignorance, with none of the arrogance that talented kids usually developed. In many ways, that disciple was perfect, and he had just become more perfect, since he had moved past mere necessity to learn alchemy, transforming it into proper desire. Liam could be what the alchemy elder had never considered, a way to reach even greater heights, his second chance at pushing alchemy farther than his talent and life had ever allowed him to push. Just like with trees, the elder could plant a seed that might continue his life's work, flourishing higher than he ever did. He only had to cross that last gap to claim that opportunity. Did you also read what the relationship requires? The elder asked. Yes, Liam nodded before diverting his gaze. But I don't know what a kowtow is. It's an act of extreme respect and submission, the elder explained, his usual anger failing to manifest. You kneel and bow down until your forehead touches the floor. Do it 9 times, and you'll pledge your life to me as my disciple, while I'll welcome you as your master. The air had grown tenser, and the same went for the general mood. Despite some cluelessness, Liam couldn't fail to understand the seriousness of the ritual. Yet Liam welcomed that seriousness. He wasn't good with unclear stances anyway, and he already owed his master a lot. More than alchemy, his inspirational speech had saved Liam from his sad emptiness. It had given Liam's life a proper drive, and he knew how priceless that was. Nevertheless, as Liam broke his cross-legged stance to get to his knees, the elder pointed the cane at his face, interrupting him. I shall vow to take responsibility for you and teach you everything I know, the elder declared. But you must surpass my heights. If you fail to do so or bring shame to the noble art of alchemy, I'll kill you myself. Liam held back a gulp, but firm words soon escaped his mouth. I promise. The elder looked deeply into Liam's black eyes before lowering his cane and taking a step back. Liam had enough room to perform that ritual now, so he bowed down and counted in his mind as his forehead touched the floor. Once the number 9 arrived, Liam straightened himself, finding the elder watching him through a solemn, meaningful look, a sentiment that his following words echoed. "Rise," the elder ordered. "You are now Horus Rorit's first disciple. May the honor I have bestowed upon you be one day mine." Liam stood up, and the elder reached for his shoulder, holding it tightly. "Now, disciple," the alchemy elder continued, his gaze and voice turning chilling while reeking of uncompromising ambition. "I hope you are ready for the hell I'll put you through in these 3 months." The black cauldron rumbled, releasing gray smoke that the cave quickly filtered away. Meanwhile, Liam kept one hand on the burning log under the item, fueling the red flame with his chi while his eyes were fixed on the black alloy, counting seconds, capturing every noise, smell, and heat it radiated. Then, Liam released his true chi, turning the alchemical flame and the cauldron's smoke pitch black, before slapping the item's side to cause the sudden eruption of a dark cloud. Liam kicked the burnt log away at that point, standing up to look inside the cauldron, uncaring of the dispersing cloud blowing on his face. He reached down, digging his fingers into the dark brown layer at the item's base, finding it a bit sticky. Liam quickly drew the pipe from his robe and filled its bowl with that dark brown powder, lighting it and inhaling from its bit, savoring every detail in the revitalizing sensation that spread inside him. "Still not quite right," Liam concluded, blowing the dark smoke out. "It's strong, but tastes awful." Liam sat back down, crossing his legs while reviewing his concoction. He knew the alchemical flame wasn't the issue, so that terrible taste had to come from somewhere else. Did I not account for the cauldron's variables? Liam wondered. Or was it the ingredients? It's probably both, right? The possible explanations could all be correct, and Liam only had one way of learning the truth. He had to concoct more to amass experience so that he could find answers by himself. Such was the current and eternal homework his master had assigned him. "Practice makes perfect," Liam repeated his master's words while standing up, reaching inside the cauldron again to scoop the poisonous power. "And perfection is mandatory." Liam stored the powder in a wooden case he had prepared earlier before standing up, bringing it to one of the cave's walls to place it on the shelves there. The cave's clutter had vanished during that mandatory seclusion, replaced by a series of shelves featuring a decent variety of items. Neatly arranged books, scrolls, logs, and containers filled them, almost ready to demand more space. One of those containers even caught Liam's attention due to its empty state, prompting a curse inside his mind. Did I run out again? How long has it even been? That forced seclusion had long since made Liam lose track of the passage of time. He didn't even know what day it was, especially since he did nothing but study and concoct. His master always visited him at night, but he had also stopped counting how many lessons he had gone through. "Inventory," Liam sighed internally, checking the other containers to review his remaining ingredients, drawing the cave's tablet from his robe next. "I need 3 batches of fever flowers petals left to wither for at least a week," Liam thought, sending chi into the tablet to convey that request, "and a flask of plague fruits juice, filtered, no masses." Liam stored the tablet back into his robe, completely used to the function that had once been a shocking discovery. The item could work as a communication device, sending messages to the sex halls, something he had found out later than he was willing to admit. Yet, shameful event aside, Liam had to admit that everything was going well. He was still stuck in his cave, but his knowledge had grown by leaps and bounds, and he had finally become a proper alchemist, albeit only at the level of an apprentice. "What should I concoct before master comes?" Liam considered, glancing at his containers. "More cloud pills? Will the botanical hall deny my request this time?" A master's guidance wasn't everything, could even risk hindering an apprentice's progress. That was why Liam's current task was to concoct nonstop on his own and review it in his lessons. But the practice had a steep price. Grooming alchemists was no cheap endeavor. Each alchemical ingredient was precious, with high-ranking concoctions demanding increasingly expensive ones. Normally, that was a lucrative investment since the alchemical concoctions had far greater value than the sum of their ingredients. Still, Liam was only brewing for himself currently, meaning that the sect was operating at a loss. Of course, sects usually compensated for that by demanding contribution points in exchange for alchemical ingredients, which disciples could only earn by performing beneficial missions. Yet, Liam was stuck in his cave, and his talent granted him a privileged status. He was also the alchemy elder's personal disciple, so he had been able to get ingredients freely. Still, complaints had arisen once his number and variety of daily concoctions had increased. Maybe I should focus on the alchemical hall's missions, Liam considered. Once I get good enough to receive master's approval, I can earn contribution points steadily by completing those concoctions. That sounded like a good plan, but Liam's reasoning went even further. The Pale Moon Sect was an isolated system with unique sets of rules, but the real world didn't work like that, and he would have to venture there at some point. How can I even earn spirit stones while I'm in the sect? Liam wondered, thinking about the currency he had read cultivators used. Being an alchemist isn't worth much if I can't afford ingredients. Naturally, those were distant plans. Instead, Liam had a more immediate goal. His gradually improving skills had a meaningful milestone in sight. He had to become a better alchemist so that he could concoct a poison to overcome his bottleneck and enter the rooting stage. Rooting expert, Liam thought, eager to climb to the next level of his cultivation journey, a step that was finally in sight. He wasn't there yet, but he saw the path as clear as day now. Liam followed that eagerness and went to wash himself in his bath. All kinds of variables could affect concoctions, including the dark cloud's leftovers that might have stuck to his body, so he had to be perfectly clean before approaching his loned cauldron again. Yet, something happened during the bath, something Liam hadn't heard in a long time. Loud knocks resounded from the entrance, as well as a familiar voice. "Junior brother, the 3 months are up," Joel shouted from the other side of the circular boulder. Liam's eyes lit up hearing that. Unknowingly to him, the punishment had expired. He could finally step outside his cave, and the news instantly rearranged his schedule. I can look for the ingredients and start working on the improved recipe, Liam thought. I can also check the Inner Disciples mission board to compare prices and rewards. Naturally, Liam's thoughts involved none other than the poison required for his breakthrough, which featured a series of troublesome hindrances. Truth be told, Liam already had the poison's recipe. The information had been among his studies, and his master had even confirmed its viability for the goal. The problem started there. Due to Liam's miraculous talent, he had to pick the virtually best rank 1 poison in existence, or among the best, since he had to remove recipes involving alchemical ingredients that the sect and that area of the kingdom lacked. Such a high-quality poison obviously involved a complicated concoction process, something that Liam still lacked the skill to perform. Moreover, the required ingredients were valuable, and Liam needed several sets of those to ensure a successful concoction while accounting for mistakes and practice. Liam's status could earn him 1 set for free, but the others probably had to come out of his own pockets, which were currently empty. If that wasn't enough, Liam also had to adjust the recipe to his core's personal needs. He didn't only need a powerful poison. His Dantian demanded something suitable, too. The way to do that was obvious. Liam had to use the black alchemical flame throughout the concoction since it fed on his true chi, meaning he had to test what could survive that practice, increasing the number of sets of ingredients the goal demanded. And worst of all, Liam would be completely alone there. His master morally opposed any form of aid. That was Liam's test to overcome, both as an alchemist and a cultivator. The many hindrances almost pushed Liam to delay the matter. After all, he could spend that time getting better at concoctions in general, building the foundation that would help him attain that complicated goal. Nevertheless, those 2 practices didn't necessarily exclude each other. Liam could still work on general alchemy while arranging the pieces necessary for what promised to be his last concoction as a foundation expert. Also, if Liam had to be completely honest, he was dying to breathe air that didn't smell like his cave. So, Liam quickly finished washing up and donned a clean robe before hurrying outside, only to discover that Joel had waited for him to come out. "Junior brother," Joel greeted, bowing. "How nice it is to see a friendly face after so long." Liam promptly bowed, too, failing to say anything due to the sensations hitting his perception. Joel felt stronger than he recalled. He was still a rooting expert, but his cultivation had clearly advanced through that stage. And, knowing what had caused that change also hinted at the reason behind Joel's presence. Updating Liam about the punishment's expiration fell among Joel's duties as a member of the disciplinary committee, but his lingering in front of the cave was for a different reason. "Senior brother, I don't blame you for telling the truth to the elders," Liam reassured. "I would have done the same." Joel retained his bowing stance but lifted his head, looking at Liam through his honest, intense, warrior-like expression, seemingly pleased that he had connected those clues without anyone's help. "Your training with the alchemy elder is paying off," Joel praised, straightening himself. "Junior brother is sharper than ever, but I'm still sorry to have ratted you out." "Senior brother couldn't have lied to the elders anyway," Liam reassured again before expressing his confusion. "But what do rats have to do with anything?" Joel blinked but soon exploded into an amused chuckle, ignoring the matter altogether. "Allow me to walk with you today. Declaring our friendship to the sect is the least I can do to repay you." Surprisingly, Liam had no problems understanding that, either mainly since it concerned something that had been in his mind. The entire sect had probably heard about his deeds by then, and that would be his first opportunity to see the repercussions. Still, it felt nice to discover that Joel had meant every word. Even after obtaining the mineral, he stuck with his promise, wanting to side publicly with Liam despite whatever rumor existed. He must be clueless, too, since his mandatory seclusion just ended. Liam thought before something even nicer claimed his attention. Fresh, cozy air invaded Liam's nostrils. Bright sunlight shone in his vision, and general cheerfulness tickled every corner of his perception. The mountain remained somewhat cold at those heights, but the change was undeniable. Spring had arrived, and summer seemed to be just around the corner. "Time truly flies," Joel commented when understanding what Liam was focusing on. "You'll see, junior brother. The sect is beautiful in summer." "Will senior brother be here or away for the sect's missions?" Liam asked, diverting his gaze from the scenery beyond the path to climb toward the second plateau. "Sect's missions, most likely," Joel sighed, walking alongside Liam. "I wish I could have spent more time cultivating, but maybe this is for the best." Liam wanted to ask more, but didn't. He had to respect his fellow cultivator's secrets, and his first question had simply been an attempt to make conversation, something he had read he should do. Liam felt he had succeeded, so he didn't want to screw things up by talking again. "The mineral you and junior sister retrieved is limited," Joel revealed on his own, noticing Liam's suppressed curiosity. "I figured I could save what I have left for the breakthrough. Being stuck doing missions should earn me enough contribution points to find another way in the meantime." "Cultivators sure plan ahead," Liam considered. "I'm doing the same, but I might have to push it further." Liam's cultivation journey had basically started at the bottleneck. He had no experience with the gradual advance through a stage. So, managing resources and preparing valuable ingredients ahead of time were skills he had to acquire. It was past midday, so Liam didn't expect many people to be on the second plateau, and his ears vouched for that. However, the sight of the two familiar figures there halted his steps anyway. The disciplinary elder had his muscular arms crossed while watching Melissa perform battle stances. She had tied her golden hair in an unflattering bun, and sweat already covered her all over, but her eyes were as resolute as when Liam first met her. Of course, Melissa was also as beautiful as ever despite those unceremonious looks, rekindling bashful memories that Liam had been unable to suppress. "She has been out for 2 months already?" Liam recalled, trying to push away whatever his brain was brewing. Liam and Joel's arrival didn't go unnoticed. The disciplinary elder threw a glare at them, only for Melissa to do something far more shocking. Melissa almost jumped to her feet, her wide eyes glued to Liam. She lingered a whole second in that inspection before looking down at her sweaty robe, prompting her to perform a quick bow at the elder and run away. Needless to say, Liam was totally lost. His interaction with Joel had almost made him believe that his extensive reading had fixed his social ineptitude, but that confusing reaction shattered his hopes. "Senior brother, did I do something wrong?" Liam asked, catching a glimpse of the amused smirk Joel hid, before something else claimed his attention. A suffocating presence invaded the plateau, accompanied by heavy steps. The disciplinary elder approached Liam, ignoring the bows and greetings toward him, to utter his stern order. Temporary sex directives demand that inner disciples in the foundation stage must attend daily combat lessons, the disciplinary elder declared. "Disciple Liam, I expect to see you here at dawn from now on." That was undoubtedly a threat, and a deadly one at that. The disciplinary elder's tone left no room for interpretation, which only made things more confusing for Liam. "Isn't this good?" Liam wondered. "It's free, right?" The training with the divine cult had made combat lessons superfluous for Liam. Still, he was done being complacent, especially when he knew that his superior battle prowess mainly came from his mindset. That advantage would wane as Liam encountered better opponents, so he couldn't stop learning. Yet, Liam had no contribution points to waste. He actually had none right now and wanted to prioritize his breakthrough. Still, inner disciples enjoyed privileges, and those combat lessons seemed to fall among them. They also had to be free due to their mandatory nature, which brought out Liam's genuine gratitude. "Thank you, disciplinary elder," Liam exclaimed. "I promise to come on time." The elder almost felt the urge to squint his eyes at the blinding innocence shining in his vision. He hadn't expected that reaction at all. That genuine gratitude even tugged at his heartstrings, making him feel guilty about his threatening tone. Nevertheless, the faint, suppressed chuckle coming from Joel's lowered head snapped the elder out of his surprise, prompting a stern snort out of him. "You better." Afterward, the disciplinary elder suddenly disappeared, not wanting to expose himself to the dangerous, blinding weapon that was Liam. "Junior brother, you are a force to be reckoned with," Joel praised, patting Liam's shoulder. "Did I misspeak again?" Liam questioned, feeling that Joel's words hinted at something else. "On the contrary," Joel reassured, shaking his head. "However, don't overthink it. The disciplinary elder is a true master of combat. Learning from him is a great boon." "Why did the elder sound angry then?" Liam asked, insisting. With Joel as his more knowledgeable friend, he wanted to solve his confusion and learn something new. "That's," Joel began to say, only to feel that the truth would be too complicated to explain. "The elder is very serious about his duties. With you killing the Crimson Warrior sex disciples, repercussions against our sex disciples are bound to arrive, and the elder wants us to be prepared." That was only a partial truth, but a truth nonetheless, which was why it worked with Liam. He nodded in understanding, knowing that his actions had put a target on the sect and his back. That awareness had also affected the purpose of some of Liam's concoctions, which he wouldn't hesitate to unleash if and when someone tried something like the 3 red cultivators had done. "Junior brother," Joel called, wanting to get as far away as possible from the topic. "Where were you planning on heading?" "Botanical and Alchemical Hall," Liam revealed, resuming walking without forgetting to express his second doubt. "Still, senior brother, do you know why senior sister Melissa ran away?" "Oh, junior brother," Joel chuckled. "If you want my advice, I'd stop questioning women's behavior entirely. The way I see it, they'll be forever incomprehensible to us men." And Liam took the advice to heart. Lucy, Melissa, and even Alicia's behavior had long since escaped his comprehension. He honestly didn't even understand himself at that point due to those strangely sticky memories, almost making him decide to stop trying altogether. So, the two crossed the inner hall, descending toward the paths on the other side of the mountain to head for the other halls. Some people occupied those areas, attending to personal businesses or missions. Still, they were all outer disciples, and they had no qualms about the pair's identity, triggering polite bows. Outer and inner disciples had no differences in attire, but Joel was an unmistakable rooting expert, and Liam had become infamous. The murmurs he heard after he crossed those bowing figures proved as much, even leading to unexpected realizations. "Right?" Liam recalled, almost experiencing some surprise at the words his sharp ears could distinguish. Killing is bad. Liam didn't talk with anyone, but his ears captured enough. He had indeed made a reputation for himself as planned, but for all the wrong reasons. The feats against the Crimson Warrior sect hardly occupied the gossip. Instead, Randall's name was the main topic. Randall had been a liked figure in the sect. Liam still recalled Kyle's excitement and the happy crowd back then, and that general appreciation had clearly mattered more than the elders' claims of self-defense. Because everything Liam heard was fear, distrust, and straight-up blame. It didn't matter that Liam had been in the right. The truth had no place among emotions, and they sided with Randall. "Junior brother, does this bother you?" Joel eventually asked. He didn't have ears as sharp as Liam's, but even he heard something, and the tense vibe could fill the gaps. "No," Liam responded honestly. There was a time when he would have felt bad. He had even felt conflicted when requesting to become an inner disciple, but that hesitation and doubt didn't exist inside him anymore. That resolve came from the foundation the alchemy elder had helped Liam build and from sheer awareness of the truth. Liam had seen the true face of the world. He had suffered from it, and he wouldn't blame himself because someone found him guilty under their naive, clueless perspective. Liam couldn't be in the wrong when he decided what that word meant in his life, especially when the world agreed with him. And even if the world disagreed with Liam, he would still pursue his way of life and impose his values. That was what it meant to be a cultivator. Besides, Liam had already considered those possible consequences. He had even agreed to pay that price of enmity if it meant that people would be too scared to try anything against him. If anything, Liam preferred that blatant and outward disdain over the confusing vagueness of politeness and pleasantries. Also, it wasn't all bad. Liam had his master, and Joel's decision to stand by his side despite his poor reputation gained even more value now. And, surprisingly, things didn't end there. Before Liam could reach the alchemical hall, the distant open cave with the cauldrons, a strange silence spread over that side of the mountain. The murmurs suddenly stopped, only leaving room for occasional gasps. Liam didn't care much about that change. He felt he had heard enough, but the gasps continued until hurried footsteps resounded behind him, eventually winning over his curiosity. And turning showed Liam an unexpected scene, a surprise that Joel shared after imitating him. Down the path, Melissa was hurrying after the duo, trying her best not to run and overwork herself, but still walking quite fast. Of course, Melissa's presence wasn't enough to cause such surprise, silence, and gasps, but adding her appearance to the equation was. Melissa had her golden hair down now, its fluttering revealing its soft silkiness. She had even worn a clean robe that carried no trace of her previous sweat, and her cheeks had rosy traces of the bath she had just come out of. Melissa was already stunning at her shabbiest, so her current state was properly breathtaking, so enchanting that many outer disciples dropped what they were doing and pretended to switch to other duties to follow her from a distance. In that confusing moment, Joel and Liam waited for Melissa, who didn't take long to reach them, stopping a few meters from them to perform a greeting bow. Still, after Liam and Joel did the same, Melissa straightened herself and wiped the new sweat falling on her forehead, lowering her head in embarrassment while stepping forward. And, under everyone's shocked gazes, Melissa reached for Liam's arm, clinging to his elbow while standing at his side, as if wanting him to escort her around.